Chapter 241, Neutron Star. Geez. Seeing all the energy control notifications, Sophia couldn't even say anything. Truthfully, though, she wasn't amazingly impressed. Dream had already moved on to manipulating dots that comprised all of energy and matter. He could already manipulate all different types of energy. He even developed technology around it like his nanites. It was only now that he got the skills for it. Without much thought, Sophia integrated all these skills under particle manipulation. Nothing changed when this completed, the skill still just sitting there at max level. She nodded at this. Particle manipulation was a far more advanced skill than the energy control skills. Most energy came in the form of particles anyway, like photons or bosons or gluons. After these notifications, Dream continued to float there for a long while. Eventually, though, he zoned in. Sophia, did you feel that? No, I didn't. What happened? Sophia shook her head inwardly. She knew something had happened with him, but it obviously didn't include her, so she just let it be. Dream heard this and pondered. Since Sophia was technically a separate entity, she didn't get to experience what he did. It was like when only he got to go to the legacy space for his class advancement. I touched it. A concept. Dream spoke, his awe still lingering in his voice. He wasn't sure what happened or why. All he knew was that when he reached a certain level of comprehension, he had been called upon. He realized that the concepts themselves had pulled him up, as if he reached a prerequisite. With him reaching a certain boundary, he was allowed to leave the smallest mark on those concepts. It was like they had acknowledged his ability to know of their existence and make a connection with them. He recounted his experience to Sophia. His story shocked her. She couldn't imagine actually coming into contact with a totally intangible thing. She was amazed that concepts even existed as they did, and to think they could actually be touched. She sighed after processing it. I don't know what to say. Well, I don't think anything needs to be said. Anyway, I've received all the energy control skills, huh? I guess that's nice. Dream switched topics as he recounted what happened with his actual body. When viewing the space around him, he could actually feel a greater understanding of physical phenomena. He brought out an iron ball from his inventory. With this iron ball as the medium, he was able to tamper with the gravitational force emitted from it. He saw space warp ever so slightly as he amplified the gravity of the ball. Not only that, but he could disintegrate all the atoms of the ball, even splitting apart the protons and electrons. He played around with all the subatomic particles like they were marbles. I know I could do this before, but it feels easier now. I also don't need mana to do it, only my soul energy and influence. This is manipulation at its finest. However, I'm curious about the radiant energy manipulation. Dream put away the iron ball, taking a look around him. I've established photons as waves of information, not true things. But using this skill, I can bend the light around me. I guess I was mistaken, and light is a thing, not just information. That, or radiant energy control, is the most elementary form of controlling true information. He spoke as he sent out his influence. The next moment, his figure in space vanished. He was bending all photons away from him, making it so that he was truly invisible. He could also do this by bending space, but this was the most direct way. I guess I'll have to study this more. Saying that, Dream reappeared. He then looked around him once more, scratching his head. So, where are we? I have no clue. Sophia spoke dully. She had warned Dream of this, and now they were drifting around in deep space. At the very least, they were far, far away from the solar system. Well, let's see if we can find constellations. Saying that, Dream looked around him at all the stars. Sophia also looked through his vision, taking in all the star formations and matching them up to any known constellations. Oh, there. Suddenly, Sophia stopped him. She could spot a constellation, Ursa Major. Only one of the stars is misplaced, but everything else matches up. I've factored in the distances of the stars within the constellation, and those approximate points match. Only, the numbers are scaring me. Hey, look at that star right there. It should be the Owl Nebula. Bend the light like a telescope and view it, please. All right. Dream nodded before releasing his influence. Suddenly, the light within a 10-meter radius all converged on Dream. Using different parallax calculations and what was seen through Dream's light capture, Sophia was able to pop out a number. We're about 140,000 light-years away from our star. Sophia spoke with horror. That was an untraversable distance by normal means. Oh my God, we're 140,000 light years away from Earth. Whoa, chill out. We're not dead yet. Dream stepped in, calming Sophia down. Truth was, though, he wasn't that calm either. If that portal doesn't work and reach us, then we'll be stuck here until the end of time. Well, it worked last time. That was across a couple 100 million miles, not 140,000 light years. Do you know how long a light year is? Almost 6 trillion miles. We're 840 quadrillion miles away from home. Going at your top speed of 10 million miles per hour, we would get home in around 10 million years. Yeah, I know. Look, we just gotta wait until the portal activates. According to the watch, we have about 2 weeks. If those 2 weeks pass and we get no portal, then we can establish that I'm cosmically screwed. Until then, we play around in deep space like headless chickens. Now, tell me where the nearest star is so I can have some fun. Ugh, fine. Bad news though. The nearest star is 3 light years away. You'll never reach it. In fact, the chances of you running into even a speck of dust is basically zero. Sophia calmed a bit before crushing Dream's hopes. In deep space, the distances between everything were so astronomical that it would take a miracle to run into anything. However, Dream had different thoughts. Well, if I can maybe tunnel through the chaotic void again, I might just be able to cross that distance. Sophia was silent as Dream gave his suggestion. She couldn't find it in her to explain why that was a horrible idea. We're gonna die while watching the heat death of the universe. Nonsense. My soul may naturally dissipate after only a few million years, so we wouldn't suffer forever. Anyway, let's try it. After all, we've already tunneled once. There's no way tunneling more could possibly pose any problems. Now, where are the neutron stars? Dream looked around, quickly spotting a known neutron star. Then, he tore open the dimension, jumping into the chaotic void. Sophia just watched, silently calculating their chances of survival. Upon diving into the void again, Dream naturally made sure to do things different. For one, he finally had a destination, which was the neutron star he just spotted. So after formulating some coordinates to the best of his knowledge, he tunneled. The logic behind the portal was that since you didn't have any space in the chaotic void, there was no way to know where you were going or how far you went. However, with coordinates, you could force the void to send you to a certain place. Whenever the void tried to throw you for a ride, those coordinates would correct you. This required you to establish a stable space around yourself, allowing the coordinates to have any meaning. With that space bubble and coordinates, you could track where you were in the physical universe in relation to the chaotic void. While Dream didn't totally know everything about coordinates, he did know how to form rough ones. These coordinates didn't have any reference point though. For something like that, you'd need to establish a coordinate system around a known celestial object. Clearly, you couldn't have a system like that and expect those who were unaware of it to follow it. To Dream's understanding, coordinates worked almost like addresses. The coordinates would describe the direction it had to go and what it would look for on the way there, only stopping if it found the place that matched the descriptions. Naturally, the more detailed the description, the better. Of course, it wasn't as crude as standard words. The coordinates Dream formed worked off of the surrounding star constellations and direction of the destination. Since he knew these things, he could form reliable directions. With that, he was able to direct his shuttling through the void. The coordinates were applied to the bubble of space Dream formed around him. After entering the void, he was faced with the same oppressive annihilation as before. Only this time, he was prepared. Not only that, but it only took a second to pop back out. When he did, Dream looked around. In the distance was a single, bright blue star. This star was only 12 miles wide, but it rotated several hundred times a second. Dream had appeared about 20 million miles away, and yet he could feel the gravitational force pull the space around him like a whirlpool. Hey, watch your time dilation. Yep. Dream nodded at Sophia's reminder and pulled out his pocket watch. He could see the Earth clock moving faster than his. This was due to the warping of space. Luckily, this was only a neutron star and not a black hole. Otherwise, he would be in danger of moving through time too fast. He had another safeguard, though. Using ether, he could stabilize space around him. He could also bend the gravitational force of the star. With this, the time dilation was negated. He looked back to the neutron star, a smile on his face. All right, seeing this neutron star crosses one thing off my bucket list. You have a bucket list? A very short one, yes. With my power, I was able to do practically everything I've ever wanted to. Anyway, now we get to study a neutron star personally. I really want to analyze that degenerate matter. Dream giggled like a madman as he inched closer to the star. Neutron stars were one of the most extreme physical existences in the universe, standing among black holes, quasars, and supernovas. Normally, anything physical would be torn apart by such an extreme celestial body. But Dream could negate all the harmful stuff like gamma radiation and pulling of space. He gradually got closer, taking about 20 hours to approach the star. When he got closer, he could see it spinning like a top. By now, the space around him was acting like a flag among a hurricane of gravity. The magnetic field was also amazingly strong. With such an extreme environment around him, Dream was actually worried about himself being hurt. Of course, this was only a fear, and he knew he wouldn't be affected, probably. So regardless, he protected himself with a bubble of ether, even going so far as to create a stable channel of space away from the star. With that, he got closer and closer, and when he watched his influence over the star, he was amazed by the extreme physics. This thing is insane. Look at this material. A handful weighs billions of tons. My nanites couldn't even hope to pierce through the surface. They would be obliterated. Only, the gravity is so strong. If I extracted a piece, would it be able to hold itself together? Or would it just explode? It would definitely explode, no doubt. The only reason this material can exist in such a dense state is because of the gravity that overcomes the nuclear repulsion forces. If you wanted to handle this degenerate neutron matter, then you would have to take the entire star with you in one piece. Can I do that? No, Sophia shouted, causing Dream to smile wryly. The next moment, though, he seriously thought about it. Okay, by all logic, though, I should be able to store anything within my inventory. Now, we've studied the inventory and found that it's a space that's produced by my soul and located within me, like another dimension unique to myself. If I use ether on it, then I could expand it and stabilize it. I could definitely fit the neutron star inside. The only problem with that is the stability of the space. It would collapse with the introduction of the neutron star. It's too extreme. And if I mitigate the neutron star's effects with my energy control? I don't know. The upper limit of those skills is unknown, but I do know that you couldn't sustain it for long periods. Eventually, the space would collapse, or you would be forced to eject it. As for your inventory collapsing, I have no idea what the effects of that would be. That's true. Dream agreed, frowning. He could indeed calm the raging storms of magnetic and gravitational waves, but not forever. It would consume energy faster than he could regenerate it. At some point, he would have to let it go, and that would not end well if he were anywhere close to people. Suddenly, though, he thought of something. Hang on, what if I separated space? Not like a bending, but a true spatial split in isolation. If I put it into my inventory then, it wouldn't be able to exert its effects on the inventory space. I could also slow the star down, making its effects on space less extreme. I hate that it's possible. Yes, we're doing this. All right, first things first, let's slow this down. Saying that, Dream burst out with his influence. He injected it into the entire star, spending energy on reducing the rotational momentum through his mechanical energy control skill. Ugh, that doesn't feel good. He groaned as energy was depleted at an alarming rate. It took around 90% of his energy to slow the speed by a quarter. Even with just this, though, Sophia was amazed. It had to be known that this single neutron star held the mass of an entire star, all compressed in that small space. It was also spinning incredibly quickly, making its momentum reach terrifying heights. To reduce that by a quarter was a feat of absolute power. Dream stopped when his energy was depleted, after which he waited for a few hours to get his energy back up. During this time, he realized that his energy regeneration was actually much faster than it used to be. Pleased by this unexpected boon, he reached out to the star again, this time reducing its speed by another half. After one more round, he brought it to a standstill. With that, space was no longer like a hurricane. Now it was only a plummeting vortex of doom. Dream checked to make sure his time dilation was good before moving on. Well, I think I can do more things with my surprising energy regeneration. Maybe it's because of the concepts I touched. I'm also feeling a greater attunement with the natural forces. It's pretty nice. Now, spatial splitting. Saying that, Dream looked at the space around the star. The third dimension existed independent of the space on top of it. The only thing Dream wasn't sure about was whether or not a small independent space could exist on its own and survive the gravitational pull of a star. Would it suck in the space? He didn't know. He at least wanted to try, though. After drawing upon his ether, he encompassed the neutron star. Because the space around it was so warped, he had to use more ether than normal. Eventually, though, he surrounded it. Then, he split space. Dream saw a tear, a split that revealed black nothingness. This wasn't the chaotic void, but instead a lack of light. This split spread until it encompassed the entire star. After that, the star's light totally disappeared. The gravity did as well. It was as if there was nothing even there. However, Dream felt a great strain on his energy. After splitting space, he had to fight to keep the two spaces separate. The outside space wanted to collapse in on the neutron star space. He had to make sure that didn't happen. Surprisingly, though, he found that the space around the neutron star was fine. After isolating the space, the neutron star drew the space around it inward. The barrier of space stopped at the skin of the star, though, not moving any further. While the star wanted to pull the space in more, it was stopped by its own matter. This formed a nice little sphere of space that was 12 miles wide. Seeing this, Dream was happy. The next moment, though, he became nervous. He had to put this thing inside his inventory. He didn't know what would happen, but he was an adventurous spirit, so he gave it a go anyway. Dream injected ether into his inventory, stabilizing the space several times over. Then, he encompassed the star with his influence. With a flick, the star instantly disappeared as it was inserted into the inventory. It was within the space that existed inside of Dream. When this happened, Dream focused entirely on his inventory. While studying ether, he had long since studied his inventory. He found that for some reason, everyone's soul produced their own independent space. This space was unlike the mind space that was immaterial. This inventory could store anything physical. The more powerful one was, the bigger and stronger the space was. In fact, with his power, Dream could reach into other people's inventories and directly take out or insert items. Only those who could protect their soul from him could stop this. The inventory space was special, but it still operated like normal space. Upon inserting the bubble of space that held the neutron star, Dream suddenly felt a massive weight come from within him. He quickly realized what was happening. I can isolate the space, but I still have to bear the weight of the mass. This would mean that my inventory is like its own dimension, with my soul as the support. My soul has to bear the weight of everything on top of the dimension, spatially isolated or not. Question is, can I bear this weight? Dream frowned as he waited. He could feel a huge pressure, as if his inventory wanted to crack apart, but it didn't. It had just enough integrity to bear the weight of a neutron star. Seeing that, Dream didn't bother reinforcing the space of the inventory, simply locking down the isolated bubble for the star. It wasn't about the strength of the space, but the strength of the dimension. Amazing. You fit an entire damn star in your inventory. Hey, the keeper used one as an energy source. Honestly, if I can't even hold onto a star, then what business do I have trying to match him? Anyway, it doesn't seem like my inventory will break down, so I'm probably okay. Only, this will be very uncomfortable. Dream sighed, bearing the pressure that was now constantly on his soul. It went so far as to inhibit the use of his skills. His soul was struggling to hold the star, and so it was reserving strength to handle it. But Dream didn't give in and kept the star within him. I'll hold it until the portal appears. If my situation gets worse, then I'll leave the star here. Otherwise, I'm taking it with me. With that declaration, Dream sat and waited. He pondered a myriad of subjects while carrying out small experiments and tests, biding his time until the portal appeared. Chapter 242, Portal. Gradually, the day for the portal to arrive approached. Sophia waited anxiously while Dream buried his nose in study. He solidified his theories about science. Ever since Dream touched the concepts of ethereal force and physical reality, he felt his understandings of physics and magic rise, especially when he actively studied them. It was like he could easily discover how they worked. This was definitely those concepts at play. Not only that, but they directly boosted his energy regeneration. This naturally meant his soul was stronger overall since it had to support such regeneration. Finally, When Dream looked at his mind space, he could faintly see two shimmering stars at the highest heights. These were the concepts he touched. They were the two tiny wisps he left as a mark on them. From these wisps came boundless power, but he wasn't sure how to tap into it. It was like a door he couldn't cross, forever teasing him with the temptations of what was inside. During this time of wait, Dream decided he could also help Sophia with his newfound knowledge. After the two worked together and integrated some new systems of information sorting and magical manipulation, Sophia was able to level up from level 74 to level 87. This caused Dream to shake his head. Sophia was amazingly profound, and she was harder to level up than manipulation skills. Dream assumed he would have to make a breakthrough in true information control in order to level her up more. With that, Dream continued to wait. Finally, the day of the portal came. Dream took out his pocket watch and waited those last several seconds that would determine if he would be stranded in deep space. When the clock struck 12, though, nothing happened. 2 more seconds passed, causing Dream to frown and Sophia to panic. "We're done. We're gonna watch the heat death of the universe. You're never gonna see your wives again. Since when did you get so nihilistic?" "That's my job. Just give it a bit. We're far enough to the point where it may not happen instantly." Saying that, Dream continued to wait. 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds. Each second, Dream frowned more and more. Although he didn't know how long he had stayed in the chaotic void, it shouldn't have been that long, otherwise he would be much farther. Had a bad feeling. Maybe my time dilation clock is wrong? Don't say that. That would mean we're really screwed. Let me check daff. Whoosh. Suddenly, as Dream was about to tear open his watch, he felt space twist in front of him. He froze as he saw a black vortex form in front of him. Haha, we're saved. Sophia cheered as the vortex stabilized. The portal worked. She wouldn't have to watch the heat death of the universe. Dream also smiled. The next moment, though, he checked his inventory. It looks like the star is resting nicely. The pressure is still there, but it's at least not getting worse. Your power had been inhibited by about 45% just from having that star in you. Are you really going to be okay with that when you're entering the inner universe soon? Yeah, I think so. Worst case, I just let it out when I need to, and destroy a world in the process. Hey, if they push me to that point, then it's their loss. Now, let's go home. Saying that, Dream stepped through the portal. He was wrapped up in space as he shot back into the chaotic void, shuttling back to Earth. I'm back. Several seconds later, Dream shot out of the portal. Behind him was the massive sun, but seeing its massive form, Dream was no longer impressed. The neutron star within him held about 50% more material than the sun. That meant that he held more material inside of him than the entire solar system combined. Of course, he couldn't extract much of this material, but that wasn't the point. Well, I think it's safe to say that I understand more now than when I left here. It was a valuable experience. Yes, so let's never do that again. Oh please, I know you had fun. Now let's go. We need to finalize the portal. Dream sucked the portal into his inventory as he said that. While the neutron star took up 99% of his inventory space, there was still a small sliver that he could put items in. Something small like a portal could fit inside without difficulty. Only if he tried to do something like putting a planet in his inventory would there be problems. Otherwise, he could still carry around a good amount. Dream was quick to return to Earth. It had only been a month since he left, and he was approaching the 10th year since he returned to Earth. Luna naturally noticed his arrival. Surprisingly, though, she didn't notice his departure. Looking back, Dream hadn't felt any changes to their connection when he was shot off into deep space. It looked like even though he was so far away, the soul bond still held strong. Dream still recollected his little field trip to Luna, though. Hearing what he did, she was stunned for a while. She then scolded his recklessness, telling him to remain in the solar system until he finished the portal. She didn't think there would come a day where she would have to actually ground Dream to the solar system. Dream agreed with a chuckle before flying to his Borg cube and going to work on top of it. It was here that he finally broke apart the portal, reforming it to his needs and preparing the gateway to the inner universe. Like that, a few more months passed. During this time, the Earth continued to advance with leaps and bounds, enjoying a golden age unlike any throughout history. In these past couple years, Luna hadn't appeared much to the public at all, instead letting her subordinates take the stage and do everything for her. She became elusive, and this was in order to let Earth adapt to her lack of presence. It would have to manage itself without her there after all, so she needed to make sure it could. For a long time, Luna didn't talk to a single person or touch a single document. Everything was totally hands-off, her appointed leaders taking her role, and she was pleased with their success. With the foundation she laid, everyone was able to continue to operate without her guidance. The gears of civilization kept turning under her autonomous systems. Now, she was just waiting. She and Alice both. Occasionally, they would sit in Earth's orbit and stare at Dream's cube, specifically his figure that worked on top of it. They could see him reform and enchant the portal continuously, even breaking apart the bracelet and integrating it into the portal. Neither of them knew what he was doing, but they didn't doubt him. They wouldn't be able to understand the portal even if they worked on it for 10 years. Finally, the day came. As Luna and Alice watched their husband work, they were stunned as a tear suddenly opened in space behind the portal. This tear was several meters wide, enough to fit several people side by side. Without suspense, Dream flew into the portal, disappearing to who knows where. Seeing this, the two were curious, but they waited patiently. Sure enough, Dream returned a few hours later, nodding to himself. He then turned to where Luna and Alice were sitting, waving them over. "So, how is it?" Luna asked as they approached. Dream's response surprised her. "It's done." "Done? Seriously?"
Yup.
He nodded. "I just need to input the coordinates, load it up with ether, and then we're good. Although, there's one problem I encountered just now." "What problem? Is it a bad one?" Luna asked worriedly. Dream shrugged. "It's not absolutely horrible. Its effects at least won't show within a few billion miles. Basically, there's a deviation in the pathways when they're created. It places you near the exit, not on it." "Well, that's not good. Can it be fixed?" "That's the problem. Since I'm not connecting to another anchor, I can only point us to our destination and fire. This would be fine across the span of a few light years, but we have to travel a lot farther than a few light years. I'm not sure exactly how far we need to go, but that deviation could take us a lot farther off target than we may want. Plus, I'm going to have to create individual channels for each of us. Once we enter the portal, I'm not gonna have much power over each person's shuttle path since the chaotic void is still able to overpower me slightly. Especially over time." Dream shook his head, laying out all the problems. He didn't like that this was an issue, but he had no other way to go about this. The portal didn't get an anchor. He would basically be shooting them all out of a cannon and hoping they landed on target. Luna pondered for a bit. She was also concerned about this uncertainty, but at the same time, she was eager to move on. She weighed her desire to leave Earth and desire for certainty. "I think we should try it anyway." She eventually spoke. "We may get off target, but we'll at least be dumped in the inner universe. Regardless of whether we hit our target or not, I believe in your power. You'll be able to get us anywhere else we need to go, right?" She nudged Dream with a smile as she said that. To that, Dream could only smile wryly. He had no idea what the inner universe was like, so how could he know if he could handle it? But he did have confidence in his tunneling ability. Either way, he could transport himself and the girls anywhere they wanted with relative certainty. It might take a few tries, but he could do it. "Well, all right then. I guess we can be officially considered ready to go. The portal is ready whenever we want to use it. I suggest we settle anything we need to here. Of course, I'm already good to go, so it's just you. After you do what you need to, we can go see our families one last time before leaving. We may not see them for a long time, right?" Dream nodded. He obviously couldn't leave without saying goodbye. From that day on, Dream and the girls did last-minute preparations. The one with the most preparations was actually Dream. He had a list of things to do, but luckily they could all be done quickly. First, he and Sophia tapped into the AIs that ran everything from the space elevators to the Borg cube. They set these AIs to continue operating, maintaining the supply of materials and machines as they have been for the past several years. They also input several contingencies for all kinds of different scenarios, making sure any unexpected situations could be handled. After that, Dream stocked up on various things, mainly his nanites and any highly advanced tech he had constructed. He immediately gave a ball of nanites to Alice, ensuring she could do the same as Luna and have a mobile workshop for any possible needs. He did the same for Iris as well, though this required him to wake her up and give her the news. Once Iris heard that the portal was ready, she instantly became lucid, her restrained urges flaring up. She wanted to rush over and enter it right that second. But Dream calmed her down, convincing her to wait just a little while longer. With that, he went with Luna and Alice to say their final goodbyes to their families. Dream's family had long been set up to live on the Tree Dome Island, where they enjoyed days of peace. However, when he went to announce his departure, he was bombarded by his sister. "You're taking me with you." Melody didn't hesitate to rush at him with her sword, chopping at him with her demand. Dream only rolled his eyes, grabbing the sword and turning it into billions of particles that floated away with the wind. Melody was stunned, but quickly regained her fighting spirit. "You're gonna make me another one of those when we get to the inner universe." Dream was silent as he gazed at his sister. She was only 2 years younger than him. They were very close, and because of this, Dream was worried. Not just whether or not she could handle the inner universe, but if she could handle the ride there. All this time, Melody hadn't advanced in level much. She was still around level 320. However, after so many years of fighting demons, they became nothing to her. At that time, Melody had gone to Luna and found people to fight with her. By now, she had fought every class 4 in the world at least once, and several of them had fought her hundreds of times. She constantly battled, constantly improving her skill. And when she wanted a true battle, Dream had constructed robots that could push her to her utmost limits. After such comprehensive training for so long, Melody had sharpened her skill to the utmost. Dream's bots had pushed her to refine absolutely every aspect of her combat: speed, strength, magic, stamina, defense, and combat sense. The bots forced her to develop everything, and Luna was usually there to give pointers. At Melody's power level, there was nobody that could beat her in skill. She was definitely cut out for this kind of life, a life of combat. Because of this, Dream knew she had stagnated. She was being held back by her level, and that could only increase if she found strong enemies to gain experience from. Only he could bring her to a place with those enemies. Melody saw Dream thinking and didn't disturb him. She did continue to glare at him though, ready to punch out with all her might if he said something she didn't like. "Fine." "Really?" Hearing that one word, Melody brightened up like never before. Dream nodded with a serious face. But you're doing everything I say and not leaving my sight. The forces I'm tampering with are not something you can handle. Make a mistake, and you'll be annihilated. Understood?" "Yes. Haha. I'll see you later, Mom." Melody cheered as she ran over to their mother and gave her a hug. Seeing this, Dream's mother could only chuckle. She could no longer make decisions for them or give them advice. Their power had far exceeded anything she understood. Plus, they were adults. They could make their own decisions, and she knew that they would take care of each other. "You two just be careful, and be sure to return when you get the chance. I'd like to see my children at least occasionally." "Of course." "All right, it's time to go. We finally get to fight some real enemies. I'm sick of those stupid robots," Melody murmured to herself as she packed some bags and loaded them into her inventory. Dream continued to say goodbye to his father and brothers before eventually taking Melody with him to the portal. Upon arrival, he could see Luna, Iris, and Alice standing there. With him and Melody, that made it 5 people going through the portal. "All right, listen close," Dream spoke as he touched the portal. "I'm going to be making 5 channels for each of us. When each of us steps through the portal, we'll be covered in a stable bubble of space. Each bubble will hold a set of coordinates that will guide you through the chaotic void. Just a note, if those coordinates are worn down by the void, then you'll be tossed aimlessly through the void. A mere few seconds can send you tens of thousands of light years away. I wouldn't be surprised if this ride lasts at least a day, so do be sure to not let anything happen to your space bubble or coordinates. Anyway, I've prepared suits for you all that will deploy if anything happens. They contain an extra supply of ether that will keep you safe until you at least get ejected from the void. Take them and we can get started." Saying that, Dream tossed 4 spheres to each of the girls. The spheres hit each person's hands before covering their bodies like a liquid. Then, they disappeared as they formed into an invisible barrier of space around each person. This was one of Dream's contingencies. He would obviously prepare for the worst. "All right, the portal is already loaded up. This is your last chance to do anything you need to," Dream warned as he activated the portal. It rapidly swirled as a spatial vortex was formed, piercing into the chaotic void and tearing open a hole. Everyone watched the void be torn open as they thought about anything last minute. However, since they were all transcendents who had strong minds, there was no way they would forget anything. Everyone shook their head. "We're ready." "Very well then. Oh, one more thing. Melody, take this." Suddenly, Dream sent out a small bracelet. Melody put out her hand, letting it slip over her wrist and tighten around her forearm. After that, she felt a searing pain in her soul as the bracelet sunk into her, forming a black tattoo. "What's this?" Melody asked as the pain subsided. The black tattoo had designs with stars on it. This was Dream's signature cosmic image, only it left a mark on her soul, so it couldn't be ordinary. "It's a piece of my soul. It's a watered-down version of my soul bond with those three. If anything happens, I'll be able to track you with it. I don't need you getting stranded in deep space forever, right?"
Thanks.
Melody nodded, thankful that her brother thought of this. She was the weakest here, and if she were ejected early, she would have to float among nothingness until she died. Nobody would find her unless it were by some miracle. With a piece of Dream's soul with her, though, he would be able to find her no matter where she was. It was a very comforting assurance. "Then let's go." Saying that, Dream linked up to everyone. Luna, Iris, Alice, and Melody all watched as he pulled them into the portal at the same time. Meanwhile, there was one person watching this from afar. The Archangel Gyros watched as Dream disappeared into the portal. The portal shut down not long after, sitting idly in its place. "So it's finally time." Gyros smiled before raising his hand. There was a device in it, the one he had given Dream many years ago. When this device was activated, it would call on Gyros and let him know that he could open the gates for Earth. Dream had activated this. Not long before he left, he had given a message to Gyros that he could finally expose Earth to the inner universe. Dream hadn't activated it until the last moment since he was going to leave Earth by his own power. Now, he had left, and in doing so, he had passed the torch to Gyros. Gyros nodded before turning and disappearing. A few days later, shockwaves shook the Earth as the mighty gates of heaven were opened, finally connecting the distant Earth to the inner universe. Meanwhile, after entering the portal, each of the girls felt their bodies be covered in a layer of elusive space. This space was incredibly stable, almost excessively so. They found it difficult to move their own bodies because the space around them was so locked down. As Dream warned, though, they didn't do anything to combat this. For the sake of safety, they let themselves be constrained. After that, everyone watched as they were shot through an endless darkness. This darkness attempted to penetrate into their stable bubble of space, chipping away at it in an attempt to tear it apart. The destructive power behind this darkness was oppressive, making them feel fear even from behind the shields of space. At the same time, each bubble of space glowed with a special set of coordinates. It was these coordinates that forced them in a certain direction in the chaotic void. None of them could feel a sense of direction, though. They felt like ships navigating a stormy sea, barely keeping afloat among the chaos. Their sense of time was also skewed. It was extremely disorienting. Dream kept an eye on everyone as they shuttled side by side. A minute passed quickly, causing Dream to sigh at the astronomical distance they had to travel. He knew that it would take a lot of power to resist the void for so long, so he especially prepared such airtight bubbles of space. However, as time passed, he began to grow with worry. Unlike what he thought, they had to travel for far more than a day. Dream saw his pocket watch tick past the 3-day mark. It was at this point that the void began infiltrating deeper into everyone's bubbles. It wanted to annihilate the set of coordinates and destroy everyone's souls. Everyone saw this and began to panic, especially Melody. She was at the mercy of her bubble's strength. As for Luna, she was actually able to reinforce her bubble. She used her strong and orderly power to reinforce the space around her. As for Alice, she seemed to become illusory, almost disappearing from the senses of the void. It lightened up on her, slowing the destruction. However, there was one that was in the worst position. Dream watched as Iris's bubble let in the power of the void. In fact, Iris was welcoming it. She smiled as those tendrils of chaos sought to tear her body apart. Dream tapped into his connection with Iris. "Hey, what's going on?" "Dream, this power is annihilation. Don't let it in. If your bubble breaks down, you'll be ejected from the tunnel. You know, that might not be such a bad thing." Iris spoke ominously. Dream frowned. Truthfully, Dream had ensured that Iris's bubble was the strongest. That was because her powers naturally disturbed everything, even space. If she wanted to, she could tear apart space with her power of annihilation. And she didn't have total control over her power. It naturally seeped out. This led to her bubble deteriorating quickly. Dream didn't know how much farther they had to go, but he was thinking she might not make it. It didn't seem like she minded it though. Retract your power. That bubble needs to last as long as possible. Dream raised his voice. Hearing his seriousness, Iris sighed and withheld her power. The bubble's deterioration slowed. In the next moment, the suit Dream gave her manifested, reinforcing the bubble. With that, she was safe. Dream shook his head, turning his attention to Melody and making sure she was safe. Like this, they continued on for another 5 days. Chapter 243, Separated/Armies. By the 7-day mark within the chaotic void, everyone's bubble had shrunk by half, only a few inches from their bodies. Iris's was even lesser, but Dream found that she could actually use her gluttony skill to eat the power of the void. This had shocked him, but it was a welcome surprise. With Melody's suit reinforcing her bubble, she was also able to hold out. As for Alice, while she could slow the destruction, she couldn't resist it. Hers was gradually pierced into, forcing her suit to manifest and help out. Luna and Dream were the best ones off. Dream had his supplies of ether and could tunnel through the void even without the portal. As for Luna, she could reinforce the space with her orderly powers, fighting the power of chaos. But it was clear they needed to do something. When the 8th day hit, Dream talked to Luna. "Help Alice. I'll try and merge your bubbles." "Okay." Luna nodded. The next moment, Dream's power reached through the void. He had to consume tons of ether and energy to even reach her bubble. After that, he pushed her close to Alice. After creating a channel between the two, he did a small merger, making it so that Luna could transfer her power over. Alice smiled in relief as Luna came to her aid. Seeing that it worked, Dream turned to Melody. He barely reached out to her bubble and pulled her close, anchoring her space to his. Like this, the two were mutually dependent. Dream used a lot of his stockpiles of ether to reinforce her bubble, barely giving her a little more breathing room. The power of the void was just too strong, and creating any form of space was exceedingly difficult. He couldn't imagine anyone without the ability to manipulate ether attempting to navigate the void. After Melody and Alice were secured, Dream looked to Iris. She continued to eat the void that pierced into her bubble, never tiring and never getting full. This power was accumulated within her, able to be used for anything she wished. She frequently expressed to Dream how good it was to have a decent meal. She hadn't had one like it in years. With that, he didn't worry much about her. He turned his head forward, watching the nothingness around them pass by. It was like they were fish in a sea of darkness. However, out of nowhere, the sea suddenly changed. As Dream was watching the void around them, he suddenly felt a tyrannical, deadly power flush into their bubbles. The entire void changed from black nothingness to a sea of blood and violence. He had no idea what was going on. Damn! He cursed as he reinforced his and Melody's bubble that got worn down at an alarming rate. Luna was forced to summon her energy as well. As for Iris, her eyes brightened as she intentionally let this energy in so she could eat it. "Haha, this is amazing." Iris giggled as that sea of red flooded into her bubble. Dream was alarmed as it filled the bubble, Iris indulging in the rich energy. Her bubble got dangerously close to bursting. If that happened, she would be ejected. "Iris, Dream, protect your bubble. Are you trying to get ejected?" Dream shouted. He wanted to reach out and reinforce her bubble, but she was farther away than Luna or Alice. He could barely reach their bubbles, let alone hers. She shook her head though. "Do you know where this is? This is where the demons live. This is demon territory." Iris looked around. Hearing her, Dream poked around the red sea around him. Indeed, he could feel the aura of demons. Iris continued. "Dream, I think I should stop here." "What? Why? I'm not like you guys. I need to fight. I need to eat. The demon territories are the best places to do that. At least there, I don't have to eat people." She spoke, this time with a bit more of a solemn attitude. Dream turned serious hearing her. He knew what demon territories were, and he knew what Iris desired. "Is this really what you want? If you leave now, We may not see each other for a very long time. It could be decades before I'm able to find you. I want you to thrive, Iris. But do you want to do that in the demon territories? Dream. I'm more like the demons than people. Like you said, I'm your little bundle of chaos. Besides, it's been 10 years, Dream, and I'm really, really hungry. Dream was silent. Indeed, he had made her wait for 10 years. During this time, she couldn't eat. The souls and energy of the demons on Earth couldn't satiate her endless hunger. She had withheld those cravings for a long time. She had resisted her very nature in order to wait for him to finally build the portal. Now, she wanted to give in. She wanted to eat without restraint. Against the demons, there would be no remorse. She could go around eating anybody she saw. She could finally indulge and rid herself of her hunger. Dream thought he didn't want to separate, but this would be what's best for Iris. The two looked at each other, and Dream spoke. I'll find you. No, I'll find you. Wait for me while I become powerful. I can't let you keep surpassing me. When I'm confident I can surpass you instead, I'll search for you. With that declaration, Iris smiled. After that, she stopped eating all of the destructive energy that poured into her space bubble. At the same time, her suit activated. Dream watched as the suit forced her body into a specific channel of space, diverting away from them. After following that channel, she disappeared, ejected from the void. Luna and Alice saw this, but didn't say anything. They kept shuttling through the void. Eventually, the surroundings turned from red to black again. For another 2 days, they flew through the void relatively peacefully. However, this peace didn't last long. Suddenly, the surrounding void turned white. At the same time, the pressure on them became less chaotic and more manageable. However, with this came another issue. Space channels. Watch out. Dream spotted several channels in space. These channels all led somewhere, likely other portals. There were tons of them, and if they got caught in one, then they would be carried along it. Unfortunately, only Dream could maneuver through the void. Luna had to exert her full power to barely avoid these channels. For a while, she kept on track with Alice. But after a while, the channels became denser. She couldn't avoid them. She looked at Dream. Don't worry about us. Just be safe. Hang on. If I can just daff. Dream reached out, using his power to reach toward Luna and Alice. However, they were moving too fast, and the distance between them had widened. Before he could reach them, their bubbles hit a space channel. Dream watched as they were diverted away, going to who knows where. Damn, he cursed, focusing back on his and Melody's bubble. He avoided the channels for another several hours until they became sparser. Then, he suddenly started to slow. We're here. Dream was surprised as a tear opened in front of them. Frowning, he shot into that tear. He didn't care where it took him. He just wanted to get back into regular space. Without suspense, he was ejected from the void. The tear closed behind him, leaving no trace he had been there. Pop. Suddenly, above a serene grassland, 2 people warped into existence. With a yell, they fell to the ground. One landed gracefully, while the other face planted into the floor. Oof, it's like you forget that you can use magic sometimes. Dream shook his head as he watched his sister eat dirt. As she pulled her head out of the ground, he looked around. Around him was nothing but vast grassland, vibrant and green. The sky was pink, and up there hung a large blood-red star. As he stood there, though, Dream's soul suddenly shook. He felt a connection being made to the larger forces of nature that surrounded him. Not only that, but the connections to the concepts in his mind space strengthened. He felt a vast power flood through his soul, strengthening it and increasing his limits. Whoa! He trembled a bit. Dream immediately realized that in this world, magic was more pronounced. The ambient mana was incredibly dense, easily condensed to a liquid. Flux was also plentiful, and when the wind blew, Dream could feel mana brush by him. Everything in this world was attuned to the arcane. It was a far cry from Earth. In this kind of a place, any magic would be amplified, and it would be much easier to advance in classes, right? Although, it's a little stuffy. I'll have to get used to it, Melody spoke as she wiped off some dirt and straightened her clothes. She had also noticed the difference. It hit both of them like a truck. Out of nowhere, though, Dream suddenly got a notification. Alert! Universal position altered. Individual has entered the bounds of the inner universe. Making contact with Record. Establishing con. This again? Dream frowned as the notifications suddenly cut out. Then, he felt a change in his title. Alert. Isolating contact with record. Connection isolated. Rerouting to subsystem. Wanderer. Seeker status verified. Silas Dreamer. Welcome to the inner universe. Messages appeared in front of him. Dream was perplexed as this new system greeted him. It continued. Note. Because you have entered the inner universe, the presence of the record is deeper. Note. You have 3 max skills. To evolve your skills, please return to the legacy space for class advancement. Note. Because you have connected to the subsystem. Wanderer. Your profile has changed in order to reconcile the discrepancy in your power. Note. Specialists of the faction. Wanderer. Have a presence across the entire inner universe. To display your Seeker status, manifest your title. Good luck, Seeker. May your name be carved among the stars. With that, the notifications ended. Dream's eyebrow raised. He opened his profile the next moment. Profile. Name. Silas Dreamer. Species. Metacosmic Psyche. Class. Prophet. Title. Origin Seeker. Husband. Level. 398. Stats. Ethereal Pool. SSS plus Mind X. Vitality. SSS plus Will X. Skills. Sophia. LVL 87. Arcana. LVL Max. Universal Language. LVL Max. Particle Manipulation. LVL Max. Arcane Transmutation. LVL 75. So the stats changed. Dream looked over everything. The first thing he noticed was the names of the stats. Before, they were Strength, Stamina, Agility, and Magic. Dream had disregarded these things since they didn't exactly apply to him, who didn't have a physical body. Now, though, the stats were more applicable. The ethereal pool was his pool that held all the mystical energies like mana, flux, and ether. His entire body and soul contained this ethereal pool. Vitality was the strength of his soul, basically a measurement of his life capacity. A lesser soul would have a lesser life capacity, meaning they would live shorter lives and couldn't take as much damage. Mind was the strength of his mind space. Dream's mind space was exceptionally solid, especially after being broken and reformed a few times over. His mind could comprehend and contain vast power. This included the concepts he touched. A weak mind couldn't touch upon a concept without shattering. As for will, that was Dream's influence. His will was different from others, taking on the attribute of his gray mist. This made it so that his will encompassed a smaller area, but within that area it was sovereign. Right now, the size of Dream's will was about 10 miles. He could freely condense this down to only a few feet. Naturally, Dream's stats were high. Before, his stats were only displayed as S+. That was due to his gray mist obscuring his real power and his title interfering with the system's measurements. Now, it was properly reflected. To some extent at least, Dream wasn't sure how amazing these stats were in relation to class levels. He assumed that X stats meant the highest, while SSS stats were the highest under X stats. He really would have to figure out how good this was. The change in stats was the only significant difference. The distinction between active and passive skills was also removed, just leaving skills. This wasn't that important though. Nothing fundamentally changed. Another thing Dream discovered though was the ability to display his profile. He could actually manifest the screen, letting others see it. He could pick which parts, like his stats or titles. If he wanted to show his Seeker title, he would just manifest that part. While it was a nice function, Dream wasn't sure why he would ever use it. With that, Dream was properly introduced to the inner universe. Pushing aside his profile, Dream turned to Melody. She was seeing the same things he was. He let her finish. Once Melody became lucid, she turned and looked around her. There was still nothing but grasslands, but just being here felt different. The gravity here is about 8 times stronger than Earth's. As she observed the vast lands, Melody heard Dream speak. She turned to him before looking down, jumping in place to feel the much stronger gravity pulling her down. Wow, that's weird. It'll take some getting used to. This planet has to be even larger than Jupiter, and much more massive. Though I'm perplexed. By what? There's actually a repulsive force coming from the center of this planet. Dream let out some of his will, feeling the movement of energy around him. This planet was releasing a wave of force that was a combination of ether and flux. This force pushed everything upward, even people, but that left him recalculating the force of gravity. If there was a magical repulsive force, yet gravity was still 8 times stronger than Earth's, just how strong was the gravity without the repulsion? It was probably at least 10 times stronger. This place is very interesting. It's definitely not a normal planet. That makes sense though. The inner universe has been among the presence of mystical energies for far longer than Earth. Some places in the outer cosmos don't even have mana and such. I'm curious about the phenomena that would come from the long-term saturation of mana. Dream rubbed his chin, wishing to do some experiments. He held back though. He had to take care of his sister. All right, we need to figure out where we are. We should see if we can't find signs of civilization. I don't think that'll be a problem. Dream looked at Melody. She was gazing off into the distance on the left, tracing her line of sight. He looked at what she saw, his eyebrows raised. At this moment, there were thousands of little dots scattered through the air, flying toward them. Dream looked closely and could see giant flying blue ships, some shaped like boats and others shaped like planes. There were easily tens of thousands of ships flying toward them, and each one could easily fit 100 people within. He could feel a massive collective aura wash over him and Melody. This startled him even more. Behind us too, Melody spoke, causing Dream to whip his head around to the right side. The same scene repeated itself. Tens of thousands of ships were flying over. Only these were red. Dream and Melody were being squished between these two groups that didn't seem to be friendly with each other. What's going on? Dream had a bad feeling. Suddenly, when each group was 5 miles away from each other, the ships opened up and hundreds of thousands of people flew out. They blotted out the sky like locusts, lining up in various formations. Dream just pulled Melody close to him, making sure his will could easily protect her. Blue Blood Clan, your day of reckoning had come. Suddenly, there was a booming shout. A single ray of light shot out from one of the largest flagships on the right side. A man in violent red armor appeared in the skies. Dream felt powerful fluctuations of mana from this man. He was stunned by the aura. This man is a class 5, a strong one too, much stronger than the angel Gyros. Dream immediately assessed the man's level. While Dream was easily as strong as a class 5 himself, this guy had to be a high-level class 5. Dream wasn't any less confident in being able to beat such a character, thought it would be interesting to fight a man that forced out more of Dream's power. Red Eye Clan, your violence must be checked. Since you have marched onto our doorstep, then prepare yourselves. Another booming voice was heard. A blue beam of light shot into the sky, facing off against the red armored man. This second man was dressed in flowing blue robes, an ethereal but sharp demeanor. It was definitely more refined than the violent and brutal aura that the red armored man let out. Better yet, he wasn't any less powerful. These two men stood across from each other. Meanwhile, the armies behind them let loose their fighting spirit. Dream watched as both sides drew swords, spears, bows, and more. Are we seriously on a battlefield? Dream's eye twitched. He just got here and was being caught in the crossfire between these two massive armies. He could tell that the lowest level fighters were class 3, while a significant amount were class 4s. This single gathering of armies surpassed the cumulative fighting power of Earth. After all, Melody had been one of only a few hundred class 4s on the entire planet after many years of development. Dream found it rather unbelievable. Just how massive were these clans who could contain such powerful people? Soldiers, heed my command. At this moment, the red armored man raised a sword to the sky. The sky turned from pink to red, the aura of the entire army calling upon a wave of momentum. These soldiers looked like bloodthirsty tigers, just waiting to pounce. Right as this happened, the blue-robed man drew his own spear, pointing it at the red armored man. A blue wave washed over the sky, covering the blue army. The red armored man sneered, bringing down his sword. Charge! Chapter 244. Harvest. Charge! Let's go! Fight them! The red army moved, rushing forward to their enemies. The blue army responded at the same time. Arrows, spells, and even people's weapons came shooting through the sky. Waves of dense mana flooded forth, threatening to destroy anything in its way. Dream, who was in the middle of this, frowned. One of these people would be nothing to him, but there were hundreds of thousands. These attacks would collide with him in between. Stay on me. Dream covered himself and Melody in his will as she moved close. The next moment, metal flooded from his body, covering the two up in a diamond-shaped pyramid. Dream enchanted the metal, reinforcing it. Boom. Then, the attacks collided. A mass of mana crashed down upon Dream's pyramid, washing over it. This was an insane amount of mana and power. Luckily, most of it was deflected, and he didn't even use much energy. We're moving. The next moment, the pyramid was taken down. Dream grabbed Melody before warping space around him. Another thing he had noticed was that space in this world was insanely stable, so it would be much more difficult to just tear it. Wait, when he was about to move though, Melody shouted. He turned to her, wondering what she wanted. Let's stay. Stay? For what? We need to find people. Well, these are people. Let's join the red side. That Red Eye clan. Join them? Dream pondered. They did indeed need to find people. They needed to know where they were. Picking a side wasn't a horrible idea. As for which side, Dream didn't particularly care. He knew Melody liked the red side since she was violent like them. So without much thought, he nodded. Fine then. Just stay close. We still can't stay here. Sure. Melody clapped excitedly. The next moment, the light around Dream bent, making them invisible. Dream then enveloped him and his sister with mana, shooting to the red side. As he approached, the soldiers of the red side frowned. Although Dream was invisible, they could still slightly feel his presence. They couldn't react quickly enough though before that presence shot past them, approaching their backline. There was only a small amount of people who noticed him though. Everyone else kept charging forward. It wasn't long before the two armies clashed. Blood spilled and dyed the grasslands red and blue. The Blue Blood clan truly had blue blood. Dream maneuvered through the charging army, finally reaching the area underneath all the floating ships. There were small ships, large ships, and then flagships. There were still people within these flagships, obviously some kind of military personnel. Dream was about to fly up to the flagship when suddenly, he detected someone in front of him. This person was hiding themselves, but he could rather easily detect them. Can I help you? I should be the one asking that. Seeing as how he was made, the man appeared. This man was geared in assassin-type clothing, with a hood that tried to conceal his face. Dream saw past it all though, able to see how this man was middle-aged. Because of universal language, they were also able to communicate without the language barrier. Who are you? You don't seem to be someone from the Blue Blood clan. I'm not. I'm a stranger in a new land, and I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was actually hoping to talk to someone who could let me know what's going on. Oh, I'm not inclined to believe you, but you truly are a stranger. I'll give you that. The assassin looked Dream up and down. Dream was dressed in his casual suit, a style of clothing this man had never seen before. It definitely didn't come from the Blue Blood clan who wore robes like scholars. Then there was the girl behind Dream who wore even more exotic clothing in the form of sweatpants and a tank top. Needless to say, they really weren't from around here. Only, it was too much of a coincidence for them to suddenly appear here during the outbreak of a massive battle. He couldn't help but be skeptical. Look, I'd rather not have gotten caught in the crossfire, but I need some basic knowledge. This girl here chose to come here instead of toward the Blue Blood clan. Dream pat Melody on the head. She just looked toward the assassin, fighting spirit blazing in her eyes. The assassin was impressed. Oh, I see. Well, if this were any other time, I'd help. But we're at war, and I can't be too careful. That's what I thought. In that case, what if I offered some assistance? Assistance? Yeah, for instance, those two people fighting up there are evenly matched. If I were to join the battle, I'm sure I could at least ensure that your side wins. You? Join that battle? The assassin went wide-eyed. He poked at Dream with his will, but when it washed over him, he found nothing. The assassin could only see Dream's shell, not a hint of his power. Dream looked like a mortal. At least Melody let out a fierce aura, giving him an idea of her strength. The assassin frowned. What level are you? I'm close to becoming a class 5. Is that so? You don't have a spirit body though. So how high are your stats? Oh, but I do have a spirit body. You just can't see it. Dream smiled, causing the assassin to be skeptical. The next moment, he became thoughtful. He couldn't detect Dream's power. That meant he was either really weak or really powerful. The assassin knew it was the latter. As he pondered, though, Dream sighed. All right, let's keep this simple. I'll go help your guy win. Aegis, stick with Melody. Of course, my lord. Saying that, Aegis exited from Dream's body, manifesting in his armor form. Seeing Aegis, the assassin was shocked. Unlike Dream, Aegis let out an unfathomable aura, filled to the brim with explosive power. It was clear that Aegis could stomp this assassin into the floor. After that, Dream rose up into the sky. The assassin saw this, but didn't bother stopping him. Instead, he took out a rectangular piece of stone, inserting his mana and speaking into it. Ra. Up in the sky, the red-armored man fought with a raging spirit against the blue-robed man. The two constantly exchanged attacks, neither being able to absolutely overcome the other. Despite this, their fighting spirits only soared. Spear collided with sword, sending out shockwaves of mana. At some point, though, the red-armored man heard a voice in his mind. Sir, there's a rogue fighter coming toward you. Report says that he's friendly, but be on guard. With that, the voice cut out. The red-armored man frowned, wondering why he received such an odd report. As he continued fighting, though, he felt a presence behind him. With the appearance of this presence came a beam of light. This light shot toward the blue-robed man, crashing into him. The blue-robed man naturally saw this, but the light moved too fast for him to block. The light pierced into his chest. Zip. Upon hitting his chest, the light pierced straight through, continuing to sail into the boundless sky. The blue-robed man felt a sharp pain in his spiritual body, causing him to back away with a groan. Ack, who is it? The blue-robed man shouted in anger. He and the red-armored man turned to the unexpected third party. They laid eyes on a rather nonchalant young man holding some kind of weapon in his hand. This young man was Dream. Oh, I'm surprised that was so effective. Though, it did consume an entire fusion marble. Again, only limited by my energy reserves. Dream spoke. In his right hand was a pistol. His left hand also held a marble. This marble was dim, as if it had run out of energy. This was his fusion marble, one of his most powerful energy sources. These marbles were being used as bullets in his pistol. This was one of the advanced technologies Dream had created. He could fire bundles of energy faster than any bullet, and these bundles of energy were converted to magical force upon impact through arcane transmutation, able to affect magic and spiritual bodies like a normal magic spell. The only problem was that not all the energy got converted because Dream didn't enchant the marbles to convert their full power. Either way, it seemed to be enough to fight a Class 5. It pleased Dream. Who are you? Seeing how he didn't respond, the red-armored man asked. He remembered the transmission he received talking about a third party. Dream looked at the armored man. I'm here to help. You should have received that message about a rogue fighter. That's me, and yes, I'm actually friendly. Huh. The red-armored man was surprised. When he swept his will over Dream, he also only saw the shell, nothing underneath. However, his power wasn't just for show. Unlike the assassin, he could detect a deep, seething power within Dream. He became solemn. Dream had also heard that transmission, something that was usually extremely hard to do. Why are you interfering in this battle? Did they pay you? Whatever they paid, I'll double it. The blue-robed man hastily spoke. He immediately knew that Dream could threaten him, but Dream also didn't look to be a part of the Red Eye clan. He looked like some random Class 5 that the red-armored man hired to help. Hearing the offer, Dream could only smile wryly. Maybe he should take whatever this payment was and actually get something out of helping. Since Melody liked the Red Eye clan, though, he couldn't really do that. He shook his head. I'm not negotiating. So, Mr. Red Eye, are we fighting this guy, or what? Dream spoke to the red-armored man. After processing the situation, the red-armored man nodded. He didn't why Dream was here, but for the sake of the battle, he had no reason to make things complicated.
Yes.
Damn you. You hire outsiders to interfere in our war. Coward. The blue-robed man cursed. With Dream there to tip the scales, he would be the one to lose. The red-armored man frowned. Quiet. As if you blue bloods haven't called upon other clans to assist you. Now die here. Damn you. The two shot toward each other, clashing once more. However, the blue-robed man used the collision to suddenly turn and shoot away. I will remember this. You will pay for your dirty tactics. Not so fast. Suddenly, as the blue-robed man started to run, Dream appeared in front of him. The blue-robed man's eyes shot open. Stunned? How? None of your concern. Dream held up his pistol, aiming it at the man's head. The man couldn't dodge the beam of light that pierced through his face. Ah! After getting a hole in his head, the blue-robed man called upon all his mana. A headshot to a spiritual body wouldn't actually instantly kill someone. It would take thoroughly destroying the body to kill someone. Seeing all the mana being summoned, Dream put away the pistol. The next moment, his mortal shell started to crack, revealing the cosmic form underneath. The blue-robed man watched as Dream's body was sucked inward. Then, when he laid eyes on Dream's full cosmic form, his soul shook. Freeze. The mana he was controlling suddenly stopped. All of space, mana, and matter within a 3-mile radius ceased moving as it was encompassed by a gray mist. This was Dream's will. Even the soldiers below found their bodies frozen in place, as if time itself had ceased to move. All eyes fell upon Dream's cosmic form, that terrifying window to the universe. A Class 5 soul. Since I'm going to kill you anyway, I may as well get something out of it. Dream's voice echoed in the minds present, like some kind of ethereal god. The blue-robed man was horrified as his soul was oppressed. While he was able to fight for control of his mana, it was exceedingly difficult. He stumbled on his words. Didomain, who are you? None of your concern. Dream spoke again, pointing his finger at the blue-robed man. A light gathered on his fingertip. Space bent around it, and mana was dangerously compressed. The blue-robed man shuddered at the power behind this finger. Ah! He yelled, bringing forth his full power. A barrier was created in front of him as his own will was released, resisting Dream's. After that, the light on Dream's finger stopped compressing. It shot out. The blue-robed man braced for impact. However, the light never came. It disappeared. When that happened, the blue-robed man felt his neck tingle. His head spun around him. How? He saw the light, spiraling toward him from behind. It had teleported behind him. He couldn't react. Zip. The light sunk into his body. The blue-robed man froze, his entire being shuddering. Then, light started to shine from within him. It caused his body to crack open, blue blood spilling from all over. He trembled even more, his aura constantly weakening. He could feel an invasive power within him, destroying the connection between his soul and spiritual body. This power was unimaginably precise, not harming his soul in the slightest. However, it was also unfathomably painful. The man's mind threatened to collapse under such torture. No! Boom! With a final shout, the man exploded. His body was reduced to nothing. In its place, a bright wisp appeared. Dream got excited. This was his soul. Come here. Dream reached out and grabbed the soul. His entire will concentrated on the wisp, restraining it. Just because the body was gone didn't mean the person was dead. This was especially so for a Class 5. The blue-robed man, now merely a soul, pleaded, "Let me go, please. Believe me, you don't want to live through what I'm going to do to you." Dream spoke, his words dangerously ominous. The blue-robed man, or rather his will and mind, fell into despair. When he saw Dream's power crash down upon him and threaten to wipe out his being, he couldn't find it in him to resist. Crack. The blue-robed man's mind space completely shattered, his will dispersing. With that, his being was wiped out. Dream maintained the integrity of the soul. In his eyes, it was now just research material. However, not long after Dream killed the man, he could see a bright light in his vision. This light didn't come from the physical world, but rather something far beyond it. Dream suddenly had a thought. This was divine light, otherwise known as experience. You have killed the level 472. Lasker Ming, you have leveled up? Warning. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Oh. Seeing the sudden notifications, Dream was surprised. It had been a decade since he had leveled up, and since he was already at the peak of Class 4, it only took this single kill for him to gain enough experience. He could see that flash of light sink into him before fading. With it, Dream felt a tiny boost in his soul energy and mental capacities. He smiled at this good feeling before focusing back on the soul he harvested. After covering the soul in a container of mana, Dream locked it down, forcefully keeping the soul from dispersing. After that, he reverted back into his mortal shell. the red armored man, who had been standing at the side, watched as Dream put the glowing wisp that was the soul into his pocket like some kind of common item. The surroundings were silent. Even the armies below had stopped fighting. They all looked at Dream with terror in their eyes. Not only had he killed their leader, but he had harvested his soul. If he killed them too, their souls would be harvested. They would never find peace in death. Retreat. When that word echoed, the blue army suddenly started to run away. Seeing this, the red army snapped out of it and gave chase. Thousands more blue soldiers were killed before the army got back to their ships, quickly turning and flying away. At that point, the red army stopped. They were a bit dazed. Was the battle over just like that? They all turned to Dream, who stood next to the red armored man. The red armored man couldn't help but feel fear in front of Dream himself. It was scary to know that his soul could be harvested so easily. Unfortunately, Dream didn't intend on revealing the fact that killing the man and harvesting his soul had taken around 25% of his energy. Dream could only do that a few more times in a short time span, especially since his power was being suppressed by the neutron star in his inventory. "What's your name?" the red armored man carefully asked. Dream smiled. "Dream, you can just call me that." "I see. Well, Dream, my name is Durak, and I thank you for the assistance." "Sure. After this, I have some questions I want to ask." "Of course. Come with me to the flagship." Saying that, Durak led Dream to the flagship. At the same time, the Red Army fell back to their ships as well. As he boarded the ship, Melody also flew over to him. "Hey, good job. I didn't realize you could kill a Class 5 so easily." Melody chuckled. As for harvesting the soul, she didn't really care. She had seen amazing things from Dream far more shocking than harvesting a soul. Besides, he was her brother. She had no reason to feel fear. Dream rolled his eyes. Durak just smiled a little as he led the two into the flagship. After arriving at the bridge, Dream was greeted with the fearful gazes of a dozen military officers. When the entire army was back on their ships, the fleet turned and flew off in another direction. Dream and Melody sat in a seat as Durak went around settling matters. When he was finally done, he respectfully sat down across from them. Chapter 245, Azura. "So Dream, what questions did you have?" Durak asked as he sat down. Dream didn't immediately respond, instead observing the ship he was in. This ship was flying exceptionally fast. Dream had realized that his speed was many times slower after arriving in this world. This was because the space was incredibly stable, resulting in more force being needed to warp and bend it. Dream estimated that his top speed of 10 million miles per hour would be reduced to around 800,000 miles per hour. This was 8% of his previous speed, and it represented the space's integrity that was at least 10 times stronger than the space around Earth. Naturally, this was because of the difference between the inner and outer universe. The inner universe was supposedly the origin of all mystical energies like mana, flux, and ether. And because the material of the inner universe had been saturated for so long, it led to phenomena like this. Despite his reduction in top speed though, Dream still retained an insanely fast speed. Right now, the ship he was in was merely pulling the mana around it, resulting in it moving forward and flying. It was able to do so incredibly fast though, resulting in a speed of around 60,000 miles an hour. While this wasn't as fast as Dream, it was able to contain all the people within, making it a great tool for transporting large amounts of people. After all, not everyone could travel at 60,000 miles an hour individually. As for the previous battle, the blue-robed man hadn't even been able to react to Dream's speed. He started to run away, but his speed was only supported by the movement of mana. It was clear that the blue-robed man didn't know how to wield ether, and by extension not bend space. Naturally, moving along mana couldn't compare to bending space. It made Dream's movements seem like teleportation. Of course, as an up-close observer of Dream's battle, Durak had seen all this. Dream's abilities were beyond his understanding. This made him believe that he was some kind of rogue Class 6. However, as Durak waited for Dream to respond, he was able to feel Dream's aura. As a Class 5 who had a better soul, he could naturally sense a Class 4 soul easily. Although Dream's power greatly inhibited his senses, he was still able to detect it. A Class 4 soul, Dream was a Class 4. This conclusion, he almost refused to believe it. A Class 4 could easily kill him. That was an impossible thought. As Durak felt his mind become turbulent, Dream finally spoke. Durak, what's the world we're on? I don't exactly know where we are. Could you give me a rundown? Dream asked. Despite his power, he wasn't arrogant, lofty, or boasting. He acted like a normal, decent man having a casual conversation. Dream only cared about the pursuit of knowledge. He didn't care about status, rank, or things like image. Those things felt so inconsequential in front of the things he knew. Hearing him, Durak came to attention. Seeing Dream's casual attitude, he felt relieved. At least Dream was somewhat easy to be around. Though, he was surprised about the question. How could Dream not know where he was? Durak still answered. This world is known as the Blood Azura world, a secondary world. Right now, we're located between the territories of the Red Eye clan and Blue Blood clan. If you're wondering about beyond the Blood Azura world, then we're in the Azura territories. This Blood Azura world is controlled by the Blood Drop Azura clan within a portion of these territories. That clan controls a primary world, though they do have a branch clan on this world, Azura. Wait, did you say Blood Drop? Suddenly, Melody spoke up over Dream. Durak nodded. Yes, the Blood Drop clan is one of the 7 major Azura clans. Each of those clans resides on a primary world, but they have various branches across a myriad of secondary worlds. All right, hang on. Dream put a hand up, preventing Melody from saying anything else. He looked at Durak. You said Azura. Azura clans. First, tell me what Azuras are. You've never heard of Azuras? I have, but I don't know anything about them. I don't come from here. But your friend is an Azura. Durak looked at Melody, confused. How could Dream not know about Azuras if he was being accompanied by one? Dream understood his confusion, but he wasn't about to explain. Just tell me about the Azuras. Tell me about territories, worlds, and factions. Very well. Durak decided to just answer the questions. Azuras are one of the sub-factions in the universe. There are the 2 main factions of Heaven, Hell, and then the elusive Wanderer faction. Then, there are 2 other sub-factions. Azuras are one, while the Immortals are another. Each faction controls territories. In the case of the Azuras, our territories extend over many secondary worlds and 7 primary worlds, housing 7 different major clans. So what are these worlds? There are 4 main types of worlds, formally graded by tiers. Tier 0 worlds are those that have no mana. Tier 1 worlds are worlds recently blessed by mana. Tier 2 worlds, otherwise known as secondary worlds, are worlds that have formed a Terra core. Tier 3 worlds, otherwise known as primary worlds, are worlds that generate ether after becoming in tune with concepts. There's also a legendary Tier 4 world, but nobody knows much about those. Durak stopped there. Dream quickly processed what he said, an outline forming in his mind. A Tier 0 world would be like what Earth had been before the arrival of mana. After the arrival of mana, it turned into a Tier 1. As for Tier 2s and Terra cores, Dream would need to learn more about those. However, he felt it had something to do with the magical repulsion he felt coming from within the planet. As for factions, Dream had already been exposed to the knowledge about it. The angel Gyros had told him that he was someone of the Wanderer faction. Then there was Heaven and Hell. These were the 3 main factions of the universe. Apparently, Azuras had built up a sub-faction. Then there were the Immortals, a new name Dream knew nothing about. Each faction had territories. Suddenly, Dream thought back to when he and the girls were tunneling through the chaotic void. They had encountered a very different void, a destructive, blood-red void. Iris had spoken of the demons, and the void truly gave off a demonic energy. That should have been them entering Hell's territories. As for the white void they encountered afterward, that was probably Heaven's territories. These territories could apparently manifest their effects on the void. Dream didn't have a map of all the worlds or territories, but he at least had a good outline for what to expect. He was in the Azura territories, specifically on a secondary world subordinate to a primary world. He nodded in understanding. The next moment, though, he frowned. He looked at Melody. During her Class 4 advancement, her species was changed to an Azura. Even this Durak could tell she was one. Now, they arrived in the Azura territories. Better yet, one of Melody's skills was called the Blood Drop stance. This had to be related to the Blood Drop clan that was one of the 7 major Azura clans. Dream felt anger well up within him. That damn god, leading me around again. No, he's leading my sister around? Of course he couldn't leave her alone. What the hell does he have planned this time? For all I know, The separation from my wives was another plan of his. For a moment, Dream felt an intense rage. He had planned to walk with his wives around the inner universe, carving out a spot for themselves while rising in power side by side. But now, plans were changed, and Dream had a feeling that this was intended. It all led back to that god, the one who always messed around with Dream's fate. As Dream felt this rage, Durak and Melody recoiled a bit. From Dream, they could feel his rage. It caused the area around him to seethe with his will. Dream, Melody shouted as his will got close to her. Hearing his sister, Dream snapped out of it, retracting his will. Melody sighed. What are you so mad about? Nothing. What was that anyway? I've never had Bai will go out of control like that. Dream frowned. The reason nobody could ever feel anything from him was because he had absolute control over his power. Without his intention, nothing would happen. Seeing this lack of control concerned him. He knew it had something to do with him being on this new world. Durak suddenly chimed in, feeling a tiny bit of sweat bead on his forehead. I believe that's due to your domain. Domain? I heard that other guys say something like that. What's a domain? Dream asked curiously. Apparently, when he released his will, it had shocked the blue-robed man. Dream didn't know why. Durak smiled bitterly. A domain is an area of absolute control that stems from one's will. Anybody within another's domain is suppressed. Within the domain, one can manifest their powers anywhere. If one uses an element, like fire, then their domain would be one of fire. It would burn away anything inside. However, domains are extremely hard to form. Normally, only someone with a will stat of X or someone who can touch a concept can form a domain. I haven't even begun to form one. Durak felt a bit miserable. If he was right, then Dream was a class 4, and he had formed a domain. His base power exceeded his own at such a low level. This also meant that Dream's will stat was at X, which it was. To think a class 4 had higher stats than him. Meanwhile, Dream pondered this domain thing. It was true that his will was strong, but he thought that was just a natural consequence of strength. He didn't think that the phenomenon of everything coming under absolute control was the result of a domain being formed. Durak spoke again. The reason your momentary anger slipped out was because of your domain. A domain is the manifestation of one's will, so naturally, your will affects the surroundings. This is a natural law. If one is angry, that anger is reflected on the surroundings. If one is happy, that can also be sensed. Of course, this can be controlled if one intentionally withholds their domain. Right? But what's the difference between a domain and normal will? Dream asked. This was the crucial point. Normal will can only control mana and such. Also, it extends for a long radius, sometimes several hundred miles. However, a domain is the direct manifestation of will. Within one's domain, their very thoughts become king. The domain reflects the nature of the person, a natural manifestation of their power. Their will dominates the space, becomes a part of that space. To be inside a domain is to be within someone's will. Previously, that man you killed couldn't resist your domain because his will was lesser. He could barely move. However, I must say, your domain is peculiar. It doesn't have an attribute, like all domains do. Durak spoke with confusion. Dream's domain was comprised of his gray mist. This gray mist had the aspect of neutralization. As for the attributes of the domain, that was absolute domination, control. Dream had absolute control over all the energies he wielded, manipulating them like they were his fingers. This was reflected in his domain. Curiously though, this domain didn't exist when Dream was on Earth. At least, Dream didn't think it did. His will had simply been condensed. However, the rules were different here. Truthfully, Dream was surprised about his power here. He didn't think his will would be so powerful. But here, on this planet in the inner universe, his will was supposedly able to form a domain. In this domain, he was king, sovereign of all things. This meant that the arcane laws were either different here or simply more pronounced. After all, Earth was only a Tier 1 world. The arcane laws weren't nearly as strong there. The record hadn't even touched Earth until over a decade ago. Now, Dream was in a place where his powers could manifest with their full strength. Apparently, he was being limited in the outer universe. This was a pleasant surprise. So I have a domain. Back on Earth, it could extend for 10 miles around. During the battle, though, it only extended for 3. It was compressed, but became more powerful in the process. Weird. Dream rubbed his chin. Durak let him think without speaking. After a minute or so, Dream spoke up again. So Durak, tell me what indicator let you identify this girl here as an Azura? I didn't think it would be so obvious. Dream looked as Durak, as did Melody. She was also interested in this. After all, she was now an Azura, and this was their home. Along with the Blooddrop clan, she really wanted to know everything about the Azuras. Durak nodded. Sure. For one, your friend has the aura of an Azura. Though, the most obvious indicator is the third eye. That's the signature of the Azura clans. You can see that? Yes. She's not exactly hiding it. Although it's not immediately visible, one can detect the eye and its power. Though, I'm surprised. Your eye is very powerful. Your bloodline must be very rich. Yeah. Dream shook his head. Melody wasn't given a bloodline, but transformed into the species. Thankfully, the species was at least high quality. While Dream didn't enjoy the god behind him tampering with things, he did have to admit that the things he gave out were never shabby. Dream went quiet again. With that, his most pressing questions were answered. He knew that he was on a secondary world that at least had a connection to a primary world. He now knew that Azuras were a thing, and he was currently sided with this Red Eye clan. Now that he knew his general situation, he could focus on his goals. His topmost goal was finding his wives who he had been separated from. Based on the time he traveled after their separation, they were at minimum hundreds of thousands of light years apart, if not millions. Luckily, despite that distance, their soul bonds were still intact, although they were now weaker. Regardless, Dream could still sense his wives and the vague direction they were in. Of course, that wasn't nearly enough to just go and find them, but it let him know they were okay. They could handle themselves. For now, he put that goal aside. His priority now was to keep Melody safe. Since she was with him and connected to this Blooddrop Azura clan in some way, he decided that he would first make his way to the primary world where the clan was located, hopefully talking to someone with authority. Maybe he would even enter the clan with Melody. She still had lots of room to grow, and if the Red Eye clan could produce a Class 5, then the Blooddrop clan could definitely produce more. They would be able to help her. Melody was different from Dream. She was a fighter, someone whose entire being was aimed at combat. Her skills were almost all based around killing. While Dream could guide her down a path to power, he couldn't do so very well. He just didn't operate like she did. The Azuras did, though. Dream knew that these clans would be able to unlock her potential. So, his next top goal was now getting Melody to that clan. As for how he would do it, he would find out along the way. At the very least, he had this Durak here to guide him. All right, I know what we're doing. Dream suddenly spoke, turning to Melody. Want to go to this Blooddrop clan? Yes, we definitely have to. Hey Durak, where can we find this clan branch? Melody snapped to Durak with an excited gaze. She couldn't wait to get to the clan and find out the origin of her most powerful skill. Unfortunately, Durak couldn't reply with optimism. He sighed. I know where the clan branch is, but it's not someplace that anyone can walk into. Truth is, all of the smaller Azura clans on this world fight for the chance to send their apprentices to this clan branch in the hopes they can get sent to the primary world. Otherwise, leaving this world for greater heights is nothing but a dream. The best that would happen is you getting turned away at the gates. As for forcing your way in, the clan is guarded by a demigod. A demigod? Hearing this word, Dream perked up. Durak saw this nonverbal inquiry and replied, a demigod is above a class 6, a class 7 if you will, one who has been blessed by the record and given control over a concept. So what's a class 6? A class 6 is someone who has consolidated their soul and essence. Only class SIXS can begin to comprehend the concepts. Once someone comprehends a concept and is blessed with it, then they become a demigod. I see. Dream nodded. He barely knew what a class 5 was, let alone class 6 and above. This gave him an idea as to how powerful the highest people of this universe were. Dream wasn't stupid enough to think he could fight someone who had control over a concept. He had barely touched 2 concepts, gaining a bit of a boost from them. As for actually wielding the power of those concepts, he couldn't fathom that kind of power. That was power that could bend the very laws of the universe to your will. So, he definitely couldn't just barge into this branch clan and use their portal or whatnot. It was likely that he would have to slowly build either his own power or his status within the branch clan. gaining the ability to head to the primary world. Fortunately, the best way to do this was through the person in front of him. Dream turned to Durak with a piercing gaze. Upon looking into those abyssal eyes, Durak felt very uncomfortable. He wasn't quite sure whether meeting Dream was a happy coincidence or an ominous heralding. He forced a smile, deciding he would keep it together and tread carefully around this mysterious character. Chapter 246, Goals. Dream and Melody rode with Durak for several hours. Even after half a day, the sun was still high in the sky. Dream did a quick calculation based on the stars' movement and discovered that the days actually lasted over 100 hours, while nights lasted the same. Seeing this, Dream took out his pocket watch. He decided to insert another clock. Right now, there were two clocks within the pocket watch that tracked Dream's personal time and Earth's time. These two clocks sat side by side. Now he added a third that tracked this world's time. Each of these clocks held a spatial loop with a ring of light inside, providing the most accurate time tracker one could possibly build. After all, the speed of light was a universal constant. It wasn't subject to the more error-ridden time clickers like atoms and such. These three clocks sat within the watch that slightly grew to accommodate the new time tracker. When he was done, Dream put the watch away. Melody only rolled her eyes, lazily laying back. She would never understand her brother's infatuation with such things. After several hours passed, Dream finally felt the ship slow. Extending his will outward, he could see in the distance a massive city. This was the home of the Red Eye clan. Surprisingly, Dream could feel massive power emanating from the entire city. Not only were the people within the city strong, but there was definitely someone who lorded over all with their power. It had to be a Class 6. They approached this city uninhibited. Eventually, they stopped at a large dock. All the tens of thousands of ships following shot off toward other parts of the city. The people within these ships were not only happy to be back alive, but eager to tell the story about the mysterious newcomer. Dream and Melody followed Durak as he left the ship. He guided them to a large building, one that towered higher than any others. Apparently, this was the Hall of Elders, a place that housed the highest authority of the clan. In this clan, Durak was a general. Naturally, this position was one of the highest one could attain. He had slaughtered countless to reach his position, and his strength was top-notch. But in front of Dream, he felt helpless. If even he had to bow to Dream's power, then the only people in his clan who could talk on even grounds with him were the topmost authority that surpassed even Durak. Such people could only be found in the heart of his clan, in this very building. The two descended to the entrance of the building. As they walked toward the gates, Dream and Melody observed the bustling streets around them. There were plenty of adults ranging from all ranges moving to and from their destinations. Not only that, but there were lots of children. Some children hurried to places as if they were working while others played around in the streets. They held dull metal swords that they slashed at each other with, brimming with fighting spirit. Of course, whenever they accidentally broke something with a misplaced swing, the surrounding adults would reprimand them with a kick to the rear before sending them off. Melody smiled at it all. The place was lively and filled with an aura of aggression. Even the children were fighting each other like warriors. Some would think this was excessive, but Melody only nodded in approval. Conflict and aggression was healthy, so long as it was kept under control, of course. While she was an aggressive person, her emotions could be controlled. She was finding this Azura clan to her liking. General Durak, hopefully your unexpectedly fast return comes with good news. Suddenly, a feminine but bold voice swept over the area. A woman came out of the entrance of the building, her aura reined in but still emanating a fierce power. Upon seeing this woman, Dream instantly evaluated her. She was even stronger than Durak. Her soul was domineering, powerful. Elder Vela. Durak did a customary salute, one that wasn't servile and displayed dignity in the face of power. That Elder Vela nodded before turning her gaze to Dream and Melody. A common man and an Azura. Only, if he's following you, he can't be common. What's your name, boy? Elder Vela asked as she let out a wisp of her will, investigating Dream. Dream smiled as the will failed to penetrate his mortal shell. Just call me Dream. Sure. And who's this? Your girlfriend? Sister. My apologies. Vela smiled, as did Dream. This woman seemed rather lax and easy to talk to. Dream liked dealing with these people. My name is Melody. And my brother already has 3 wives, Melody spoke, her smile turning to a frown from being mistaken as Dream's girlfriend. She wanted to barf. Elder Vela heard Melody and chuckled. Her eyes then glanced at the ring on Dream's finger. It wasn't totally obvious, but once one laid eyes on it, they would see that it contained a great power and presence. She could sense the presence of 3 other people, likely the wives. It was obvious that they were also powerful. Elder Vela nodded. I see. Anyway, Durak, what's the deal? She turned to Durak, who sported a weird smile. His mind was a bit conflicted. He really wanted to tell Vela that Dream wasn't such a simple character, but he was very cautious in even talking secretly about Dream. He could only go with the flow. Elder Vela, the battle you sent me to has been won. So easily? Did the enemy not send a class 5? Our intelligence said that he was someone you could match in combat power. They did send one, and he did match me. Our intelligence wasn't wrong. But because of Dream here, the enemy was easily dispatched. After that, the enemy army retreated. Oh. Vela turned back to Dream, surprise on her face. Instead of trying to determine Dream's level herself, she directly asked, Dream, what's your level? I'm about to advance to become a class 5. What? Vela was stunned for a second, but then shook her head. That can't be real. Well, I guess I can prove it. I've never done this before though, so let me see if I do it right. Dream rubbed his chin before bringing up his hand. Vela watched curiously as a black panel suddenly appeared above his palm. This panel had a series of words and stats. She recognized it immediately as his profile. Here, Dream held it up. Vela narrowed her eyes. The entire panel was blurred, unable to be read. There was only one line that wasn't. Level 399. No way. Vela was now officially shocked. This panel Dream summoned was the profile panel. On Earth, he couldn't summon anything like this. But after entering the inner universe, he could feel it in his soul, his ability to do this. Plus, those notifications he got even said that he could display his seeker status. Dream attributed this to the change in the arcane laws of the inner universe. They were definitely more profound than the ones around Earth. With them, Dream could display his profile, even all of it if he wished. He could also pick and choose what he displayed. He hadn't thought that it would come in handy, but now here he was. Vela gawked at the panel for a while. Dream had yet to advance into Class 5. According to Durak, Dream had killed a high-level Class 5 with Class 4 strength. That was simply unbelievable. Not only that, but she couldn't directly sense his power. She could only barely sense his presence. Taking a closer look, she could indeed feel it. He was a Class 4. Class 4 souls and Class 5 souls were fundamentally different, so they gave off different feelings. Class 5 souls were also a step above Class 4 souls, so no ordinary Class 4 could hide themselves from a Class 5. Vela just hadn't noticed Dream's soul right away since his power concealment was abnormal. She couldn't even poke into his body, so she assumed he was around the same level she was. But the truth proved different. Vela was silent in thought for a long moment. Naturally, it was easy to see what Durak was back here for. He had encountered such an abnormality, and Durak wasn't in a high enough position to casually handle Dream. Only someone like herself could just speak with him. Come inside. After thinking, Vela turned and walked into the building entrance. Dream smiled a bit and followed. Melody stuck behind him, and Durak brought up the rear. The first thing Dream saw upon entering was a large plaza. This plaza had many large doors that led into different side halls. Dream looked around with some of his will, discovering powerful enchantments that could rival his in sheer strength. There was also an enchantment that encompassed the entire building, the function of which Dream discovered to create a shield around the place. Vela led them into one of the halls, taking a bit of a winding path before entering a room. This room seemed to be an office of some sort. Vela took a seat behind a desk, while motioning for the others to sit as well. Dream took up a position on a couch, Melody beside him. Durak stood to the side, no intention of sitting. So Dream, you helped us in this battle. Putting aside your strength at such a low level, I'm beginning to wonder what reasons you had to interfere and help our side in this battle. Not that I'm not thankful, but you understand my caution. Vela spoke, both appreciative and apprehensive. Dream didn't blame her though. His appearance was out of nowhere. He was dumped right in the middle of a battlefield, and he had the power to win the battle for one side. His sudden interference raised many questions about his motives and origins. Dream sighed. Don't worry, I get it. My reasons are rather simple. You could say that I'm new to this part of the universe. As crazy as it may sound, Melody and I were dumped right in the middle of that battlefield. Because we're strangers in a strange land and needed information, Melody decided that we should talk to one of the sides. Well, she picked your Red Eye clan, thus my reason for helping. It was a way to prove that I wasn't some enemy. Anyway, Durak gave us a lot of valuable information. But that brings me to the reason I've come here, and that is… Vela's eyebrow raised. I want to get to the Blood Drop clan, specifically their primary world. If it's there, Melody here will be able to get good training and guidance. Let's just say, she has some connection with that clan. Is that right? Vela mumbled, looking over both Dream and Melody. If it were anyone else, she would have laughed at them for trying such a thing. Not even she could just casually hope to enter the Blood Drop clan. However, not only was Dream an abnormal freak, but Melody was also peculiar. If she really did have a connection to the clan, then that would change things. So you've come to us for assistance? After thinking for a second, Vela asked. She still didn't know what Dream wanted from them. He shrugged. Not necessarily assistance. I just need to know where to go, what to do. I know I can't just walk into that clan, so I need to have another game plan. If it's possible, the help of your clan would be more than welcome. Of course, nothing is ever free. I'm prepared to offer my services in exchange for help. Vela heard this and pondered. This was an offering. Dream needed help, and they had the best idea as to how to provide it. As for services, just Dream's combat strength was more than welcome. But this decision wasn't so easily made. Dream's appearance was sudden and without warning. The Red Eye clan was at war, and although Vela really wanted to believe Dream, she had to be safe. Just bringing him to the heart of the clan was a move she probably shouldn't have made. If Dream didn't seem so easygoing and genuine, then he never would have walked through those doors. These thoughts flew through her head. Eventually, she opened her mouth. There is in fact a way to get to the Blood Drop clan, and not just the branch clan, but the primary world. However, the process is long and arduous. I'm prepared for whatever is to come. I just need knowledge. Then let me tell you. The branch clan on this world is a city on the northern tip of the planet. It's a hub for massive commerce and fierce competition. After all, you aren't the only one who wants to go there. Getting into the city is simple. It just takes a bit of money to get past the gates, and you can be on your way. Actually entering the clan, though, is another problem. That clan houses the sole portal to the primary world, and it's highly guarded. Not even the council elders of our clan could hope to break into that portal. So what do I need to do? There are two ways to get transported to the primary world. Vela held up 2 fingers. The first is to become one of the clan's most talented fighters. Azuras from all over this world compete every year to enter the clan and become a clansman, learning the clan's skills and knowledge. If you can display an unrivaled talent worthy of cultivating, then you may be one of the few rising stars who get sent to the primary world for further training. Otherwise, you'll just be kept down here until you become someone worthy of being a regular foot soldier for the clan's armies. Interesting. And the second way? If you provide valuable services. The reason so much trade happens at the branch clan is because the clan brings out rare resources and goods from the primary world. It's not an exaggeration to say that the portal over there is active all hours of the day. However, the clan also wants the abundant resources from this world. Sure, the primary world is great and vast, but secondary worlds hold their own abundances. It's a give and take that, while benefiting the primary world more, also greatly benefits the secondary world. If you're capable of becoming someone who can contribute to that vast abundance, then the clan would take an interest and bring you to the primary world to do business. This actually might be harder than becoming a clansman, though. There's just so much business and established organizations that nobody can compete with. Vela shook her head, a sense of helplessness exuding from her. It was clear she knew a great amount about this city and its difficulties. Hearing her, Dream pondered. Not for long, though. He was quick to make a decision, and he asked a question. Vela, what would one of these rising stars look like? In terms of power, I mean, that depends on age, but in terms of power, the minimum is a Class 4. Anyone who can reach Class 4 before 30 years of age is considered talented. Not only that, but a spirit body is essential for every Class 4. Of course, that's the bare minimum to even qualify. Everything else comes down to your stats and comprehensive combat power. Now, I imagine you're asking about this for your sister, correct? Only Azuras can join the clan, so you wouldn't be able to?
Yes.
Dream nodded, and Vela went into thought, gazing at Melody. When Vela used her will to poke at Melody, she could see that her spiritual body was strong. Unlike Dream, Melody couldn't hide herself from Vela's Class 5 power. Despite that, Vela saw that Melody was definitely talented. She didn't look old either. She still looked like she was in her 20s. This meant she had at least reached a high level while young. Upon learning about the qualifications, Dream was also pleased. Melody had reached Class 4 long ago, almost 10 years ago in fact. However, she had been held back since Dream took all that time to open the portal. Now she was 31, while Dream was 33. As for her combat ability, that was top-notch. She had fought Dream's bots that forced her to her limits for years. In terms of sheer skill, Dream believed she was at the top. He didn't care if he hadn't seen what the people of this world were like. He believed his sister was one of the best. Chapter 247, Talent. Melody, is it? How old are you? After determining that Melody was going to try and join the branch clan, Vela asked. Age was important in determining someone's talent. If one spent 100 years just to reach Class 4, then they obviously weren't very capable. Otherwise, they would have pushed through the barriers to each class quickly. Dream knew that the majority of people would never reach Class 4. Some people wouldn't ever be able to enter the Class 3 realm. They either had poor skills, a weak soul, or just bad perception, making it impossible for them to expand on their skill sets. Dream and Melody, on the other hand, were incredibly talented. Dream had entered the Class 4 level after only a few years, and that was only because he held back from advancing for a while. Even now, he could kill Class 5s. His soul was extraordinarily powerful, and his skills were so amazing that he had already touched a concept. As for Melody, while she wasn't like Dream, she still possessed incredible combat power. This was enhanced after fighting with Dream's bots for years on end. His bots were naturally more powerful than anybody on Earth. So Melody was forced to surpass her limits, enhancing her skills and stats even without leveling up. Dream believed that leveling up was secondary to enhancing one's skills, so he was happy to help Melody do this. This resulted in Melody being very talented for her age and level. When Melody heard Vela's question, she spoke. I'm 31 years old right now. 31? That's a bit tricky. Hearing this age, Vela frowned. That was right on the border for qualification. It at least didn't seem like Melody had only just recently advanced, so it wouldn't be difficult to ensure that could at least compete for a spot. Hearing her concern, Melody spoke in assurance. I advanced to Class 4 when I was 22. The reason I haven't pushed any farther for so long was because my brother took so long to get us to this world. I haven't had any enemies that could increase my level for a long time due to this bozo right here. Melody raised her hand and poked Dream's cheek forcefully, subtly expressing her displeasure. Dream just sat there, letting her poke him while maintaining a neutral face. Vela slightly smiled seeing this. 22? Well, it's not that I don't believe you, but there's not much of a way to prove that what you say is true. We have to go off your current level. If you can at least show a combat power that's fantastic for your level, then there shouldn't be an issue letting you at least compete against the best at the branch clan. Here, how about this? Vela thought of something as she spoke. I don't have a problem assisting you too. However, there are two things we need to do before we can go to the branch clan. The first thing is to verify Melody's ability. We have plenty of tools to do so here in the clan. The second is to talk about these services you, Dream, are willing to provide. We're currently located very far away from the northern pole where the branch clan is, and the resources needed to go there are large. If we do go there, it definitely will not be just for you. We occasionally go there to trade for things we need, so that will also be a plan. Anyway, we need an adequate show of sincerity. I can assure you that whatever I provide will be to your satisfaction. Dream smiled mysteriously after hearing Vela. Melody also couldn't help but hide a smirk. Vela was curious for a second before nodding and standing up. Very well. How about we head out to test Melody's ability now? Yes, I'm ready. Melody stood excitedly, burning with fighting spirit. Dream also rose from his seat. Vela nodded and turned, leading them out of the building. Durak met them on the way out. Like this, the four rose to the sky and flew off in a certain direction. Dream glided alongside Vela, observing her as she flew. He wasn't interested in her looks. She definitely wasn't as extraordinary as any of Dream's wives. He was interested in how she flew. All around Vela, mana was warped and pulled along her body, propelling her forward. Dream also used to fly like this, but then he discovered ether that could warp space. By warping space, he could multiply his speed. Even in this world that had an incredibly stable space, Dream was still capable of almost 1,000,000 miles per hour. But it didn't seem like Vela was capable of this. If she was, then she wasn't using the ability as a courtesy to him and Melody. He was inclined to believe she couldn't, though. Dream had Aegis's heart that could produce all the ether he wanted. Dream could also conjure ether from space itself using arcane transmutation. However, these two methods were Dream's only ways to attain ether. It didn't simply exist all around him like mana. There was a finite amount. If Vela didn't have something like Aegis's heart that could conjure ether, then she would have none, and she wouldn't be able to bend space. Even if she did, bending space wasn't easy, especially here. She might not even have the ability to do so. Thus, Dream assumed she couldn't. But that meant that the only normal mode of transportation was by shuttling through mana. The ship Dream had been transported on did this. Luckily, this world had incredibly dense ambient mana, meaning ships could exert more force on mana and pull themselves faster. So for now, Dream flew by pulling mana, just like Vela. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Besides, at the slow speed they were going, bending space was overkill. Dream felt like a fish in water as he glowed through the mana with ease. Melody was doing the same. They followed Vela for several minutes before finally arriving at a large complex. This complex covered the area of an entire city. Within, there were dozens of buildings, some of which towered a few hundred meters into the sky. There were also tens of thousands of people, most of which were Class 4. This caused Dream to gawk. After appearing above this area, Vela spoke with a bit of pride. "This is my clan's main area for all of our members. The surrounding cities and towns are all comprised of either low-level Azuras or ordinary mortals. This area is where the true blood of our clan lies. Everyone Class 4 and below, unless they're a soldier, resides here. This is also where we have our training and evaluation buildings. Come, we'll go straight there." Saying that, Vela dove down. Dream, Melody, and Durak followed, descending to the ground amongst the thousands of Class 4s. "Who's that? Is that Elder Vela? Why is she here? Is something going on?" After they landed, all the surrounding eyes turned to them. They all noticed Vela, who held one of the highest positions in the clan. But they also noticed Dream and Melody, two people who stuck out like sore thumbs with their odd clothes and looks. Dream also looked around, his senses picking up on every soul within a mile radius. There were thousands of Class 4s, but also many Class 3s who held considerable power. Surprisingly, only some of the Class 4s had third eyes despite all of them being Azuras. Many of them wore robes or flowing dresses that conformed to their bodies. It was a stark contrast to Dream's casual suit and Melody's lazy sweats and t-shirt. They all watched curiously as Vela led the three into one of the buildings. Seeing this building, everyone's eyes brightened. "That's the evaluation center." A crowd quickly formed, following Vela's group into the building. There was only one reason why one would go there, and that was to size someone up in power. Everyone was interested in who would be getting tested, especially since they were being led by Vela herself. "This is it," Vela spoke as they entered the building. The first thing Dream saw was a wide open space and a single totem in the center of this space. This totem radiated intense power, one capable of affecting the soul. "This is our testing area. After entering in your level and letting it determine your age, a test will begin that evaluates all of your skills and combat ability. While stats might reflect a lot of your strength, how you use those stats determines who comes out on top in an equal match. Strength is very dynamic, not rigid like many think it is. Anyway, if you perform well enough inside this test, then we'll have a good grasp of how you'll match up to the geniuses of the branch clan. Melody, whenever you're ready, you can step up." "Interesting. Before that though, Dream, you owe me a sword." Melody turned to Dream, putting out her hand. Seeing this, Dream chuckled before activating his skills. Within his inventory, a sword rapidly formed particle by particle. It was then enchanted. This sword was far better than the weapon he gave her many years ago. However, it looked the same. When the sword was enchanted, Dream pulled it out, placing it in Melody's hands. The sword had roses of blood on its blade, looking beautiful yet dangerous to even hold. Under Dream's enchantments, though, none of its power radiated. It seemed like a purely material weapon. Vela wasn't impressed as she looked at it. Melody took the sword, smiling gleefully as she stroked the blade. It felt exactly like her previous one, and she knew it was even better than before. With that, she placed it into her inventory and spun on her heel toward the totem. Melody walked toward the totem. By this time, a large crowd had piled into the building. It was very quiet, though, nobody wishing to disturb their elder Vela. As Melody walked towards the totem, Dream was analyzing it. He quickly discovered its function after looking at the myriads of enchantments. This totem will encompass the surrounding 10 meters of space with an ether barrier, creating a semi-independent space that would be much larger on the inside than the outside. Inside, she'll be faced with enemies of different strengths. She'll have to defeat them, and the more she defeats, the higher her score becomes. Interesting. To think they actually have an item that can utilize ether. This might be the doing of the Class 6 that's currently watching us. Thinking that, Dream turned his senses outward. Ever since he had entered the Hall of Elders to talk to Vela, he had discovered this powerful presence watching him. Even after moving, this presence still kept its will locked on him. From this presence, Dream could determine that the person was definitely a Class 6. Their power was extraordinary, something Dream's mortal shell couldn't passively block. This presence hadn't noticed that Dream discovered them, though. While Dream didn't actively poke out to this presence, he could detect the gaze on him. This person hadn't noticed that, though. They continued watching Dream and even Melody, thinking they were totally hidden. Soon, Dream saw Melody walk within the 10 meters of space. After Vela directed her, she put her hand on the totem. The power of the totem streamed into Melody for a bit before suddenly, the totem released its power. The surrounding 10 meters flashed before a wall of space was erected. Despite there being a wall of space, though, everyone could still see inside. However, the view had changed. Everyone saw an extensive wasteland, one filled with broken weapons, bones, dead ground, and puddles of blood. Melody stood in the center of this wasteland, looking around her curiously. When Dream saw this, he nodded. The area inside of this space was much larger than 10 meters. That was because space was compressed by the totem, creating more area than should be possible. As for the ground and blood and bones, these were all structures of mana. The totem built up everything around Melody with mana and then projected images onto it, making it look like the real deal. And it would feel like the real deal too. Melody could scoop up the soil if she wanted to, feeling the texture of the lifeless dirt. Suddenly, as Melody was looking around, a flash of light bloomed. This light condensed into a figure the size of a man. The man had no facial features and wore a spiky set of armor. On his back was a sword that he quickly drew. Melody saw this man congeal and was surprised. She quickly understood what to do, though, and squared up to the man. The next moment, the man charged, swinging his sword at Melody. She watched him approach her with a slight smile, lifting her 2 fingers. Slice. As the man hurled toward her, Melody slashed out. A line of red light was created by her fingers, compressed with mana and power. Upon being created, this line shot toward the man, slicing him in half. Thud. The man's body fell in 2 pieces, still several feet from Melody. A pool of blood was created under the man's body, quenching the dead ground underneath with the final throes of his life. After a few seconds, the body disappeared, but the blood remained. Then, Melody watched as 2 new figures congealed. These 2 were of the same power as the previous man. However, they wielded different weapons. One wielded a sword, while the other a spear. Upon having their bodies formed, the 2 figures shot toward Melody, their only goal to kill her. However, like last time, Melody merely drew a red line in the air. This red line proceeded to behead the 2 figures, dyeing more of the ground in blood. Then, 3 figures congealed. Melody killed these, after which she was faced with a group of 4. Dream watched as Melody effortlessly killed groups of figures that sequentially increased by 1. Blood continued to pool, forming a large puddle. So, Dream turned to Vela, who stood beside him. Vela nodded, though there was no impression on her face. This much is expected from someone trying to enter the branch clan. This effortless killing should continue for a while before becoming more and more difficult. She will eventually meet her limits, though. What's considered an excellent score? Scores here are measured by blood levels. Vela gazed at the gradually forming pool of blood under Melody's feet. Blood will continue to spill from the slaughtered, quenching the wasteland and bringing it life from death. As the blood rises, life will be created, and such life will work toward the living's doom. The best score should be a blood level of about 2 feet. Then she will be considered something of a genius and have a good chance at competing for a spot in the branch clan, Vela explained. After hearing this, Dream was surprised. The area Melody was in was a circle a few miles in diameter. To fill this space with blood, soaking the ground and spilling enough to create a literal lake of blood 2 feet high, would take the deaths of at least tens of thousands. Melody would need to slaughter her way through entire armies, and as she got farther, every enemy would become stronger utilizing the blood she spilled. It was a cycle of utter carnage. Even now, Dream could see Melody facing off against 20 people. Each of these people were a bit stronger than the first enemy. However, Melody continued to just slice them in half, feeding the ground with violent vitality. If it continued like this, she would be in there for a while. However, things didn't take long to change. Eventually, monsters began to spawn. These monsters were around 12 feet tall, and they rushed at Melody with oppressive steps. She killed these brutes all the same. These large creatures spilled even more blood than regular people. More enemies started to attack Melody, constantly spawning in waves from all sides. They were varied, some big, some small. All of them spilled gallons of blood. It got to the point where Melody's every step was sending ripples in the pools of blood underneath her. Still, even as she faced 100 enemies, she never drew her weapon. This battle went on for a while. At some point, Vela turned her gaze to Dream. "So, Dream, how about we discuss your services?" "Of course." Dream nodded casually, still watching Melody and her battle. Vela let out a light breath. "As you know, we're currently at war. Your combat strength is great, at least a bit above Durax. That's another strategic card we can play. I'm currently one of the generals running the war. If you can deal enough damage to our enemies, we'll consider your payment sufficient. At that time, when the war stabilizes, we'll bring you to the world's northern pole to the branch clan city." "I see. So you want war strength?" "Putting it simply, yes. Think of this like a mercenary hire, right?" "Well, I actually had another idea in mind." "Oh, do tell," Vela asked, curious. "I'll increase your war strength by boosting your logistical assets. I'll revamp your weapons, armor, those flying ships, and communications. I'll strengthen every part of your defense and offense, ensuring that your high-strength war assets as well as your armies can fight beyond their usual capacity. This is a permanent boost to your entire clan's comprehensive strength, something much more valuable than a temporary mercenary hire. How about it?" Dream laid out his plans, continuing to watch Melody's fight. Meanwhile, Vela was surprised. "You are a crafter? An artisan? Consider me your go-to for all things arcane and scientific. I can build anything, craft anything. My strength lies in my ability to create. I will strengthen you, enabling you to destroy your enemies by your own power. Rather easily, too. When I'm done here, your clan will be a war machine." Dream finally turned to Vela with a small smile. She also looked at him, her expression peculiar. Chapter 248, Guidance. After Dream made his little declaration, Vela spoke with doubt. "That's a bit more than I expected. I'd like to see where this confidence of yours stems from. After all, our clan has a long history and fantastic crafters, all of whom have built up our clan's foundation over hundreds of years. It won't be easy to just improve on everything. Plus, how much can one man do?" Indeed. Surprisingly, Dream nodded in agreement. It truly wasn't easy to simply improve on everything a long-standing clan had built. After all, this clan even had Class SIXS. Those people could surely create many varieties of powerful gear. These pieces of gear would be passed down through the generations, maintaining their glory for the lifetime of the clan. However, this difficulty only applied to those who had shallow understandings of science and magic. Dream was confident in his ability to build up any nation or clan into a powerhouse. Back on Earth, he had legions of billions of bots, millions of which could match Class 4s. His army alone could obliterate the entire Red Eye clan. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Of course, Dream wasn't planning on building up such a force for this clan. Something like that would take a long while. As he said, he would improve their gear. He would build armor, weapons, and ships that were better than the ones they had. Through his work, they would be able to take out their opposition. When that was done, he would consider his payment complete. I understand your concern. I'll prove to you my ability when you give me a job. In fact, let's start with you. Mind if I see your weapon? Mine? I suppose. Vela thought hesitantly before agreeing. Bringing out her weapon, Dream watched as a halberd appeared in her hand. The halberd was about 8 feet long and tipped with a curved gray blade. The shaft was crafted with a variety of fancy black designs, making it look like a beautiful night sky. Of course, Dream looked past this beauty. He only cared about how effective it was. This is my weapon, the Desolate Night Halberd. The flexible shaft is crafted from dark demon, or that was saturated in dense mana within a demon world for thousands of years. The blade was crafted from angelic obsidian. Through the work of a masterful Class 6 craftsman, he was able to reconcile the opposite natures of the angelic and demonic ores and bring the two together, creating a surprisingly powerful and cohesive whole that can explode with unrivaled power. I've wielded this weapon for nearly 130 years. It's become one with me after the baptism of thousands of lives. Vela stroked her weapon lovingly as she explained its characteristics. Meanwhile, Dream listened with an odd face. Dark demon or angelic obsidian? What the hell were those? He wasn't familiar with any of the elements of this world. Do you mind if I analyze it? He eventually asked after Vela had her fun with the weapon. She looked at him with an odd face before reluctantly handing the blade over. Don't try anything funny. I won't. Dream reassured her as he took the weapon. Then, his will seeped out, enveloping the halberd. Before his will could penetrate the weapon, though, it was blocked by the ultra-dense mana contained within it. Huh, this is more powerful than I expected. He spoke with surprise. Vela nodded with pride. Of course, it was made by a Class 6 known for his crafting abilities. I spent a majority of my wealth at the time to get this weapon. Right. Well, I guess I'll need a bit more effort. Can we step outside? Outside? Why? Hearing his question, Vela tilted her head in confusion. He turned with the weapon in hand, walking toward the door. I don't want to disturb my sister's test. I just need some space. Oh, all right then. Do you need a crafting bench or any of the sort? We have tools for artisans here. Tools? No need. Dream chuckled as he walked outside. Vela followed closely behind. Dirac, who had been lingering at the side, also followed. He was interested in seeing Dream's crafting ability. So far, he had only shown ability for combat. The three entered the open square where dozens of Azuras were walking to and from other areas. Their eyes all fell on Vela, though, when she appeared. Vela watched as Dream stopped in an open area. He looked at the halberd in his hands. The next moment, the halberd levitated and displayed itself before Dream. Here goes nothing, Dream spoke. With a thought, his gray-colored wool seethed from his body. His mortal shell cracked and separated before sinking below into a void. His cosmic form was exposed, his entire power affecting the space around him. Vela, who had been standing near him, was shocked by the absolute power that momentarily covered her. Under that power, she felt weak like a little rabbit. Dream's will concentrated on the weapon, his control over the surroundings disappearing. After his will sunk past the power of the halberd, he got a full view of the weapon's composition. Let's see. Some silica, oxygen, aluminum. It looks like the blade really is obsidian. As for the shaft, that's built with a titanium alloy. The person who refined and tempered this knew his stuff. The only place he was incompetent was the formation of the blade. I understand it's saturated with extreme mana and flux, but obsidian? I'm surprised this thing hasn't been chipped yet. In fact, this actually has been chipped. You had to get this repaired. Huh? Dream spoke openly. Hearing his last comment, Vela was a bit embarrassed. The blade really had chipped before, but she didn't think it was so obvious. She didn't remain embarrassed for long, though. As Dream continued analyzing the weapon, Vela's eyes were locked onto his figure. His body was a window to the universe, and she found herself enraptured by his figure and the feeling of wonder he exuded. It was like his body contained the mysteries of space. Dream scanned every inch of the weapon. He looked at its entire atomic structure, understanding how it was made. He then sifted through the enchantments. This weapon was crafted with materials that already had extremely high amounts of flux and mana. After being enchanted, it was made able to display the full power of a Class 5. Someone like Vela would have no problem flooding her mana into it, guiding high amounts of power and displaying skills with ease. The enchantments were all made to facilitate this. However, the enchantments were also aimed toward an affinity with fire skills. It seemed like Vela was a fire-type fighter. Dream had long understood that mana could take on different elemental properties. This was similar to the normal states of matter. Fire was plasma, earth was solids, water was liquids, and air was gases. These elements could be formed with mana. Luna, for instance, enjoyed using ice and water. In the end, though, it was all mana. Dream never prioritized any element. He used mana in its basic form. There were many, though, who focused on one element. This was due to their understanding of the element. If one understood fire more, then they would have an easier time creating fire from mana and using such skills. Vela was one of these people, and the enchantments in the weapon helped facilitate this. After analyzing both the structure and enchantments, Dream removed his will. He didn't modify the weapon in any way, only looking at it. His cosmic hand grabbed the shaft, sending it back to Vela, who carefully received it. I've understood the structure of the weapon. I'll make one that's compatible with you, and we'll see how you like it. This shouldn't take long. Dream said that and turned back around. The next moment, a chunk of metal was extracted from his inventory. The metal rapidly shaped into an exact copy of the halberd. Only this time the entire thing was metallic gray. There was also no differentiation between the shaft and the blade, the two flowing into each other without any seams. It was one single piece of metal, formed by the atom. Next was the enchantment. This was the difficult part. While the enchantments on Vela's halberd weren't as amazing as Dream's, they were exceptionally powerful, built from the power of a Class 6. Naturally, Dream would have to consume a good portion of his energy to match such power. This simply took him dumping energy into the weapon. Dream quickly laid down the enchantments, covering every molecule of the halberd and connecting it all as one cohesive unit. It was specialized toward fire mana and would enhance Vela's ability to concentrate her power, easily infusing it into the blade through the shaft. There was also a repair enchantment that could consume the user's power and rebuild the enchantments, maintaining its magical ability. Once this was done, Dream went on to dump his energy into the whole weapon. His power filled the enchantments, boosting their strength by dozens of times. Once around 30% of his energy was expended, he cut it off. While this much couldn't match the original halberd, that was made up for by the precision of his enchantments. His enchantments made it so that her power would be enhanced over 70% more than the original despite only having 80% of the sheer power. With that, Dream was almost done. The totally gray halberd floated in front of him. During the process of enchantment, Vela couldn't sense anything, and no outward displays were put on. This was because Dream's power was under absolute control. Anything that radiated out was wasted energy, so he naturally couldn't allow such things. Dream scanned the halberd, checking its quality before nodding. After that, he pulled out a marble from his inventory. This marble was only as big as a thumbprint, but within it was an extreme fusion reactor. The entire thing glowed with flashing light, looking like a mini-sun. Dream pressed this marble into the center of the shaft. The marble sunk into the metal easily before locking itself within, completely sealed inside the shaft. However, this was only the first step of Dream's finishing touch. After the marble was embedded inside the shaft, golden lines spread gradually along the surface. These were circuits, and they traveled up the shaft and even onto the blade like blood vessels. The entire weapon was filled with these vessels of power, and once the circuit was complete, the vessels flashed with power before dimming down, returning the weapon to its dull luster. And it's done. Dream nodded approvingly. He handed the halberd to Vela, who had returned her own halberd to her inventory. Vela grabbed the halberd. The instant she did, she could feel a bolt of mana shoot through her, connecting to her very soul. The next moment, she could sense the weapon itself, as if it were a limb. Dream reverted his form back to his mortal shell, looking at Vela and explaining. This weapon has the same structure as your halberd. It's enchanted to operate using fire mana, your element of choice. It's also enchanted to concentrate your power. With this concentration, you can form strips of dense mana along the blade and point, giving you superior slicing and piercing power. As for the rest of the enchantments, they're focused on repair. You can repair the weapon's enchantments by consuming your own energy, driving the repair process. Lastly, the enchantments connect directly with your soul, able to be controlled with your thoughts even from a distance. This also means that you can prevent your own weapon from being used against you. At the same time, I've eliminated the material limitations. It's all metal, so it won't chip, and while it will deform under extreme pressure, I've made it so that the material can repair itself. If it's deformed, that marble I inserted will power the circuits inside of the weapon, reforming the halberd until it's back to its original state. Also, that marble can stabilize the material to some extent, giving it greater rigidity or flexibility. This should eliminate all weaknesses of the weapon. Also, the weapon doesn't get harder to use the less power you have. Any amount of power can operate this weapon. The only thing you need to worry about is being able to beat your enemy. The weapon will never be your downfall. Dream said all this, simply stating all the attributes of the weapon. Vela was lost in thought as she felt the weapon. She truly could feel the weapon with her soul. It connected to her mind, and through this she could sense all the functions of the weapon. She was quick to understand all its functions, but she also couldn't believe what she was sensing. After being lost in thought for a while, Vela eventually started to swing her weapon. She performed various movements, the mana on the edge of the blade drawing dangerous arcs in the air that could faintly affect even space. Her mana flowed uninhibited through the weapon, able to be used as if she were sending mana through her body. The enchantments guided her mana to concentrate it. It took no effort on her part to make her mana extremely dense. All she needed to do was give it energy. This seamless usage of the weapon shocked her to no end. It felt many times better than the halberd she had used for over a century. It was like this weapon was tailor-made just for her. Compared to this weapon, her desolate night halberd was like a congested pole. Feeling this, though, Vela became conflicted. She had used her desolate night halberd for so long, and it had fought with her in so many battles. But now, a far better weapon had been crafted in a mere few minutes by a stranger. She wanted to stick to her original weapon, but Dream's creation was just too good. There was nothing about her original weapon that was better, aside from the aesthetic. Going into battle, she couldn't in her right mind use her desolate night halberd. That would just hold her back. Dream watched as Vela stared at the new weapon for a minute or so. She soon reluctantly lifted her head, sighing. "This is the most amazing weapon I've ever had the pleasure of holding. Why, thank you. It's all yours. As for naming it or whatnot, that's up to you. And if you really want, I can make it all pretty." "No, that's fine. Are you sure you're a class 4? "Pretty sure." Dream chuckled hearing Vela's doubt. He knew he was powerful for a class 4. This was especially so after having killed that blue-robed class 5. As for what his power would look like after advancement, even he didn't know. Vela was quiet as Dream smiled. She wanted to ask how he had casually created such a masterpiece, but she wouldn't even know what questions to ask. She could sense the enchantments, but they were so complex that she couldn't make sense of them. Besides, such things were beyond her expertise. She could only marvel at the baffling creation. She eventually just shook her head. She put the weapon into her inventory the next moment, facing Dream. "Well, it's safe to say that your ability is more than satisfactory. We can provide you with materials, and in exchange you'll build weapons and gear. Honestly though, if you're able to build things like that halberd, then we'll instead be the ones in debt to you. You could easily sell this weapon to a class 6 at a sky-high price. Don't worry too much about that. Use what I give you to defeat your enemies. After that, you can help me out. Do you even need our help?" Vela mumbled. If Dream was so capable, couldn't he take himself to the North Pole where the Branch clan was? If it was by building weapons and selling them, he would be able to become one of the honorary artisans for the Blooddrop clan. Why did he need them? Dream shook his head. "I don't need it. My sister does, though. She needs training that I can't give her much of. So I need people, Azuras, that can guide her. Until she fights her way into the Blooddrop clan, you'll be those people." Dream directly laid out his expectations. He knew what he was going to give these people was overkill, and he truly could make his way to that clan himself. But it wasn't just him here. Melody needed to grow, and he had held her back long enough. He wanted her to fight her way to the top, and this little clan was a good starting point. Vela heard him and understood what he wanted. Suddenly, she felt a little envious of Melody. She had a brother who was willing to go so far for her, one that was so powerful too. He would be able to open doors that nobody would have the chance to even glimpse at. This right here was only the first of many doors Melody would have opened to her. All right, we'll assist your sister in any way we can. You have my word. Thanks. Now, let's go see where my sister is. Dream smiled before walking back into the evaluation center. Dirac remained in place as the two left. He couldn't seem to wrap his mind around Dream's power. His mind was in turmoil. Chapter 249, Giants. A foot. The blood level has reached a foot. When Dream and Vela walked back into the evaluation center, they could hear cheers and cries of surprise. Dream took a look at the space where Melody was fighting. The previously dead desert was now a sea of blood. Melody stood within this blood that reached her shins. In her hand was the sword that Dream gave her, the roses of blood on it glowing with vibrant vitality as if it had absorbed the lives of the enemies it killed. Melody's breathing was calm. She stood across from an army of creatures. Some of these creatures were merely humanoids wearing armor and wielding weapons like swords, spears, bows, or axes. Others were giant and burly. Some were smaller and looked like tigers, while some flew in the air with brilliant wings. All these creatures stood opposed to Melody, drowning the space with roars and screeches. Waves were kicked up as they charged toward her, the only thoughts in their minds to kill her. Melody dashed, sprinting into this horde of enemies. With a sweep of her blade, a dozen were cut in half. Then, after diving into the fray, she danced. Her blade traced the throats of humanoids and pierced the skulls of giants. Birds seemed to throw themselves toward her blade as their wings were chopped off. Tigers and lions could only let out roars of unwillingness as their heads were lopped off like trophies. Melody flowed through these bodies, trails of blood being traced in the air as she reaped lives. She was elegant yet lethal. Her blade was ruthlessly efficient as it went from one body to another. Her dance seemed fancy, but there were nearly zero wasted movements. She was like a river current, never stopping, constantly moving forward. Seeing this, Vela revealed a look of surprise. As blood was spilled, it pooled within the space. Melody had already killed thousands, their blood flooding the wasteland. To get up to a 1-foot blood level was already impressive, but it didn't seem like Melody was having a hard time yet. However, Vela knew that the worst had yet to come. Sure enough, as soon as Melody felled another army of hundreds, all the chaos came to a halt. Melody stood among the sea of blood that was a bit higher than before. The Azura giants are coming. There was a shout, and everyone was even more attentive than before. By now, there were hundreds of Azuras in the evaluation center, filling the building to the brim. Some were flying in the air to get a better look, stacking on top of each other. Melody stood silently, waiting for the next enemy. Dream watched her. Suddenly, the blood around her started to swirl, forming 7 whirlpools around her. These whirlpools condensed, forming a single red bead in their center. The beads glowed with power as flesh and muscle started to form around them. After several seconds, the beads became the cores of 7 30-foot giants. Melody watched the giants form around her. The giants, contrasting to the sea of red around them, had pure white skin as if they were formed of pure marble, not unlike statues. They each held a different item: a sword, a bow, a spear, a shield, a hammer, a knife, and a book. These 7 beings looked identical, genderless, and majestic. After forming, the red beads within them moved to their forehead where it became a red third eye. The giants had their normal eyes closed, and this third eye open. Suddenly, Melody felt a vast power wash over her. This power shook her soul, making known the majesty of these 7 giants. Without much suspense, the 7 giants quickly struck out. Melody was also prepared to react, dodging a spear that was thrust at her neck. The crowds of Azuras watched as Melody dashed toward the giant with the bow. However, before she could reach the bow giant, the shield giant dashed in front of her. The speed of the shield giant surprised her, and she was forced to raise her arm to block the shield bash. Bang! The shield knocked into her, sending her flying. However, there was a noticeable crack on the shield that hit her. She cracked the shield. What a disgusting defense! One Azura couldn't help but exclaim. There were definitely others who had gotten to this stage, so the power of these 7 giants was well known. Naturally, as the giant with the shield giant had the highest defensive power, able to take the hardest hits. However, just by hitting Melody, its shield had been cracked. Melody's bare body was tougher than the shield. This meant she wasn't just a glass cannon and could take hits. Meanwhile, Dream was nodding, as if this were expected. Melody had fought against his bots, and she received no shortage of beatings. Against his bots, there was no avoiding getting hit and injured, so she needed to figure out how to boost her defense. The result was a hardened body and skillful use of mana that could not only protect her, but strike back. Melody's combat sense was through the roof, and she knew just how to handle all types of attacks. After being slammed away, Melody gracefully recovered, landing on her feet. She looked at the shield giant that stood in front of the bow giant and the book giant. The other giants that wielded a hammer, sword, spear, and knife also moved. The bow giant knocked an arrow, drawing it back before letting it loose. As for the book giant, it cast a spell, magical lines flooding the sky and mana condensing. The sword and hammer giants charged forth, and the spear giant took up a defensive position in front of the shield giant. As for the knife giant, it actually disappeared, shrouding itself in plain sight. Melody was surprised a bit before smiling. She had finally met a reasonable challenge. Under this all-encompassing attack, Melody dashed forward, meeting the sword giant head-on. Before she reached it, though, an arrow came flying toward her. To this, she smirked before raising her sword. She pointed the tip of the sword at the tip of the arrow, thrusting forth. Ting! The two clashed, releasing a powerful shockwave that divided the blood below them. Not only was the arrow stopped, but Melody's sword actually pierced through it, separating it in two. Whoosh! The two pieces of arrow sailed past her. Melody let out a breath before stepping forward once more, her figure shooting toward the sword giant at an even faster speed than previously. She was like a ghost as she appeared in front of the giant. However, the giant's reflexes weren't to be disregarded. It was able to deftly respond, raising its own sword with alarming speed that contrasted its large size. Bang! The two swords collided. In this exchange, the sword giant was the one to be pushed back. Not only that, but the sword giant's sword blade was chipped. Melody rode this momentum, pushing the sword giant back more and more as she spun around with slashes. However, the sword giant wasn't the only fighter. Soon, the hammer giant joined the fray, throwing its hammer at Melody with tons of force. To this, Melody only dodged, not bothering to directly take such force. Unfortunately, the hammer giant's attacks weren't so simple. Upon missing, the hammer slammed into the floor. Melody had only sidestepped the hammer, expecting that to be it. The next moment, though, a horrifying shockwave of mana and blood was released. This shockwave slammed into Melody's body at point-blank range, sending her flying. Biffed, idiot. Where do you think that force was gonna go? It's like she's learned nothing in this past decade. Dream chuckled before shaking his head, totally making fun of his sister's pain. As he spoke out loud, a few dozen spectators turned to him with odd looks. Vela was one of them. She couldn't help but smirk, though. Dream would wield the power of an entire clan to help train his sister, but he would also make fun of her like this. They really were siblings. Several Azuras who had become Melody's fans, though, wanted to retort. Seeing Vela, who stood next to Dream, though, none of them did. They could tell that not only was Dream a powerful man, but he was related to Melody in some way. They just let him be. Melody continued to battle after getting blown away by the unexpected attack. However, she was quickly bombarded with more arrows. Meanwhile, the book giant who had been casting a spell was finished. As Melody dodged an arrow, the book giant brought down its hands. Rumble. The ground and sea of blood shook. Melody quickly looked up toward the thousands of magical runes and lines in the sky. Suddenly, everything lit up. Hundreds of circles of light congealed into figures. These figures wore black armor, had wings of blood and bone, and were adorned with halos of white. They looked like fallen angels corrupted by endless slaughter. These hundreds of angels suddenly shot toward Melody with their spears and swords. This onslaught, combined with the attacks of the other giants, just made things far more difficult. Melody didn't panic, though. She shot toward the angels that descended from the skies, meeting them with her blade. In 2 exchanges, she was able to kill one. She was then rapidly surrounded, forced to fend off attacks and counter with her own. Like this, she was faced with another army. Her killing speed was high as blood spilled. However, she quickly discovered that the angels weren't so simple. Whenever one was killed, their blood fused into another, strengthening their comrades. Tedious. Melody clicked her tongue as she continued to kill. The pressure quickly rose as she killed more and more. At the same time, she was occasionally faced with one of the giants who snuck in their own attacks. This went on for half an hour. Melody constantly killed off the army, and now they were reduced to a mere dozen. These dozen angels were only weaker than the giants, though. Faced with their coordinated attacks, she was put on the defense. By now, Melody wasn't so pleased. Over time, she had gotten more and more annoyed. As she said, it was a tedious battle, and those giants kept annoying her. Finally, when the sword giant snuck his sword into a gap and toward her leg, she snapped. "Fuck off," she yelled, summoning her power and slashing at the sword giant's weapon. The two swords met, only this time one was fueled by an exploding rage. Clang. As the two collided, Melody put as much strength into it as she could. And with a turn of events, the sword giant's sword actually shattered. Melody's sword didn't stop as she pushed herself toward the sword giant. The tip of her sword sailed to its head. The sword giant could only punch out. "Just die," she shouted again, throwing out her own punch. Her fist collided with the sword giant's. The result was the sword giant's entire arm exploding. No way. Everyone watching was stunned. In just 2 moves, Melody had turned the tables. She swung her sword, the blade burying itself into the sword giant's head and chopping its third eye. The third eye exploded with blood, and the entire sword giant melted away, turning into a blood fog that lingered in the air. After that, Melody went back to fighting the angels. She killed a few more, and then after that, she turned her attention to the hammer giant. Like the sword giant, she pummeled its body before destroying its head, forming an even denser blood fog. Melody then moved on to the rest of the giants, ignoring the angels. She first met the spear giant, intending to kill it with a few moves. However, she was taken off guard by the knife giant who acted as an assassin. Like this, she had to defend against the two, one elusive, one direct. After putting in a bit more effort, though, Melody was able to beat both down, destroying their heads one after the other. With that, she focused on the shield giant who stood to guard the arrow giant. By now, the shield she cracked had actually healed. She didn't care, though, rushing to attack the arrow giant. Unfortunately, the shield giant was fast and got in her way every time. Against this, Melody scoffed. Taking a step back, she pointed her sword at the shield giant. Then, she stepped forward, piercing her sword straight like a duelist. Shing. The sword tip pierced through the shield. Not only that, but the power of the sword extended forth, poking a hole in the shield giant itself. After this, Melody backed away before piercing forward again. This time, she thrust out a dozen times, poking a dozen holes in the shield and shield giant. Melody did this until the shield was poked full of holes. While the arrow giant tried to shoot her during this time, she was able to dodge or break the attack every time. Finally, after turning the shield into a sieve, she let out one last attack. This attack hit the shield, but instead of piercing through, the energy was released into the shield through a shockwave. Boom! The entire shield exploded, unable to withstand the attack. Melody smiled before going on to dice the shield giant into hundreds of pieces. This shield giant's body turned into a blood mist, making the lingering blood fog even denser. After that, there were only 2 more enemies. The arrow and book giants stood next to each other. Melody gazed at them like a predator to a fresh piece of meat. She dashed toward them, dodging the arrows thrown at her. Slice. With a sword slice, the arrow giant's head was split in half, exploding into a blood mist. With that, the book giant was the last one. However, it wasn't attacking Melody. It just stood there. Not even its third eye was open. Melody was curious, but as the angels continued to harass her, she didn't think much. She quickly sliced the book giant's head in 2. This time, it exploded, but it didn't release much blood mist. Surprisingly, the angels who continued to attack her didn't go away with the book giant's death. Melody turned her attention to the remaining 6 angels, killing them one by one. Finally, after obliterating 5 angels, The last one stood alone, strengthened by the deaths of those before it. It stood opposite to Melody, but it didn't attack. Instead, it opened up its arms. The next moment, all of the blood fog that lingered in the air started to surge. Melody watched as it all shot toward the remaining angel, filling its body with the power of all the 7 giants. In mere seconds, this vast power condensed. Under this power, the angel grew 3 more pairs of arms, making 8 total. Each of the 8 arms held the items of the 7 giants plus 1 extra weapon. This angel, upon fully forming, released a vast and glorious aura as it stood 50 feet tall. Now, Melody was smiling. It wasn't a playful smile, though. Faced with this enemy that was stronger than any other she had ever faced, she was exuding a sense of arrogance. She wanted to show this enemy what real power was. The two stood 300 feet from each other. Suddenly, Melody closed her eyes. Then, all the ripples in the sea of blood around her came to a halt. The surroundings became deathly still, ominously silent. Third eye. The spectating Azuras gawked as they looked at Melody. On her forehead, a third eye had opened. This eye was a deep red, like a ruby crystal. However, the pupil of this eye was black as an abyss. It released a horribly sharp aura. The aura of this eye far surpassed the angel who had evolved from the giant Azuras. Melody's third eye remained the only eye open as she brought up her sword, pointing the tip straight at the angel. Let's see. This is her first stance? Dream made a guess as he watched his sister. He had seen her use the blood drop stance, her ultimate skill, many times. There were a variety of stances that encompassed different modes of attack. This looked to be the first stance. The peculiar thing about Melody's skill was that the different stances didn't actually get more powerful than each other. They were all equal. The thing that determined their power was the power and application of the fighter. As one comprehended the stances, their power would also rise accordingly. The first stance was the most direct of the stances, a frontal thrust with the full power of the Azura behind it, all centered onto the single point of the sword. There was nothing more direct than this. This attack would reach the extreme of all aspects of an attack: extreme speed, extreme power, extreme piercing. This was an attack that embodied the very essence of offense. However, before Melody shot forward, she spotted something in the distance behind the angel. She looked over with her third eye. Dream, don't mind me, just changing things up a little. Dream, who now suddenly stood within the totem space, waved before releasing a string of his power. Melody wasn't the only one who saw this. Outside the totem space, Vela's eyes bulged when she dreamed behind the angel. Her eyes then looked at the now empty space next to her where Dream used to be. Other than Vela and Melody, though, nobody else could see what was going on. After Dream appeared, he flicked a bit of his power into the giant angel. Then, some of the blood sea was actually sucked up into the angel. This was clearly visible to all the spectators, and it baffled them. I've never seen the angel do that. What's going on? Something special is happening. Everyone was excited to see something out of place. The angel became even stronger than before, and Melody felt the angel's aura gradually increase until it matched hers. Then, it surpassed hers, though not by much. A little extra challenge. Let's see if you can't draw out some extra power from your soul. Dream smiled after the changes took place. He then disappeared, reappearing next to Vela, who was shocked. The totem space was a separate, isolated space. Only someone who could bend space was able to enter the area, otherwise it would take brute force to pierce through. But that would be incredibly obvious. Dream had slipped in and out, even altering the totem enchantments without anyone noticing what he did. This display of skill rivaled the creation of the halberd not that long ago. If anything, this told Vela just how deep Dream's comprehensions ran. Chapter 250 Limits. There are 2 main aspects of a person's being. The first was the most important, the soul. The soul contained the most fundamental aspects of a person's being: their personality, their consciousness, their memories, their feelings and desires, and their wisdom. These things drive all intelligent beings. The soul exists almost as an intangible mass of energy. It cannot be touched or interacted with by anything material. It resides in a higher dimension, the 4th dimension. The second aspect of a person's being is their body. There are 2 types of bodies. The first is the physical body. The physical body is usually a mass of flesh and blood, and it is connected to the soul. It could be thought of as a material puppet, driven by the soul but also basic instinct that comes from the brain. Most intelligent beings only have a physical body. This body usually decays faster than the soul, and it's also usually incredibly weak. Finally, there is the spiritual body. The spiritual body is a mass of energy, most often comprised of mana. Unlike a physical body, a spiritual body is similarly intangible. At least, it's supposed to be. Most people who create spiritual bodies are unable to create an entirely intangible one. Thus, they only enhance their physical body with energetic traits, becoming a semi-spiritual body. These bodies are still susceptible to material damage. Fully spiritual bodies are not, though. An entirely spiritual body is one that has thrown away its material shackles. It is no longer bound by flesh that decays over time. Likewise, it cannot be affected by anything material. Such attacks would simply pass through it. The only thing that can interact with a spiritual body is mana, or other higher dimensional materials and energies. Dream is one such person who created a purely spiritual body. Although he still has a mortal shell, that shell does not inhibit or affect him in any way. It can be brought out or put away at will. Even if it were destroyed, it wouldn't affect him at all. Like him, Melody also has a purely spiritual body. She was able to create one because of Dream who guided her. However, in terms of the different kinds of bodies, Dream still wondered about species and the role it played. Melody was now an Azura, while Dream was something called a metacosmic psyche. These were their species. Over time, Dream had done a bit of studying and came to understand why there were still such things as species when people had formed spiritual bodies. Species were the categories by which the defining features of a particular person were sorted. For example, as an Azura, Melody had the defining feature of a third eye, as well as an aggressive disposition and strong body. Her entire body was aimed toward pure combat ability. Such was an Azura. As for Dream, he was a man of the mind, and he modeled himself after his defining aspects of wonder and discovery. Thus, he had created his own species. Even as a spiritual body, some humanoid characteristics were retained. Dream still had the bodily figure of a human, and Melody was almost exactly the same as her human self besides the third eye. The spiritual body reflected the inner image of a person, and most people weren't capable of detaching from their human selves. Thus, they maintained the aspects of their mortal body when building a spiritual body. The reason this was possible was because of mana. Mana was basically another type of material, so it could reflect material characteristics. Like the totem space Melody was currently fighting in, mana could appear as dirt and monsters. When Dream entered into the totem space and buffed the giant angel Melody was fighting, he was doing so for a reason. He wanted her to grow, and there were only a few ways to do that. The spiritual body was directly connected to the soul. If one wanted to grow in power, they had to strengthen their soul. By extension, they had to strengthen and stress their spiritual body. Dream had increased the power of the giant angel to just above Melody's full power. In doing this, he would force her to actively grow while fighting. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to surpass the power of the giant angel, ultimately dying. During this process of growth, Melody would have her spiritual body destroyed, this destruction taking the form of wounds. Her own blood would flow, and her energy would deplete. Surpassing the sheer energy of the giant angel would require her to not only reach her limit, but surpass it. Dream knew that there was one main way to surpass one's limit. That one way was to beckon the power that stood behind the soul. Dream had long understood that each soul was connected to a source of power that never drained. This was why it was possible to regenerate energy. The power or energy that a soul utilized was limited, and it wasn't dependent on mana. It was its own energy. So, where did this energy come from? There was something above the soul that provided energy. Not only that, but this power enabled the soul to grow in strength. Thus, the main way to gain power was by beckoning this exterior source of strength. By breaking a person down, their soul would grasp for energy from its very depths. When that happened, through a concept that Dream didn't understand, the exterior source of strength would lend more power, thus increasing the total amount of energy one soul could wield. Other than that, there were two secondary ways to increase power. The first was leveling up, and the second was by leveling up skills. This increased a person's strength because the system made it so. By killing and comprehending, one could rise in power. It could be said that the system was a stairway to heaven filled with bloodshed. Dream didn't believe in this path, instead choosing to walk a road of pure study and comprehension. But this path was the way of the universe. It could be said that the Asuras embodied the most prevalent way of rising to power. They excelled in killing, and killing was the easiest way to rise in power. While Dream walked a very different path, his sister didn't. Thus, he had to help her as best he could. This was why he was giving her the challenge he did. If she could pass, then she would step forward in power. And not just by having killed, but by surpassing her limits through the art of killing. If her road was killing and combat, then Dream would push her to the furthest extremes of that road. This was the only way to let her reach the pinnacle of what she could be. After Dream disappeared from the totem space, Melody stood opposite to the giant angel. Her face was now serious. Before, she knew she could probably win, but now, she was effectively destined to lose. If she remained as strong as she was in this moment, then she would be killed by this angel. She knew what she had to do, but it wouldn't be easy. Still, she raised her sword. The angel flourished its 8 arms, all 8 weapons aiming toward her. The angel radiated an indomitable aura of slaughter. But Melody's aura was only a bit lesser. She was an Asura, and a powerful one at that. Her third eye seemed to see through all things, and any normal Asura would have to bow toward her power. Only death would bring her down. Soon, Melody and the angel dashed toward each other, their speeds reaching their furthest extremes. They appeared before each other like ghosts. Melody pierced forth with her sword. Against this angel, she was putting forth her entire power. There was no way Dream would misjudge her power. He could see through her entire being. If he created something that was a bit more powerful than her, then the angel was exactly that. This angel could and would kill her. This would be one of the biggest battles of Melody's entire life. Her sword sailed forth, all her power concentrated on the tip. Before it could pierce into the angel's body, though, the angel brought down its own weapons. A spear and axe both thrust and chopped at her. If these blows landed, it would wound her. But Melody didn't stop. Boom! Power erupted, and Melody's sword planted itself in the angel's abdomen. The power behind the sword exploded, tearing its body apart and wreaking havoc. At the same time, though, the angel's 2 weapons cut into her. The large spear created a hole in her shoulder, while the axe chopped halfway into her leg. Melody grimaced as her blood spilled, and she retracted her sword. With a step, she disappeared, reappearing 200 feet away. After creating distance, Melody continued to gaze at the angel. The wounds on her body regenerated within seconds, sealing the hole in her shoulder and repairing her leg. However, just because the wounds were no longer visible didn't mean she hadn't expended lots of energy. Like Dream, Melody understood that energy was finite. Her attack cost energy, and repairing her body cost energy. This energy was lost once spent, and only by waiting would she recover some energy. There were no fancy tricks she could play. Everything came down to her total energy pool, and the angel's was higher than hers. Every second she waited, she would gain a bit of energy back, but the angel would too. In the end, she would fall first. To survive this, she had to make sure that when she reached her limit, the angel wasn't strong enough to instantly finish her off. With time, she would come back, and hopefully, she would attain a higher energy level than the angel, thus allowing her to defeat it. With this plan, Melody raised her sword again. The surroundings were silent as the two clashed once more. Explosions were released, creating large blood waves. Melody continued to inflict wounds on the angel, but in return, she received wounds that were a tiny bit worse. She exchanged blows, turning the battle into one of attrition. Meanwhile, all the spectators watched with gleaming eyes. They understood that this angel was stronger than usual, but nobody really cared too much. They didn't believe that their totem space could be so easily tampered with by someone. Vela understood that this was the case, though. After Dream exited the totem space, he reappeared right back next to Vela. She looked at him with shocked eyes. When Melody began her fight not long after, Vela couldn't seem to ask what was on her mind. She knew what he was doing, but as for how, she might not understand even if Dream explained it to her. The totem space had existed within the clan for hundreds of years and was created by one of the most powerful class CXS to appear within the clan. This totem space was one of a kind, and it had been used to evaluate and train Asuras for generations. Only a few even knew how the totem worked. Nobody knew how to modify or tamper with the core enchantments. But Dream had just done that, and so easily too. By the way, I noticed you guys using some sort of weird rocks to power the totem space. What is that? As Melody continued to fight for her life, Dream leaned over and asked Vela. When analyzing the totem, he had noticed some kind of rock or crystal that was distributing power to the totem. The rock was filled with mana, almost like a mana battery. He knew how it worked, but he had never seen such a thing before. Hearing this question, though, Vela was shocked even more. How can you not know about mana crystals? I come from a very far away place, and yet you can decipher the totem enchantments so easily. Enchantments are one thing. Naturally occurring phenomena, like those mana crystals, are another. So where do they come from? Vela stared at Dream for a second before sighing. Mana crystals are mined from mana crystal veins around the world. It's not entirely understood how the mana crystal veins come to be, but they take a long time to form, and there are a finite amount. We own a few mana crystal veins near our territory. Mana crystals are also used as the world's main currency. Interesting. You'll have to show me this stuff in the future, especially those mines. I'd like to take a look. Dream nodded pleasantly. These naturally occurring mana crystal deposits piqued his interest. They definitely couldn't just pop up out of nowhere. Dream thought it had something to do with the Terra core that Durak told him about. That Terra core was definitely the core of the planet, only it was altered by mana to give it special properties. Dream could constantly feel a magical repulsion coming from the core of the planet. This was that Terra core. Sophia, remind me to head to outer space too. I've noticed that the space here is different from Earth's space. Definitely. Sophia concurred. She and Dream already knew that the things that were normal on Earth were not so normal here. Terra cores, mana crystals, and several other things were not so natural phenomena brought about by the long-term presence of mana. Dream eagerly wished to begin research, but for now he had to stay with Melody. Arg. Slice. Meanwhile, Melody continued to fight a life or death battle within the totem space. She was incredibly wounded, as was the angel she fought, but she was also noticeably weaker. Although she had skill and combat awareness that surpassed the giant angel, Dream had factored that into her strength as well. She couldn't surpass the angel even using her power most efficiently. Dream really was forcing her to the absolute limit. Melody's aura was weak and feeble. She had chopped off 5 of the angel's arms, but that came at a great price. She had barely any energy left. She could feel her soul desperately clawing for every strand of energy it received from the unknown, like a drowning man gasping for air in a turbulent ocean. It was incredibly painful, and she really wanted to give up, but she didn't. She continued drawing on an empty tank. Her will remained firm. While fighting, she remembered some of the stories that she heard from Luna. Back on Earth, Melody spent a lot of time with Luna. During that time, Luna would tell her stories about her brother from when they were on the other world. She spoke about how Dream would tamper with his own soul. He would drain every last bit of his energy until he passed out for days on end. Even as a low class 2 or 3, he was capable of pushing himself far beyond his limits. Sometimes, it came at the price of harming his soul to do so. There was even a time when Dream had his stats reduced almost 3 tiers, from that of a class 4 to that of a strong class 2. He did that in order to ensure the lives of Luna and Iris, resulting in the soul connection they had ever since then. He had to be their buffer, or they would kill each other. Even now, this was a problem that hadn't been solved. There were many insane stories she told Melody, and it made her realize that while Dream wasn't a fighter, he was no less driven and hardworking. His power came from an unfathomably deep understanding of the universe, but in order to reach that point, he had to break down and build up his soul, forcing his soul and mind to be capable of doing the things he did. Such understandings and powers didn't come from nothing. He had paid his dues not in blood, but with his soul. Knowing this, Melody couldn't allow herself to quit or fail. If Dream could do it, then she could too. She was walking her own path, but there were certain truths that remained constant. In the aspect of pushing herself to her limits and surpassing them, she had to follow in her brother's footsteps. Bang! An explosion sent waves of blood flying as the angel brought down a large hammer. Melody dodged, but was caught up in the shockwaves. By now, she barely had the energy to release weak attacks. The angel wasn't much better, but it still attacked. She constantly had to defend herself. Now, It was a game of survival. How long could she persist? If she lasted long enough and took enough hits, she would eventually force her soul to meet the level of the angel, then surpass it. Melody rolled around as the angel thrust out with its spear. She couldn't even pierce its body with her sword. Her soul felt like a dry desert. She barely maintained enough energy to keep herself conscious. Her moving around was a miracle. The entire time, she desperately monitored her energy levels. There was a constant stream of energy coming into her soul, and whenever she gained a drop of it, she used it. Like this, her soul was almost always deprived. But this opened it up for improvement. Over time, Melody felt herself drawing more energy. She seemed to sense where this energy came from, as if she found the faucet of water that would quench her soul. It was here that she urged her entire being to draw on more power. This was a reaction that was both instinctual and conscious. Of course, her soul desired to regain energy, but when Melody pushed her entire being to do so, there were better results. She kept dodging, but more energy also started to trickle in. It was like she was loosening the seal on this source of energy, allowing more to flow in. Gradually, she was allowed to consume more energy, resisting the attacks of the angel. Then, she actually gained more than she used. She began returning attacks, fighting with the angel instead of just surviving. Seeing this, Dream smiled. He obviously knew what she was sensing. He had long ago sensed the same thing. He had done research on it, but it didn't amount to much. Whatever this source of energy was, it was too far away to touch upon. It was like the concepts he touched. Only this source of energy wouldn't actively pull him toward it. Dream watched as Melody slowly turned the tides. As her soul drew upon more energy, she surpassed the energy gain of the angel. With that, it was only a matter of time. Dream considered the battle finished, and after 15 more minutes of fighting, it truly was. Everyone watched as Melody chopped off the angel's legs. Then, she thrust her sword into its third eye. Its head exploded, turning into a fountain of blood that made the ocean of blood around her noticeably rise. She did it. Yes. The spectating Azuras were cheery as Melody dealt the finished blow. When she was finished, Melody fell to her knees. The blood sea around her rose to 2 feet in height before the totem space suddenly shut down. The space collapsed, and Melody was left right next to the totem, kneeling as she silently gazed into space in front of her. Dream appeared next to her, sensing her soul. Because her soul had been deprived for a long period of time, it had actually been damaged, but this would result in growth. Dream smiled and picked up his sister. She smirked at him before falling unconscious, entering a deep sleep. 2 things. Dream turned to Vela with Melody in his arms. 1. I've modified the totem. When someone enters it and reaches the giant angel stage, the angel will gain a power level just above the fighters. The only way to win is to improve, forcing one's soul to surpass its limit and thus surpass the angel. Only, the person has to be strong enough to surpass all the armies beforehand. Thus, it still qualifies as a talent measurement device. I see. Vela nodded blankly. She couldn't believe that he really had just modified the totem, but she knew it was the truth. And the second thing? I need a place to stay. Or, more like she needs a place. Anywhere will do. Right. Here, I'll take you to a house. Nodding, Vela turned and left the evaluation center. Many of the spectators watched them leave before breaking out in excited discussion. Melody's name rapidly spread as people shared the news. Some even had mana recording devices that captured her battles, and it wasn't long before these were spread around. Chapter 251, Terra Core. Vela was quick to show Dream and Melody to a residence within the clan. Dream hadn't expected much, but surprisingly, Vela brought them to an incredibly large mansion. The mansion was located within the depths of the clan, but also far away from anything like the standard clan areas. It was isolated and surrounded by natural landscapes. The size of the clan was easily the size of a large country back on Earth, so finding an empty area wasn't difficult. After taking them to the residence, she let them be. She had many things to discuss with the clan leaders, and Dream had things he wanted to do himself. So, they parted ways. Though, not before Vela left Dream with some kind of mana device. The device she left him was a communicator. It used mana signals to send voice or text transmissions across distances. Basically, it was a magic phone. In order to send messages, you needed someone else's contact mark, a special mark specific to the person, not unlike a phone number. Vela left him with her contact mark. After understanding the enchantments behind this magic phone, Dream also left her a contact mark. By now, Vela couldn't be surprised anymore, so she just nodded and left. After she left, Dream crushed the magic phone and broke it apart, analyzing the magical structure. With that, there was nothing more to understand about it. As for not having a magic phone, Dream wasn't worried. He could act as the phone himself. It was a basic magic that he could replicate and improve on 100 times over. There was no need for a special rock. With that, Dream turned his attention to Melody. She was in a deep sleep and her soul was recovering. It would take a while, but eventually she would regain all her energy, her soul would heal, and then her maximum energy level would increase. If he just let her be as is, it would take several days. But Dream had ways to accelerate and support the process. Dream created a few enchantments that filled the bedroom Melody was in. When the enchantments took effect, the entire place was flooded with extremely dense mana. After that, Dream injected some of Aegis's power into the space. This power began to nourish Melody's soul, supplementing it with energy. There was also a slight restorative effect, but Dream refrained from amplifying this effect too much. She needed to recover by her own power. That would give the best results. With that, Melody was set to recover. Dream estimated she would be in a deep sleep for a few days' time. Because of that, he planned to make good use of this free time. After setting up some more defensive and alarm enchantments, Dream left the residence, flying up to the sky. Dream knew that the clan was a large place. Still, there was more than enough open space for his use. After finding a large plot of land, Dream hovered 100 meters over the surface. He could see many exotic trees and plants that radiated mana. Disregarding this, he took out a large sphere from his inventory. Dream hadn't taken his Borg cube with him. This was because there was simply no need to. He could just make another. Dream dropped the large sphere, the sphere disappearing into the plants. Moments later, though, smoke began to rise from the ground. Dream could see all the plants be overtaken by a wave of black liquid material. This material spread through all matter, multiplying endlessly. These were Dream's nanobots. The nanobots were like gluttonous ants as they not only swallowed up the plants, but the ground. They seeped into the planet, intaking all the dirt and rock as material. Everything was equal, because everything was material. With the nanobots, anything could become everything. After only a few minutes, the surrounding mile of land became a lifeless zone of black liquid metal. Dream smiled at this before giving a command. Rise. He spoke, and the nanites answered. They began to pile on top of themselves, their elements being constructed at lightning speed. Dirt became metal as a massive construction formed. Dream also helped, his power accelerating the process several times over. Soon, a large cube was formed. It wasn't as big as the Borg cube, but this much was enough. What was left was a giant crater in the planet, but Dream didn't care about this. The planet he was on was massive, much more so than Earth. There was more than enough land to go around. I need a few rockets and some ships. We need to place some satellites in space while mapping out the planet. Also, have some independent scout squads go and search for some mana crystal mines. It's fine if they find the ones that this clan uses. Understood. Sophia responded to Dream's requests. The next moment, the cube below him roared to life. Hundreds of bots and ships were quickly constructed. After that, the ships launched themselves into outer space while the bots formed squadrons and shot off into the distance. There were some bots that burrowed into the ground, digging straight to the core of the planet. Dream didn't plan to sit by idly, though. He hitched a ride with one of his ships as it rocketed into the atmosphere. Within a minute, Dream was able to see a large outline of the planet. Only, he quickly discovered something interesting. The ship Dream rode on began to rapidly disintegrate under a chaotic mystical power. Dream was surprised as this power hit him as well. Looking around him, he could see powerful currents of mana that rampaged about, like a stormy ocean. Well, isn't this interesting? Sophia commented as Dream reinforced the ship underneath him. He nodded. Space really is different here. The space outside the planet is filled with tons of mana that's denser than the mana on the planet itself. This mana is incredibly chaotic, though. Anyone class 4 and below would almost instantly die in such an environment. If they were weak, even class 5s would die eventually. This basically prohibits anyone from soaring into space themselves. Even regular material would be obliterated here. If I want to put satellites around this planet, it'll take some powerful enchantments. Dream spoke as he looked around him. As he rose higher and higher, he found that space was exactly the same as Earth's. It was the same dark void with the same bright stars. He could see the massive planet below him that was bigger than Jupiter, about 120,000 miles in diameter. However, the invisible currents of raging mana made it impossible for anyone ordinary to traverse this chaotic space. Luckily, Dream wasn't ordinary. He had no trouble resisting these mana currents. He could live up here indefinitely if he wanted. Eventually, the ship reached its designated height. After gaining enough speed, the ship shuttled around the planet, deploying the satellite. This satellite was just recently enchanted by Dream, so it could survive the chaotic space around it. While it wouldn't last forever, it would last long enough to collect the data he needed. Dream watched as the satellite disappeared into its orbit, the powerful camera on it taking countless images of the planet below. That wasn't the only one either. There were a few dozen other ships that Dream quickly enchanted and deployed. After that, though, Dream turned his sights away from the planet. He looked at the massive star that beamed light down upon him. This star was much bigger than Earth's star, and it was deep red in color. After using himself as a telescope and collecting all light in a radius of 100 meters, Dream also discovered several planets in this solar system. These planets were massive but barren, with no signs of life. They were also much farther away from the star. This planetary system was quite a bit larger than Earth's. The planet Dream was on was the fifth planet in this six-planet system. There was another planet not far from him. So after thinking for a second, Dream began to shuttle through space toward that planet. After several hours, Dream arrived. He descended upon the planet that was about 50,000 miles in diameter, but what he found on this planet surprised him. The planet truly was barren, not unlike the planet Mars or Venus. However, it also had a magical repulsion field like the planet Melody was still on. This magical repulsion field was weaker than the other planet, but it was powerful enough to resist the chaotic space mana outside of it. Thinking for a second, Dream suddenly dove into the planet. He put away his mortal shell, becoming purely spiritual. Like this, he was able to fly straight into the planet without digging. He traveled for only a minute before coming upon the core of the planet. It was here that he discovered a massive sphere of crystal. This crystal looked just like the mana crystals that powered the totem space Melody fought in. However, it was countless times larger and more powerful. This single core was around 6,000 miles in diameter, only a bit smaller than Earth. Not only that, but Dream could actually sense an aura of life from this core. So this is a Terra core? Dream mumbled as he approached. He released his will, encapsulating a section of the core. Like this, he discovered that this massive mana crystal actually wasn't material. It had no atomic structure. It was purely magical. This is the pure manifestation of mana. Dream was ecstatic. As mana became denser, its effect on the real world became more pronounced. Dream had only seen mana manifest in the form of magical effects. He had never seen mana actually take shape in the real world. This mana could be touched, yet it was still impervious to physical harm. Suddenly, Dream thought of something. He searched through his inventory before pulling out a small sphere. This sphere looked almost identical to the mana crystal before him. It was the ball of mana atoms he had created a long while ago. When mana becomes dense enough, using flux as the binding agent, it can actually form something like an atom. There are no mana elements, only the single mana atom. But this mana atom is denser than any other form of mana. This mana crystal, it's actually comprised totally of mana atoms. To think such a thing could form naturally, this is amazing. Dream gazed between his sphere of mana atoms and the Terra core. He then dove into a frenzy of research. However, when he began to poke deeper into the Terra core, he felt his soul shake. A massive power radiated from the Terra core, washing over him. At this point, Dream was shocked. That was because what washed over him was will. Somehow, this Terra core actually had a will. This meant it truly did have a soul, a life of its own. As this will observed Dream, it didn't carry with it any hostility, only vigilance and curiosity. It also attempted to communicate with Dream, but because it didn't seem to have much knowledge, it didn't have a coherent language. Despite this, Dream was able to pick out meanings within this will. Using universal language that could read the intent of souls, he made out what this thing wanted to say. What are you? The will desired to know what Dream was. It was like a child seeing another person for the first time. Dream was surprised before communicating back. I am Dream. I am a person. Dream. Person. The Terra Core observed him, and Dream observed it. Poking deeper, Dream could sense a massive soul within this Terra Core. It was also a soul beyond a class 4. Its soul wasn't made of soul strings, but a massive core. This was a core of its intelligence, its being. By all rights, this soul should be intelligent beyond words. However, because it was a barren planet with no life, it had only drifted in nothingness for millions, perhaps billions of years. This soul has basically existed in limbo for its entire life. It has gained no knowledge of its own. Knowing this, Dream was both excited and worried about communicating with this thing. He knew that its sheer power was unmatched. Dream could be severely injured out should this Terra Core attack him with its power. If he gave it intelligence and knowledge, allowing it to become a sentient being, there was no telling what could happen. But it was this unknown that excited Dream. At first, Dream only wanted to harvest the Terra Core, bringing it in for study. But now, he discovered that this thing was like a child, an extremely powerful child. It could be raised, molded into whatever Dream wanted. There were countless applications for this Terra Core. Not only that, every other planet in this system had a Terra Core too. They were all like this core here, children that had been locked away in darkness for an eternity. If the planets didn't have Terra Cores, then they would have been obliterated by the chaotic mana around them, since it was the Terra Core that produced the magical repulsion field, protecting the planet itself. Dream thought for a long while. As he thought, he continued to communicate with the Terra Core. This communication was simple and dull. However, after Dream made a decision, he suddenly opened the floodgates. He formed a data stream. This data stream held countless understandings of what life was, what people were, even what magic was. It held data about languages, relationships, interactions. Dream showed the core what it was and what he was. All this data covering many aspects of existence were infused into the Terra Core. The Terra Core's intelligence was thrown for a ride as all this knowledge flowed into it. It was forced to process everything Dream sent to it. However, its soul was more than capable of handling this. Within mere minutes, its vast wisdom that had been dormant for millions of years awakened. It began to understand its own existence and the vast universe around it. However, Dream obviously didn't let it develop randomly. Behind every intelligence was a drive, a motivation for existing. Dream decided to give this Terra Core a purpose. Within the data he sent, he used his power to affect minds and imparted a wonder and love for life. This thing was a planet, and as a planet, it would house entire civilizations upon it. Dream didn't doubt that the Terra Core within the other planet he was on had a vast intelligence that had evolved alongside the civilizations that appeared on it. It had observed the rise and fall of countless people and empires. To ordinary people, it was like a god. At the least, Dream couldn't have this thing turn hostile, so he urged it toward being peaceful and wondrous. After a few hours, the Terra Core locked in on him and spoke. You are Dream, a person from another world. I am a Terra Core. I am a world. Dream could feel the Terra Core shake, as if it had been enlightened. Dream was vigilant as the Terra Core thought of countless things, forming countless associations. There were truly so many things for it to think about. Eventually, though, it came to realize that Dream was the one that awakened it. If it didn't have Dream, then it would have remained nothing but a rock. Dream was the sole being that it knew of, like a benevolent god that granted it the privilege of intelligence. Sure, other people existed, but there were none that the Terra Core could communicate with. Dream, my god. God? Let's not go that far. Call me your master. I shall guide you. My master. That's better. Dream nodded. He didn't know how to feel about being called a god. It just didn't sit right with him. So instead he became a master. All right, let me think of a name. How about this planet be called Tursa Prime? I'll call you Tursa. Tursa, it shall be my name. Dream nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, the Terra Core, Tursa, was wild with joy. It had finally been awakened, and now it would be given an identity, a purpose. And Dream wasn't willing to let this planet remain idle. He rapidly communicated with Tursa. Tursa, on this world, I will build the foundation for all my future plans. You will be in charge of it. This will be a world of both life and machine. In the future, I will connect you to another world, the place I come from. You will be at the center of prosperity, never to return to darkness again. Are you willing to follow my plans? Yes, master. My world is yours. Thank you. Then let's get started. With that, Dream disappeared. He reappeared on the surface of the planet. Then, he dropped another sphere of nanites. The nanites began to spread, multiplying countless times over as they gathered and converted material. Unlike last time, though, Dream didn't restrict them. Anything they touched was converted. Tersa, master, Dream called, and the next moment, a figure congealed beside him. This was Tersa who took on form. It was a female form shaped by pure mana, not unlike a spiritual body. The name Dream gave her, Tersa, was derived from Terra. Terra was the goddess of the earth, and thus a female. Over time, as Tersa built her own personality, her form would be further defined. For now, she was still a blank slate. Master, what is this? Upon appearing, Tersa pointed at the rapidly expanding pool of nanites. Dream explained, these are tiny atomic robots capable of synthesizing any element. From them, I will construct infrastructure from which everything else will be built. I will first build a machine world, after which I will terraform this planet into one that can hold life. As for you, Dream looked at Tersa. Many things here need to be powered by enchantments. I hope that you can take control of the enchanting process, making sure that the mana systems here remain functioning. Of course, master, I will ensure that everything here thrives. That is my purpose as the core of a world. Tersa readily agreed. As the core and intelligence of this world, it was her purpose to cater to the lives of those that lived upon her. She wasn't a normal soul or person. She was a Terra core. Even without Dream's urging, she had the natural instinct that came from her formation over millions of years to bring prosperity to her world. Usually, other Terra cores would have countless civilizations on them. They couldn't side with just one of these civilizations as they would just die over time. So when these groups of people would fight and destroy each other, the Terra core would maintain a neutral stance, not favoring any side and becoming complacent as nature took its course. The only thing it would be concerned with was the extinction of the peoples upon it, but that would only happen in the most drastic situations. But Tersa didn't have this problem. There was a singular person, Dream, that she had to serve. There was no conflict, only one direction she had to travel. This was a clear and defined purpose. There wasn't any simpler way for Tersa to fulfill this purpose of hers. All she had to do was use her power to drive enchantments. These enchantments would transform her world into one of absolute productivity before transforming it once more into a vibrant land of life. These anticipations filled Tersa with euphoria. She was like a mother to this world, and she was now awaiting the day where she would be able to birth and nurture life. In this sense, Dream was the father who was the catalyst for this change. Of course, Dream didn't know about these thoughts of Tersa's. All he could think about was the grand vision he had for this world. In the future, he wouldn't mind connecting this world with Earth, maybe even merging Tersa with Earth's core. Before then, though, this would become his center of production. It would become the foundation he used to elevate himself within the inner universe. Chapter 252, Situation. After Tersa and Dream came to a consensus, Dream was quick to begin transforming the planet. The pool of nanites quickly became a lake, and then a sea. The nanites constructed dozens of fusion reactors that further powered their expansion. The nanites also formed clusters that would launch themselves to all corners of the planet, establishing more sites of expansion. Dream was going to engulf this entire planet, turning it all into pure material. After that, there would be nothing he couldn't do with it. While the nanites expanded, Dream had them create massive machines at different points on the planet. These machines would be responsible for terraforming the planet, modifying its atmosphere in order to make it hospitable. At the same time, factories were erected that began producing powerful bots and ships. Naturally, Dream had to establish massive magic machines that would be responsible for enchanting everything. His bots and ships could no longer survive in space with just physical material. They needed to be magically enhanced. Thankfully, Tersa was there to make sure that these huge enchantment machines would remain powered. Dream and Tersa were quick to cooperate. He showed her his enchantments and created systems that she could follow. He also passed to her huge streams of data that detailed his enchantment and magical knowledge. There were also packets of data detailing scientific knowledge that she would find useful to know. And Tersa didn't disappoint. After processing things for mere hours, she was able to form understandings. Just because Tersa had only come to be awakened in the last several hours didn't mean she couldn't rapidly adapt. Her soul was incredibly powerful, beyond anything Dream had ever seen before. This meant her wisdom was vast, like an empty vessel just waiting to be filled. Dream had only brought along the water of knowledge, and she could hold it all. It wasn't long before Tersa was able to move mana like a conductor, even making her own enchantments. However, it quickly became clear that her understanding of magic was different from Dream's. She lacked the precision he had, choosing to take a more macroscopic approach to enchanting things. Luckily, this wasn't a problem. Dream was able to make it so that powering his enchantments was straightforward. Like that, he set up magical and material industries across the planet. This could all be controlled from a distance too. Dream spent 2 days of time on this planet, constantly interacting with Tersa. She absorbed everything he said to her with the curiosity and wonder of a child. After all, he was the sole existence she knew about and could interact with. At that time, though, Dream decided to leave. Hearing this, Tersa was scared. "Master, you're leaving me?" Tersa asked, slight fear in her voice. She couldn't leave the planet since she was the planet, and Dream was the only person she knew. If he were to leave, she would be all alone. Dream quickly understood what she was worried about. He spoke. "Yes, I can't stay here forever. I plan on visiting the other planets before returning to one with life. Although, I might just be able to take you with me." "Yes, Master, please wait a moment." Huh. Dream was surprised as Tersa suddenly disappeared. He was just thinking of a way to take her with him through something like an avatar. If he could connect her senses to a mechanical device, then he could build her an avatar that she could control from across planets, allowing her to go with him. But it seemed like Tersa had other plans. Since Dream was curious, he followed her as she sunk back into her core. When he appeared outside her core, though, he was stunned. He could see a chunk of her core be torn away from itself, forming a mana body. Then, her soul actually generated some soul strings and inserted them into the mana body. Dream stood by and watched this. Within a few minutes, this mana body seemed to gain sentience. The figure then flew over to him. "Master, I am ready." The figure spoke, Tersa's voice coming from it. Dream looked at the mana body for a bit before speaking. "What did you do?" "I inserted a piece of my soul into this body. This way, I can go with you. The soul within the body and within my core are connected regardless of distance. Are you okay?" "I have been slightly weakened, but it is negligible. I will recover over time anyway." "Very well." Dream let out a breath. Tersa was surprisingly decisive about this. While what she did was done crudely, there was no doubt that it worked. Dream himself had left a sliver of his soul with his wives, and this allowed him to maintain a connection to them across unfathomably vast distances. Tersa would no doubt be able to control and experience things through this avatar of hers across planets. This was the most surefire way to do what she wanted. "Let's go then. While I remain in this star system, you will travel with me." Dream spoke as he enveloped them with ether, shuttling through space to another planet. When Tersa heard him, though, she was once again worried. "Master, will you leave this star system in the future?" "Yes, I will. There is a primary world that I need to take my sister to. That world is in another star system. My wives are also very far away, and I need to find them." "I see. But don't worry. By that time, you won't be alone. I will keep my promise and ensure that I bring life to your world. It may take a while, but it will be done." "Thank you, Master. But even with others, I fear that I will miss your presence." "Ah, that's so nice." Tersa spoke dully. Dream was buttery after hearing her words, though. He went to ruffle her hair before realizing she didn't have any on her mana body. Seeing what Dream wanted to do, though, Tersa instantly generated mana hair, which he went and ruffled. Dream couldn't help but think of Tersa as a little child. He was now greatly looking forward to taking her adventuring. He wanted to fill her with exciting and wondrous experiences. He had already given her a lot of knowledge, but that came from him. Tersa still needed to experience things for herself and form her own way of thinking, making her own memories. Dream was excited to see this happen, like a father with his daughter. Dream quickly shuttled through the chaotic void with Tersa by his side. Within a second, he arrived at another planet. Dream was quick to shoot straight to the Terra core. However, when he arrived and swept through the core with his will, he was surprised to see nothing. There was no soul. In fact, this Terra core was much smaller than Tersa's core. Tersa's core alone was the size of a planet, and this one was a fraction of that size at about 800 miles in diameter. In fact, the entire planet was much smaller too. The core only held the power to repel the chaotic space mana a certain distance, resulting in the planet being the size it was. This is a Terra core? Like me. Tersa was curious as she observed the Terra core. Dream shook his head though. This core doesn't have a soul like you. It's a pure mana crystal. I see. So what do you plan to do? Tersa turned to him curiously. Dream pondered for a second before answering. I'm going to harvest it. Or, I'm thinking about merging it with you. You can absorb the core and I can add the planet's material to yours, making it bigger. Think of it as a present from me to heal your wound. Really? Thank you, Master. Tersa clapped excitedly. Dream smiled at her before raising his hand. In it was a ball of nanites, and he dropped it onto the planet. It rapidly spread like on Tersa's planet, expanding to endlessly engulf everything. After that, Dream went and visited every other planet. There were 6 planets in this star system. One was the Azura world, and another was Tersa's. The other 4 were barren. Even the Terra cores of these barren planets held no soul, simply being utterly massive spheres of mana crystal. After arriving at each planet, Dream dropped a ball of nanites onto them. These nanites were programmed to transform the planets. After that, Dream would move the planets to Tersa's, allowing her to eat them whole. The result would be a massive exoplanet that Tersa and Dream would have dominion over. With that, Dream finally decided to head back. With Tersa, he shuttled back to the main planet. Arriving at the residence Melody was resting in, he appeared inside her room, checking her soul. Looks like she's mostly recovered. Good. Dream nodded. Meanwhile, Tersa was observing Melody curiously. Who is this, Master? This is my sister. Sister, Tersa mumbled. She knew what a sister was because Dream had shown her. Still, she found it curious. Dream was her master, and this person was important to Dream. Melody was also the second person she was introduced to. At the same time, Tersa personally observed Melody's body. All the little details like her hair, skin, shapes, and curves. Tersa took it all in, forming ideas in her own mind. Meanwhile, Dream stood to the side. He was taking in data from the bots and satellites he sent out. In the past few days, the satellites had imaged every inch of the planet. Dream now had a general layout of the place. He knew that there were thousands of different settlements, whether they were cities or empires. The Red-Eye clan was only one of these many settlements, though it seemed to be one of the more powerful ones. Sophia also calculated different estimates. Cities spanned dozens of miles, and empires were the size of entire continents. There were easily billions, if not tens of billions of people on this planet. Because it was so massive, it naturally held a much more diverse and expansive populace than somewhere like Earth. This planet was bigger than Jupiter, after all. Only, most of the planet was empty. Getting to this point, though, Dream wondered about the Azura clan he was involved with. Vela said they were fighting a war, but with so much space and resources, why was there a need to fight? After Dream received more data, though, he had his questions answered. Dream had tasked some bots to find some mana crystal mines, and several had gone to track down the ones that the Red-Eye clan owned. Sure enough, his bots found 8 of these mines. Not only that, but they found several other mines not far from the clan's territory that were being controlled by foreign people. This was the Blue Blood clan. The Red-Eye clan was fighting the Blue Blood clan over these mines. This made much more sense than just territory disputes. The mana crystals from these mines were used as a currency, so mining in these deposits was literally mining money. The more mines, the more money. It was a liquid asset that could be used to expand their infrastructure and strengthen their clan. The Red-Eye clan naturally couldn't turn down this opportunity. With that, Dream more or less understood their war situation. Still, his plans didn't change. He was planning on being a defense contractor, supplying this clan with powerful weapons and tools that would win them the war. After that, he would use the name of the clan to get Melody into the Blooddrop clan. He would follow her by also building weapons for the Blooddrop clan, both of them getting taken to the primary world. From there, he would work on finding Luna and Alice, wherever they might be. Getting to this point, Dream sighed. Along with all the new things he had to research, he had many things on his plate. Just creating weapons would take up lots of his energy, and recovering took time. If he had to make weapons for people on Vela's level all the time, then he would be swamped. Luckily, it didn't seem like there were too many people on her level. Hopefully, Dream stuck around the residence for a few hours. Tersa also wandered the place, even going outside to observe all the plant life and animals. Her mood was wondrous as she pranced around like a little deer, taking in every sight she possibly could. And since she had constructed her body of pure mana crystal material, she was much more powerful than regular Class 4s. Her avatar wasn't in much danger doing as she wished. After a while, though, Dream was alerted. Melody finally woke up. Oh God. Melody was groggy as she became conscious. After taking a few seconds to wake up, she looked around and found Dream. How long was I out? 3 days. Or 3 of our days. On this planet, it was a bit less than 1 day, right? Melody couldn't bother thinking about the technicalities. She massaged her temples as she sat up. After taking some time, though, she found herself oddly refreshed. Her senses felt sharper and her mind clearer. Her body was bubbling with strength. Good job with the angel, by the way. Now, if you do that several times over, you'll be able to hit Class 5 strength levels as a Class 4. Several times over? I don't ever plan on doing that again. Thank you very much. At the very least, if I get into a battle like that, then I better be getting something out of it next time. I got no experience from that angel. Melody huffed as she stood and stretched her body. All that battling felt like it was for nothing. Such a being would probably give her tons of experience if it were alive. Dream scratched his head. Getting experience would ruin the point, though. Anyway, it's time to visit Vela. I've got work to do, and you have a war to fight in. You want experience? Now's the time to get it. Wait, really? I'm fighting in the war?
Yes.
Yes. Melody cheered with a happy smile. A war zone with Class 4s everywhere couldn't be a better place for her. She would be able to slaughter to her heart's content, gaining tons of experience in the process. She couldn't wait. Dream shook his head before leaving the residence with her. The two flew toward the main area of the clan. Along the way, though, Tersa joined back up with them. This came as a big surprise to Melody. Who's this? Melody asked as Tersa took up a position on Dream's side. Tersa had a blank mana body with only the vague features of a woman. Regardless, it seemed Dream found a friend while she had been asleep. Melody, this is Tersa. She's the Terra core of a nearby planet.
Apparently they have intelligence.
Dream spoke, his words revealing tons of shocking information. Melody mulled over his words before connecting several dots. She knew what a Terra core was, and she knew there were nearby planets. Tersa was the avatar of a planetary core with intelligence. What the hell? Melody's eyebrow raised as she looked at Tersa. Dream spoke again. Don't tell anyone, by the way. I don't need people getting ideas. She's just here to follow me and explore. So treat her like a little sister. Right. Melody shook her head. She goes to sleep for 3 days, and he comes back with the avatar of a planet. At this point, nothing he did could surprise her anymore. She just went with it. After a bit of flying, the three arrived back at the clan. Dream took them straight into the Hall of Elders, bypassing the flustered guards and calling for Vela. Dream, I never got a message back from you. Seeing that he was here, Vela quickly flew out of the building. Hearing her, Dream shrugged. I was rather far away, so your device might not have been able to reach me. Anyway, Melody is good and I'm here now. I think it's about time we got to work. Oh, right. Come with me. Vela waved them over before walking into the building. I've already made arrangements, so Melody can train in the clan or go fight in the war. That's the best place for experience. As for you, we have a list of things you can choose to do. Anything from making weapons to reinforcing ships. Whatever you choose to do will be considered payment. Also, one of our elders has agreed to train Melody. He's a Class 5 and one of our best sword fighters. Oh, very good. Dream nodded pleasantly. Meanwhile, as they spoke, the group came upon a set of doors. As Vela knocked, Dream looked around and saw that Tersa was gone. He shrugged as Vela was granted entry. The three walked into a large room. This large room was a single office. At the head of the room sat an old man with white hair and a wrinkly face. All around him was a fluctuating power filled with invisible blades. Dream could feel the aura of the sword from this power, realizing that this must be some kind of will that was devoted entirely to the art of the blade. This man unconsciously affected even the surrounding space. It was clear that he was supremely powerful. While other people might think this was cool, Dream couldn't help but lower his evaluation of the man. From his aura, Dream could feel a power depth far surpassing that of a Class 5, no doubt a Class 6. But because this man couldn't seem to have control over his aura, Dream wasn't impressed. Dream was a man of absolute control. His power would never do something unless he commanded it to. This was like having dogs on a leash. This man clearly couldn't keep his in check. Chapter 253, Repository. Wow, old guy. At least several thousand years old, Melody mumbled as they walked in through the doors and laid eyes on the man behind the desk. Hearing this, Vela's eyes widened before she shot a warning gaze at her. The old man behind the desk also didn't seem pleased. But that old man wasn't too concentrated on Melody either. His senses landed on Dream. While Dream could unconsciously hide his power from even high-level Class 5s, doing so in front of a Class 6 wasn't so easy. At first, the old man couldn't sense anything from Dream. It seemed like Dream didn't even exist. Not the slightest hint of energy or aura leaking from him at all. This caused the old man to sweep Dream with his will, and the things he saw and felt astonished him. When this happened, though, it was Dream's turn to frown. Getting analyzed by someone's will felt incredibly intrusive. With a thought, Dream's own will countered the old man's. The old man felt his will be systematically enveloped, isolated, and then ejected almost instantly. With that, Dream locked down his body with his will. When this happened, the old man didn't react. He turned his gaze from Dream to Melody, then to Vela. So this is the helper? At least he's half competent. Why yes, this is Dream and his sister Melody. Vela stuttered as the old man threw out a half insult. It wasn't that she believed him, but that she knew just how amazing Dream's skills were. If he was half competent, then everyone else could only be incompetent. Well, here's your list, Dream. Vela will handle the rest. As for your request, I'll consider it if you do a decent job. Now leave.
Yes.
After the man waved them off so simply, Vela could only nod and turn around. She beckoned Dream and Melody out, closing the door behind her. I am sorry for that. After they walked to another area of the building, Vela apologized to Dream. She was surprised, though, when she saw the small smile on his face. She expected him to be mad. That's all right. Who was that, exactly? That was the second patriarch of our clan. Patriarch Thousand Sword. Thousand Sword? What? Does he have 1,000 swords hidden between his face wrinkles? Melody suddenly snapped with a snide remark. Vela didn't even correct her as she continued with a sigh. He's notorious for being the most overbearing and callous person in our clan. But since he's also one of the strongest, everyone can only put up with it. One of? Who else is that strong? The first patriarch. Patriarch Star. Vela's complexion brightened a bit upon mentioning this name. The first patriarch is on par with, if not a bit stronger than the second patriarch. Patriarch Star is also much more pleasing to speak with. I would have brought you to him, but he's currently out and about somewhere. Sometimes he likes to disappear, and he did so not long after our war started. He shouldn't be gone for long, though. I see. Now, at what power level are these two patriarchs at? Dream asked curiously. He was very interested in this topic since he didn't have much knowledge about it. Both of them are Class SIXS. However, Patriarch Star has a much higher chance of becoming a Class 7 than the second patriarch. As Melody guessed, the second patriarch is around 48,000 years old, and he's basically reached the end of his potential. Patriarch Star is much younger, though, and has a long road to walk. Only time and luck will tell, though, if he can jump the gap to Class 7. I see. Dream nodded slowly. It seemed that man was one of the two main pillars of the clan. As for why he was so rude just now, that must just be his natural disposition. While Dream wasn't happy with the treatment, he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, Melody, allow me to introduce you to your new teacher. Vela spoke as the three approached a large pair of doors. This was in another area of the building, and Dream could sense strong enchantments behind the doors. These enchantments were spatial in nature. Vela opened the doors. Through them, the three could see a wide open expanse that extended for several miles. This was like the totem space Melody was previously in. This room that should only be a few dozen meters large was much bigger through the use of spatial compression. And in the center of this space was another man. Dream could feel a sharp aura from him, Only, this aura was quite a bit more graceful and sheathed than the one the patriarch emitted. Elder Dalier, Elder Vela. Upon seeing each other, the two elders gave greetings. Elder Dalier looked at Dream and then Melody. His face was aged but charming, not giving off any hostile feelings. So this is my new student? Yes, this is Melody and her brother Dream. She'll be under your tutelage from now on. She'll need to learn things from the ground up, so be sure to stop by and grab some auxiliary skills from the library. Teach her everything she needs to know.
Sure.
Then we'll leave you to it. Saying that, Vela turned to leave, not wasting any time on idle chatter. Dream also turned, but glanced at Melody momentarily before patting her on the head. Learn well. I will. Melody nodded. The next moment, though, she felt something stream into her body. A powerful heart and soul was stationed within her spiritual self. Aegis, my lady, Melody asked inwardly before receiving a response. It was Aegis who was just passed to her. She was surprised, glancing at Dream as he left with Vela. She smirked a bit as the doors closed behind him. After Dream left the room with Vela, the two walked through some more corridors. Along the way, Vela handed a sheet of parchment to Dream. This is that list. Everything on it is different tasks that have been approved by the Patriarch for you to do. Things like building ships, weapons, constructing buildings, even going out to help our armies by either fighting or acting as support. As for things like enhancing our defenses or improving our ships, that will unfortunately be off-limits as it would require you to learn our enchanting techniques. The Patriarch doesn't exactly trust you.
Sure.
Dream nodded with a slight smile as he took the paper. There were a variety of things listed on it, but other than a glance, Dream didn't spare it any thought. I'll do all of it.
Except fighting.
Vela turned to him surprised. All of it? Yes, I told you before. I'll turn this clan into a war machine. Ships, gear, buildings, defenses. I'll build and enhance all of it. The only things I need are materials unless you expect me to go and retrieve my own. And no, we'll supply you with materials. All right, then I plan on starting with weapons first. I want you to go to every class 5 in your clan and have them place a custom order. I want to know their weapon type, its design, and the attributes of the person who uses the weapon. I'll personally build every weapon according to the person's desired characteristics, as I did with yours. Or really? Every class 5? Vela was yet again stunned. She wasn't even mad that Dream was giving her a job to do. If Dream would custom make every weapon as he did with hers, then the combat power of the clan's highest echelons would skyrocket. Just with this, the war would become much easier to win. If Dream really did do what he said and revamp the clan's infrastructure, then who knew how powerful they would be? She didn't even doubt his ability. She had personally seen him build her weapon and hand her a masterpiece. The weapon could become one with her body and soul, allowing her to easily exercise her utmost ability in combat. This was a far cry from weapons that were half-assed by other blacksmiths and enchanters. None of the weapons Vela ever wielded could match the versatility of the one Dream built. The one he gave her could even be wielded by a class 6 like the Patriarch. Thinking of Dream really holding true to his promise, Vela got excited. All right, I'll go get everything for you. As for materials, I'll have them delivered to your residence. Sure. Oh, but I won't be starting right away. No. Vela tilted her head. Dream scratched his cheek. I have a bit of studying to do before I start. I'm going to be working on attacking the Class 5 realm soon. I have a Class 5 soul with me that I need to analyze, so I'll spend a while doing that before diving into this project for your clan. Class 5. Vela went silent and pondering. Then, as if she made a decision, she spoke. We have knowledge on the Class 5 advancement. After all, we have raised many Class 5s ourselves. Becoming familiar with the process before advancement can greatly increase the chances of one utilizing their fullest potential. If you want, I can bring you to our repository so you can look through our texts and tomes. Oh, that would indeed be very helpful. But I assume such a repository isn't so easily accessible. Can you really get me in there? Dream's eyebrow raised as he asked. Such a repository of knowledge would hold extremely valuable knowledge that had been utilized for thousands of years to raise the clan. Dream hadn't been at this clan for even a week yet, and Vela wanted to grant him access. Vela let out a light breath. I can. In fact, let's go right now.
Come.
With resolute steps, Vela led Dream down some more corridors. After going underground, the two came upon a pair of massive doors. The doors radiated intense power that made others want to bow their heads. Obviously, the enchantments on these doors were created by an extremely powerful person, and in front of these doors sat a single person. This person had a wizened old appearance, looking even older than Patriarch Thousand Sword, who had wrinkles everywhere. "Oh, if it isn't Vela, what brings you and your friend here?" This old man spoke with a raspy voice. Vela bowed with respect. "Guardian, I've come to show Dream here some of the tomes for Class 5 advancements. He isn't one of our clan. Not an Azura, shaped like a human, but not a human. His sister is an Azura who's now learning under Elder Dalier. He's going to be helping out the clan, especially during this war." Vela spoke as the Guardian looked over Dream. Unlike the Patriarch, he didn't send his will into Dream's body, instead only brushing over his mortal shell. Like this, he could tell that Dream wasn't a human or Azura, but with Dream not releasing anything like an aura, he couldn't pick up on anything else. He could only faintly see that Dream still had a Class 4 soul. "So you wish to help your friend with his advancement, but has he yet given the clan anything?" After surmising the situation, the Guardian looked back at Vela. Hearing him, Vela thought for a second before bringing out her halberd. "He built this for me, a weapon worthy of a Class 6, and he plans on building many more like it.
Here.
Vela handed the halberd to the Guardian. The Guardian took it and sent his power into it. Feeling the incredibly smooth transfer of power through the entire weapon, he was surprised. The enchantments were unfathomably intricate, and he could barely detect the myriad of functions behind this weapon. Meanwhile, Dream stood to the side. He watched as the Guardian fondled the weapon like a treasure. Eventually, he reluctantly handed the weapon back to Vela. "Truly an amazing piece of work. Indeed, Guardian. He's worthy of our trust and support. Besides, the knowledge about Class 5 advancements isn't a core secret. This can't be considered much, only a show of sincerity." I suppose you're right. However, I have one condition." The Guardian raised a finger before looking at Dream. "You plan on making more of these weapons?" "Of course, custom-made according to each person's specifications. If you happen to be interested, I can do you a favor and expedite your order." Dream smiled at the Guardian as he spoke. Seeing this smile, the Guardian could only rub his nose. "I see. Well, then I'd like to place an order for a spear. Here are my requirements. As for the strength behind the enchantments, they'll need to be a bit more powerful than the halberd you made for Vela. As for materials, use this." The Guardian handed Dream a sheet of parchment and a big chunk of ore. Dream rapidly read the parchment and understood what the Guardian wanted. The Guardian wanted a spear that had an 8-foot-long shaft and 1-foot-long spear tip. The material he handed Dream would be enough to forge the entire spear with a bit left over. The spear was supposed to be elastic and enchanted to accommodate the ice element. The ore the Guardian gave matched the ice element he desired. It radiated a frigid cold. Only, when Dream filled it with his will, he was surprised to see that the ore wasn't actually material. It was comprised of mana atoms, not unlike mana crystals or terra cores. Dream slowly nodded before putting the items in his inventory. "You'll have it tomorrow." "Oh, then I look forward to it." Hearing Dream, the Guardian smiled before waving his hand. Suddenly, the two large doors behind him rumbled as they split apart, revealing the repository. "Take as much time as you need." "Thank you, Guardian." Vela nodded stiffly as she led Dream into the repository. When the doors closed behind them, she sighed. "To think our guardians could be so easily bribed. Simply an exchange of services, a rather inequivalent one. If you ask me, it gets me what I need without much hassle. Better than going through that old bag known as your Patriarch. Now, where is the knowledge I want?" Looking around, Dream could see hundreds of shelves filled to the brim with books of all sizes. In the middle of the place, there was an orb. Dream didn't think much before walking up to the orb. "That's the search mechanism for this repository. You can find and retrieve the tomes you want through that orb. Rather convenient." Dream nodded before putting his hand on the orb. The next moment, his mind was filled with pieces of data. This data came from his rapid analysis of how the orb worked as well as the enchantments. "So this is the core of the enchantment throughout this repository. It's like they're asking me to just steal everything." With a small smirk, Dream infused his will. Ultra-thin strands of mana poked at the enchantments in certain places, creating backdoors and infiltrating the entire enchantment. In mere seconds, he gained control of the repository, and tons of data streamed into his mind. It was a list of every tome and book along with an overview of their contents, skills, cultivating techniques, third-eye manuals, designs for ships and weapons, building blueprints. They got everything here, including advancement knowledge. Dream's eyes lit up when he finally found what he wanted. Manipulating the orb, 23 books flew over to him. These covered everything this clan knew about not only the Class 5 advancement, but Class 6 advancement and the changes in the soul through each class. To the side, Vela was surprised when she saw these books. She was even more surprised when she read their titles. Some of the books were restricted, even to those who could enter the repository. Dream should only have the bare minimum access that would get his Class 5 knowledge. Dream? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. Saying that, all the books fell into Dream's hands. He then sent his will into each of them, Sophia almost instantly cataloging all of their contents. An image was quickly formed in Dream's mind. This was the Class 5 soul. The Class 5 soul, a soul comprised of several flat layers stacked on top of each other known as soul Cs. Each soul C is built upon the most powerful aspects of a person's existence, such as their skills, intelligence, mana, and more. A low amount of soul Cs would be between 1 and 3. A decently talented person could form anywhere between 4 and 6 Cs. The most talented form between 7 and 9. Forming 10 soul Cs represents the pinnacle of power evolution possible at the Class 5 realm, and it is a legendary occurrence within a clan such as this one. Interesting. As Sophia read the contents, Dream pondered with a curious face. Back on the other world, Dream had once gotten a glimpse of the soul of the artificial Class 5 demon. It matched this description, a soul comprised of several layers. But there was obviously much more to it than that. Dream had first thought that the Class 4 advancement was simple, but then he went through a process of enlightenment. Now, this next advancement would involve reforming the very soul, pushing it to be a higher existence. It was far more complex than even the enlightenment. Unfortunately, what he found within the clan's texts didn't go into any significant detail. It seemed that when one advanced to Class 5, the system had a large hand in the process. It effectively formed the outline for advancement, leaving the person in question to simply fill in that outline as much as possible. Dream knew that even with the knowledge of the legacy space, he was fated to carry out the entire process by his own power. This was what it meant to be under the Wanderer system, a system that inhibited the influence of the true system. Because of that, other than a general outline, the books didn't give him much to go off of. He really would need the legacy space. On top of that, he would need to study the soul that was still in his pocket. Like this, he would gain greater insights, preparing him for when he finally re-entered the legacy space. Chapter 254, Motivation. After a bit more looking, Dream suddenly sent the books around him back to their places. His control over the repository's enchantments also retracted, leaving a back door just in case. Seeing that he was done, Vela looked at him oddly. So, was it helpful? Not as much as I thought it would be. Dream let out a small breath as he spoke. Vela was surprised by his disappointment. Really? Those books record a large part of the advancement process. They've helped very many people in their advancements. Those books only contain superficial knowledge. It doesn't grasp the core truths of the advancement process. They definitely do. I know because I've read those books and used their knowledge in my own advancement. No, you misunderstand. They don't hold the core truths, because the most foundational processes during advancement are overseen by the system. Thus, you can't possibly understand those truths. You were never allowed to. Oh, Vela was stunned silent, unable to retort. This fact wasn't groundbreaking, but everyone glossed over it since the involvement of the system was the truth of the universe. There was nobody who could gain power without the system, and it oversaw all advancements. It had been taken as a simple law of the universe, so nobody ever bothered with understanding it, especially at such a low level. Now that Dream was pointing this out, Vela couldn't say anything. Though, that raised more questions. Why do you need such knowledge, though? It won't help you, and that knowledge would only be held by clans like the Blooddrop clan that have people even more powerful than Class 7s in their ranks. It actually would help me. Let's just say I'm a bit special. I can't really say much more than that. Either way, these books don't help me, Though the ones about class XS and 7s were nice to read, Dream said as he clapped his hands and turned to walk out. He hadn't just brought out class 5 books. He had brought out class 6 and 7 ones, but those were only a single book each. Through them, he learned that the class 6 advancement was a process by which everything about a person was brought together. It was the full manifestation of someone's abilities and talent. At that point, there would be no more levels. From then on, the class 6 would have to gain power by comprehending concepts, touching upon their power. This was made possible because the ability to comprehend concepts was unlocked at the class 6 level. After that, once someone comprehended the shell of a concept, they had a chance to be blessed by it. Once they were blessed by a concept, they would become a demigod, a class 7, someone who could wield the power of their concept. Beyond that was a mystery, at least to this clan. With that, Dream had gained all the knowledge he could from this clan. At this point, there was nothing else they could give or do for him that would be beneficial. The only valuable thing they could do for him was guide his sister, which is what he was doing this all for. Although Vela had questions about Dream's words, she wasn't able to ask as Dream started walking out. After a bit of time, the two exited the building, re-entering the bounds of the massive city around them. "What will you do now?" Vela asked as Dream stopped walking beside a city street. He looked around for a second before pulling the Class 5 soul out of his pocket. The little wisp glowed in his hand, nothing remaining of the person it had once been. "I'm going to take a look at this soul for a while. Deliver that stuff to the house you gave us, and I'll take care of it. After a few days, I'll start working. Be prepared to pick everything up when I contact you."
Sure.
Vela responded absent-mindedly as she looked at the soul in Dream's hand. To think that soul wasn't originally that much weaker than her, and he had perfectly extracted it from someone's body. She shivered to think of the things he could do at his level. "Then I'll be off." Saying that, Dream took a step. Vela was stunned as a layer of space covered him, and he vanished. For a few seconds, she stared at the place he was at until she snapped out of it and walked back to the building they came out of. Her top priority now was to ensure Dream got absolutely everything she could give him. Only that way would they gain the most out of his unfathomable abilities. After vanishing, Dream almost immediately appeared above the residence that was given to him and his sister. He didn't go into it, though, instead turning his attention to the area next to it. Beside Dream's residence was a massive factory that had been built by Nanites after converting a huge plot of land. On top of this factory was a clean little area that was designated as his workplace. He floated over to it before summoning a comfortable chair and sitting back into it. "Now, lay your secrets before me." Saying that, Dream raised the soul still in his hand. The soul floated in front of him, and when he raised his 10 fingers, 10 tendrils shot from them into the soul. They were like needles comprised of his power, scouring the soul for all information they could get. In fact, these 10 tendrils were actually made of mana atoms. Mana atoms were the most dense and powerful form of mana that Dream knew of, and in his hands, they became instruments of absolute precision. He could easily pierce into the soul that was a step above his own with these mana atoms, even tear it apart as he wished. What he did, though, wasn't tear it apart. Instead, he infused his will into the mana atoms where it was then injected into the Class 5 soul. When he did that, he was able to comprehend the vast information contained within the soul seas. This Class 5 soul had 7 soul seas, and each one represented a different aspect of the person who formed it. Upon infusing his will, Dream was able to make out what each of these aspects were. Let's see: mana, intelligence, the body, the soul, will, and 2 skills. He actually used skills as the basis for 2 of his soul seas. Interesting. Dream was curious as he decoded everything. Every soul sea he found revolved around one of the 7 aspects he discovered. For instance, the mana soul sea was a plane of the soul dedicated purely to the control and storage of mana. As for the intelligence one, it was a soul sea dedicated to storing all the knowledge this soul had ever accumulated. For the body soul sea, it was a sea dedicated to empowering the physical form, or more specifically, this man's spiritual body. Each soul sea held dominion over an aspect, and its full power was dedicated to empowering that aspect. Plus, not all soul seas were equal. They could be developed and improved. This particular soul's strongest soul seas were the mana and 2 skill soul seas. As for what the skills were, Dream didn't care enough to analyze them deeply. One of them was a spear skill, and the other was an enchanting skill. Both of these were worthless to Dream, who touched upon the very concept of all magic. But he still analyzed the soul seas, gleaning from it how it was formed and structured. Dream did this for an entire 80 hours, which on this planet was a bit under a day. When he got to that point, he felt he had a good grasp on the structure of the soul. However, this opened up more questions. Why did the soul come to take on this form during the Class 5 advancement? And how was so much soul formed? Dream's current soul was a massive conglomeration of soul strings, and these strings contained all the information and power behind his being. This Class 5 soul, though, wasn't made of strings. While Dream did, in fact, sense the same soul material throughout the soul seas, they still took on another, more advanced form. Each portion of this soul material was much more powerful than an equal amount of soul strings. Why that was, Dream wasn't sure. The only thing he saw was some kind of mysterious energy that was present through the soul. As to what that material was, he had no idea. When Dream was finished analyzing the soul, it was ruined beyond recognition. The only stuff left was a messy mass of energy. If Iris had been with him, he would have given this mass to her since it was the best food for her. Now, though, he only thought for a second before wrapping the soul mass in mana and sending it off to Aegis to fortify his own pseudo-soul instead. With that, Dream's experimenting was done, but there were more questions brought up than answers. More and more, he was realizing the importance of the legacy space. Without it, Dream would have to scour the universe for his own answers, and who knew how long that would take or if it could be done. While Dream was confident in his knowledge and ability, with something like this, he was actually glad he had something to turn to. Dream reclined into his seat as he contemplated. Gradually, the topic of the soul faded from his mind, and he shifted focus to the upcoming work he would be doing. If you could, Sophia, send these construction templates to the factory under me? Sure. After Sophia agreed, she suddenly received a stream of data from Dream. The data outlined his on-the-spot designs for the ships he would be building for the clan. Dream had long discovered how the clan's ships worked. When he was riding in one to the clan, he had analyzed all the enchantments and structures. Nothing was hidden from him, and he almost instantly understood their core secrets. The ships worked by sailing through mana, like a fish in water. As for their power source, it wasn't the people on board, but the mana crystals the clan mined from mana crystal deposits. These mana crystals were basically dense batteries of mana, so with their power one could drive enchantments like a soul would. When Dream had initially discovered the mana crystals, he was pleasantly surprised. Those mana crystals definitely had a lot of application, and he had already made a note to figure out how to extract some. With them, Dream wouldn't have to worry about powering enchantments himself. Oh, that reminds me. Tersa, where are you? Suddenly, Dream spoke seemingly to nobody. Not long after he spoke, though, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Tersa that Dream had lost sight of for a long time. However, she had apparently changed while Dream was gone. Tersa had begun to take on form when she first came to this planet. She had taken on female form and would observe Melody to glean details about what someone should look like. Now, she had been wandering, and this period of exploration had compelled her to take on a fully detailed form. Tersa was now a young woman with medium-length golden hair. Her proportions were average, not particularly outstanding in any way. However, her face was truly perfect. It looked like she took all the most perfect aspects of various gorgeous women and formed her own based on that. It made her average proportions seem just as perfect as her face. Her body was rather flawless. Seeing this, Dream felt happy for her more than anything. He knew she had likely experienced a lot in the past day. However, when he looked at her downcast face, he knew that she was fighting some inner turmoil.
Master.
Tersa, you look sad. What's wrong? I've observed the Azuras in the city and have heard many things. They're at war. They are. Dream nodded, and Tersa continued. I wonder, why must they fight another prosperous civilization for resources? They may have monetary gains in the end, but why must it be at the deaths of potentially millions? So that's what you're grappling against? I think I have a sort of simple answer for you. Dream spoke confidently as he summoned another chair for Tersa. However, she didn't sit in it, instead gliding over to Dream's chair and squeezing in right next to him. He shifted surprisedly as she innocently laid against him. This wasn't her being romantically intimate, but rather like a child wanting the comfort of a parent. He combed her hair a bit as he spoke. I think this goes for all species, but let's just look at humans and Azurus. Both of them are beings of conflict. If you wanted to know what the main driving force behind everything they do is, it could be centered around the single concept of conflict. They form groups for support and then fight for prosperity. They're expanding their influence and resource capacity. You might think that they could simply share, but their innate desire for conflict won't allow that. In fact, it's not so much a desire as it is a truth of their being. They can't live properly without conflict. Now, conflict isn't just fighting external forces. All forms of conflict drive them. They drive us too. Although, since you're a Terra core, the same logic might not be applicable. Does that make sense? So they must fight in order to function. More like they function because they have to fight. Without a fight of some sort, there would be no motivation. For many, fear is what drives them. This can be fear of the future, fear of an enemy, fear of failure, and so on. Pain also drives people. After getting hurt, their basic instinct for survival kicks in, and they force themselves to perform in order to save themselves. So what is this clan fear? Why do they fight this war specifically? Longevity. Dream spit out a guess. These clans have existed for many years. To do so, they must ensure they have resources. No resources mean they can't raise fighters, and without fighters they can't protect themselves. This war will extend their lifespan by providing a supply of wealth. In this way, they fear the future and their gradual demise. I see. Dream looked at Tersa as she contemplated. With Dream explaining this to her, many dots were connected. Normally, a Terra core would have to witness the evolution of their planet, watching empires rise and fall over countless years. Through this, they would learn about the nature of beings, coming to form their own understandings. But Tersa had Dream, who had pulled her from her isolated shell, and now he was giving her some of his vast wisdom. Her intelligence was blooming every second. Her face suddenly wasn't so despondent. She understood that this was simply the way of existence. Conflict drove life itself. It drove some to their demise while driving others to the highest heights. This was a truth of the universe, so there was no reason for her to feel any particular way about it. After forming a conclusion in her mind, she looked at Dream with her large eyes. Master, what do you fear? Oh, I would say that's a hard question to answer, but it's not. I guess you could say I fear losing those important to me. Anything else? What motivates you? Well, if you're talking about my pursuit of power, it's not fear that motivates me. I pursue power in order to gain knowledge and understand the secrets of the universe. I guess my desire for knowledge is what motivates me. Why knowledge? Why does that motivate you? Do you have conflict with the universe? You sure are getting smarter every second. Dream couldn't help but chuckle. After ruffling Tersa's hair, he stood from his seat. Come with me for a second. Okay. Tersa was curious as she took Dream's hand. After that, the two vanished before reappearing in outer space. Tell me, Tersa, when you see that planet, the same one that the Red Eye clan is on, how do you perceive their war? Tersa observed the planet in front of her. On it were billions, if not close to 1 trillion people on it. All of them had their own lives, and countless civilizations had formed over countless years before bringing them to today. When Tersa thought of this, she couldn't help but imagine the war the Red Eye clan was fighting as nothing but a small blip in this planet's endless history. It's small. It means nothing. The existence of the Red Eye clan itself is inconsequential. Exactly. Their conflicts seem meaningless in front of such a massive place. Now, take a look at the space around you. The endless darkness, the scattered stars. There are so many other planets just like this. It makes any single planet seem like nothing, let alone one of the small clans on the surface of one of these rocks.
Yes.
Tersa only nodded as she looked around her. That endless darkness, when thought of on the grand stage that was the universe, was truly stifling. Within that darkness were an unfathomable amount of lives. Even after 1 billion years, she would never experience everything there was to experience. It made the Red Eye clan seem like just a small, enjoyable pastime for her to focus on for a little while. In the end, though, their future would mean nothing to her. As a Terra core, she would outlive every person in that clan along with their descendants. She was already hundreds of millions of years old. She would experience another several billion years before who knew what would happen. Dream let Tersa think for a bit before speaking again. Tersa, in front of this universe, Only the things that forever remain are the goals to go after. I seek the secrets of the universe, because one time in my life, I had been nothing but a flesh and blood body on a rock in the outer cosmos. There, I had known next to nothing. In front of the vast universe, what did I matter? But then I died and was given a chance to break free from my cage of ignorance. After that, I've pursued the deepest truths contained within all things. Only the laws of the universe remain forever. Only those secrets are enough to make me feel profound wonder. In this way, I pursue the unknown. I do not fear it. Other than those attachments I have to special people, I fear nothing, not even the endless darkness. There's simply no need to fear anything when I've accepted the endless unknown as a part of my being. Dream motioned around him, and Tersa listened with rapt attention. From his words, she could feel a story of discovery and wonderment. From his words, she understood just what kind of person he had come to be. Just as his spiritual body represented, he was a being of the darkness that represented the universe and its secrets. He was a man of the cosmos. But this caused Tersa to question something. She looked at him with endless curiosity. But master, if you pursue the pinnacle of knowledge, what use have you for other people? In front of your path, you shouldn't worry about someone as inconsequential as your sister or as distracting as wives. They only hold you back. Even now your sister is keeping you from exploring the universe. Even I am holding you back. Getting to this point, Tersa felt a little sad. She felt nothing but wonder in front of Dream, and she was forever grateful to him. To her, he was the one to follow. He was her master. She would feel immense regret and sorrow if he left, never to be seen again. But she still maintained her point. The fear he held for losing people held him back. To this question, Dream didn't become angry for calling his loved ones inconsequential or distractions. He just smiled. Your logic is valid and true. However, what you fail to account for is the illogical part. People, humans, or Azuras are not purely logical beings. We feel things despite what's best for us. We have desires that seemingly do nothing to our benefit, yet we still indulge in them. My attachment to my family and wives could be said to be illogical for someone like me, but I don't care. I love them. I desire for them endless prosperity and fulfillment. And I do it for no other reason than because that's how I am. Even you, Tersa, I think we've formed a bond in the short time we've known each other. For you, I desire a fulfillment of the purpose you seek. You wish to bring a home and prosperity to endless peoples. I want to make that happen for you. And I don't do it expecting an equal give and take from you. It's weird how that works, isn't it? Totally illogical. But I do it anyway. Dream smiled as he pat Tersa's head. Tersa was a child in his eyes, one to nurture with experiences and wisdom. He took a liking to her, and now she was at the forefront of his plan to carve out a place in the universe for the people he knew. At the same time, Tersa started to beam with joy. She agreed that it was illogical, but hearing Dream's desire to support her, she was endlessly thankful for that part of him. Looking back, she couldn't thank her luck enough for making Dream the one to discover her. Chapter 255, Loyalty. Dream and Tersa returned to the planet. This time, the way Tersa looked at the world was much different. The way she looked at Dream also changed. She still retained her endlessly curious gaze, but she now looked at him with reverence and trust. After conversing a bit more, Tersa went back out to explore while Dream holed up in his factory. It was there that he began constructing ships and making true on his promises. He personally crafted the spear for the Guardian as well, sending it off to find its master. Not long after, Dream was suddenly greeted with hundreds of ships, all of them filled to the brim with resources of all kinds. Vela personally headed this small fleet, and she delivered a large stack of papers to Dream. There were a few hundred, and all of them were the custom orders for the Class 5s in the clan. It only took Dream a moment to scan them before he vaporized all the papers. With that, he had his work cut out for the next several days. The resources from the clan were all dumped into Dream's factory. The factory itself had stunned Vela, but she tactfully didn't ask any questions and just let Dream be. However, this was apparently only the first batch of material. Vela would send another in only a few days. Dream was a bit surprised by this, but smiled when he realized what she wanted. She wanted to make the most out of his power. It wasn't like he minded, only that he found it a bit humorous. After that, Dream was left totally alone. By himself, he was isolated with cold steel and profound power flowing around him. This was the first step in a massive leap of power for the Red Eye clan. Meanwhile, on a distant planet an unknown amount of light years away from Dream, Luna and Alice had begun making their own way. Their journey started when they were sucked into a space channel. The space channels they failed to dodge in the chaotic void were all channels created by the connection between two stable portals. So when they were sucked into one, the two women were carried along and ejected from a portal. Luna was smart and could easily guess what would happen. Portals could only be established by powerful groups, whether they be clans or empires and the like. Moreover, since not many people had the deep, comprehensive power that Dream did, the sheer power of the ones who created these portals were likely much higher than his. This meant that wherever they were spit out, they would be tossed into a lion's den. Luna could only hope that these lions were not immediately hostile. With those thoughts, she and Alice were carried out of the chaotic void. They felt a powerful force guide them and spit them out, and the two appeared in another world. Alice could also guess what was going on. Since it was an unfamiliar place, upon being ejected, she immediately retracted the suit around her and activated the fullest extent of her stealth abilities. Like that, she became a ghost that lingered by Luna's side. At the same time, Luna quickly took in the sights around her. When she did, though, she was a bit stunned. After being ejected, Luna was subject to a myriad of chaotic forces in the atmosphere. Around her, hundreds and thousands of people were flying and running around, their auras dangerous and bloody. The skies were a blood red, and magical explosions boomed in the distance. A war zone? Luna gawked at the conclusion she came to. However, there was yet another detail that stunned her. On all the people she saw flying around were large wings on their backs. Some had 2 pairs of wings while most had 1 pair. They were all angels. An angelic war zone. Just where the hell did I get dropped? Luna pondered for a second. Meanwhile, various other angels were continually ejected from the portal behind her. These angels all had glorious armor, likely some kind of reinforcements. After some time, though, Luna suddenly looked up, and an angel dropped in front of her. "You, who are you? Where is your commanding officer?" Luna was silent as she saw this angel. The angel had the aura of a Class 5, with a single pair of wings. However, he was clearly very powerful and had some authority. Luna quickly thought about her response. This situation was complicated, and it was too suspicious to be someone who accidentally came through this portal. She rapidly formed a story for herself. "My name is Luna. I come here as reinforcement. I was told to find an officer to be assigned to a unit upon arrival." Luna spoke calmly and with confidence. Despite being a Class 4, she wasn't at all weak. She might not be weaker than this Class 5 in front of her. She could even somewhat compare to Dream before they left, and he could instantly kill this Class 5. Combined with the aura of a queen that she had accumulated over many years of ruling, she carried herself with unquestionable grace. The angel interrogating her, although a bit suspicious, didn't think she was some random nobody. Plus, Luna's exceptional beauty had an unconscious effect on his disposition toward her. Before the angel could speak again, it was Luna who took the initiative. "You, sir, what's your name and rank?" "My name is Tristan, captain of the 2nd Company under the 1st Battalion." "Understood. Well, Captain, I was told to find a colonel, but I'll take it upon myself to insert into your company. I've come to support and assist, and it looks like you could use some help. Allow me to take care of your wounds." "Sorry." Captain Tristan was surprised as Luna suddenly extended her hand. A blue light then wrapped around him, and he could feel his body be repaired and even his soul nourished. The fatigue he had been building up over the endless days of fighting was instantly washed away. He felt like a new man who could stand tall. "You're a healer?" "Indeed. As I said, I'm here to support and assist. However, if you're looking for my official rank and military standing, I don't have one. After all, I'm sure you've noticed I don't have any wings." Luna smiled as she spun around, revealing the obvious lack of wings. The captain was a little enraptured by her grace before shaking his head of unimportant thoughts. "You indeed aren't an angel, yet you're still here." "Yes, I've been brought on as external help. I guess you can think of me as a mercenary, only a bit less crude. I will act as your medic and can assist in tactical planning if you so wish." "I see." The captain rubbed his chin, pondering the odd situation. Luna wasn't one to give him time to think, though, so she clapped and pulled his attention. Well then, Captain Tristan, I will follow you. Please lead the way. I'm sure there are many things to do in this war-torn area. Oh, yes. Come. I will take you to my company. Remembering the list of tasks he was supposed to be doing, Captain Tristan let out a breath and waved, taking to the air. Luna smiled as she followed close behind. With the chaos in the air, Luna didn't attract much attention to herself. Only those who weren't busy enough and observed their surroundings spotted the graceful Luna who flew in the air. Compared to the armored soldiers and bloody aura running rampant, she was like a soft beacon of vitality. Just by looking at her would one feel their mind relax. Like this, Luna was taken to a small stronghold. The captain spoke a bit along the way. I command 3 platoons, worth 200 men in total. We're just about to launch another offensive according to orders from my superior. We're working alongside another company within the battalion. I've hawked my men to assemble, and we launch in 20 hours. Before then, though, we have a final briefing in 15 hours. I understand. For now, I will stick with your company. This mission I'll focus on support. If you guide me to your men, I'll do some preparatory rejuvenation. Can you really heal 200 men? They aren't all injured. But doing what you did with me 200 times over would be difficult. The captain spoke with a bit of surprise. Healers were always welcome, but their effects were usually limited. Normally, healers would still focus on combat, while saving a bit of strength for the end where they would save people from the brink of death. After all, only killing earned 1 experience, so even healers only healed on the side. Combat was everyone's main focus, but this also meant that they couldn't heal so many people. Their power was limited. If Luna could really handle the healing of 200 men, the captain would be beyond impressed. Luna only smiled at him. I'll just do my best. I can't say that they'll be brought up to the prime of their life, but I'm confident in my power. You worry about commanding, and I'll make sure your men can carry out your orders to their best ability. On this mission, let's see if we can't beat that other company. Luna turned to the captain with a mischievous air around her. To her statement, the captain's eyebrows raised before he let out a happy laugh. Haha, I like your style. That's exactly what I had in mind. Luna, you take care of my men, and I'll see if I can't get you an honorary rank. There's recently been an opening. I can see that you're exceptionally powerful, perform well enough, and you could very well become my second in command. I surely won't disappoint you. Good. The captain nodded as he saw Luna's smile. He knew that to be his second in command was a great honor, one that thousands throughout the army would fight for. He also knew that if her power was enough, Luna would be an exceptionally valuable asset to his force. There weren't many healers even in all the companies on this war front. For him to suddenly snatch one was a stroke of luck. Only, he had no idea the thoughts that were brewing behind Luna's captivating smile. In that head of hers, she was already planning far ahead of a mere captain of a company. Luna was a ruler, a queen who had overseen billions and orchestrated global prosperity. Even before coming to the inner universe, she always imagined herself carving out a place within it, establishing another empire that would be far more prosperous and powerful than Earth. Her ambition had only been limited by that tiny speck of dust in the outer cosmos. How could she ever be satisfied with some tiny military position? Her goal lay beyond the military, though when she thought about it, this was a rather great place to start. Captains, colonels, and generals all commanded the loyalty of their soldiers. Luna needed people to follow her, ones that could fight for a slice of land in this vast universe. Her smile became even brighter as plans rapidly formulated in her head. The captain beside her only thought that she was enthralled with his offer. If only he knew that she was keen on taking his position for herself and then surpassing it, perhaps taking his troops with her as she left, then he might not be so happy to have her around. With that, Luna was brought to a barracks. It was actually something like a stronghold with hundreds of small living spaces for each of these soldiers. Everyone, assemble now. After walking into this stronghold, the captain walked into a wide open area and bellowed. His voice shook the entire building, and moments after, 200 people came flying out of their space. They all gathered in front of the captain with emotionless expressions. In this company of 200, there were both men and women. Right now, none of them had armor on or weapons equipped, merely storing them in their inventory. Once they were assembled, they immediately looked at Luna, and Luna observed them. This company had about 130 Class 4s and 70 Class 5s. Each of the Class 4s were exceptional for their level, and the Class 5s, while not matching the captain, had significant power. Still, Luna was confident in being able to fight and kill any one of them. Listen up, this is Luna, and she'll be joining the company. She's external reinforcements. Her primary role is support, and her healing power is impressive. I vouch for this personally. In 20 hours, we're launching our next operation, and by then, I want you all to be familiar with her. Luna, any of the quarters that are open are free for your taking. Make yourself comfortable, because this will be your home for a while. Understood. Luna nodded, her gaze remaining on the group of 200 in front of her. With a nod, the captain didn't say anything else and left. Seeing the captain leave, many among the group of 200 started walking off, clearly not interested in entertaining Luna. She stopped them though. Wait a moment, everyone. I have something for you all. Saying that, the people who were walking off all stopped. Then, they were surprised as a blue light streamed through and wrapped around their bodies. Some tried to stop this power, but when their will touched the blue mana, they felt reinvigorated. This lowered their defenses, letting the blue mana seep into them. Suddenly, the entire company of 200 felt a spurt of energy. The Class 4s felt any lingering wounds totally heal, while the Class 5s felt their fatigue melt away. It was as if their minds took a drink of water after many days of thirst. It was an infatuating feeling. Just a little something before the operation. I'll be in my quarters. With a smile, Luna waved and walked away. The company of soldiers stared at her for a second, their eyebrows raised. Once she disappeared through a door, they all dispersed themselves, though there were a few that branched off in her direction. For people walked through the door Luna went through. Upon entering a hallway, they could detect a faint trail of vital power, rich with Luna's aura. They followed this trail toward one of the many quarter rooms in the building. Knock knock. Come in. One of the four knocked, receiving a response. With that, the door opened. What was revealed was a small but comfortable room, equipped with a bed and a few other amenities. This was the standard quartering for these soldiers. Normal soldiers received bunks, but every soldier here was a Class 4. Obviously, they wouldn't stand for being bunked in uncomfortable spaces. These small rooms were their living spaces, and the higher the rank, the better the space. The four walked into Luna's room as she eyed them. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all angels and dressed in their own casual but luxurious clothing. The woman spoke. Luna, right? I am. We're pleased to have you here. I know your reception wasn't grand, but there's not much to be happy about in this war zone. I understand. I wasn't interested in a reception either. You 4 coming to greet me is more than enough. Luna smiled at them as she sat on her bed. She forever retained her queen-like demeanor, feeling both royal and down-to-earth. This had a subconscious effect on the 4 in front of her. They all straightened up, and after feeling her power, they felt themselves fall into a position of subordination. After all, they were Class 4s, and while Luna was also a Class 4, she was far above their power level. They actually couldn't tell the difference between her and a Class 5 like the captain. Luna took the initiative, tilting her head a bit as her silver blue eyes gazed at the 4. Say, since I'm new here, I'm not too familiar with the dynamic of the company. If you all don't mind, why don't you accompany me here for a while and tell me about everyone? We'd love to. Suddenly, one of the men stammered a bit as he readily agreed. The others stayed silent. Despite coming here for their own reasons, they couldn't seem to muster the will to step in Luna's way. She wanted this of them, and they seemed to forget about anything other than her request. Like that, the 4 took seats around the area. Luna proceeded to ask questions about those in the company who held influence and wielded great power. She also asked about all things military as she attempted to build an outline on the structure of the angelic forces out in this war zone. This wasn't much different from Dream getting a read on his location in the universe. Neither of them had any idea what the general situation was, and getting a grasp on this information was crucial to moving forward. Because of that, Luna spent several hours talking with these 4 angels. The more they talked, the more they became comfortable with Luna, and the more they spilled. They answered all of her questions to the best of their ability, not suspecting anything off with her oddly significant lack of knowledge. Afterward, Luna blessed them with some of her rejuvenatory powers, sending them off with high spirits and light steps. In her room, she sighed as she laid back on her bed. After a few seconds, a figure formed from thin air. It was Alice, and she bore a mask on her face. I must say, I'm impressed. I saw this going much worse. Alice spoke after thinking for a second. Luna had entered this foreign world and skillfully improvised her way through it. Now, she was placed into a unit without much suspicion. She had already grasped a foothold to jump off of. Luna closed her eyes, letting out a light breath. It's nothing much, just a bit of pretty talking. This whole situation is out of my expectations, though, right? Speaking of out of expectations, what was with those people you were just talking to you? They seemed a bit too enraptured than normal. Alice asked as she remembered the odd behavior of those four people. They had walked in so seriously, but turned to putty in Luna's hands, dropping all resistances. That wasn't normal no matter how good Luna could speak. Thinking, Luna suddenly tapped into her and Alice's soul bond. With that bond, nobody could hear the words they spoke to each other. This is one of my skills. It's called Rule. I'm not entirely sure about its specifics, but it lets me do exactly as the skill is called. It lets me rule anything I come in contact with. Initially, I thought this only applied to mana, giving me greater control over it. But on Earth, I had tested it with some subordinates of mine. The result was surprising. It allows me the power to make others feel a sense of loyalty. It also does what you saw, turning others into obedient underlings. If I use this power over time, that loyalty becomes stronger. You could say that this skill allows me to rule minds. That's rather amazing, and also kind of scary. Alice wasn't sure what to say as she looked at Luna. She knew Luna had turned into something of a queen back on Earth, and that she had hundreds of direct subordinates who were loyal to her. Alice had personally seen the almost fanatic faces of those who frequently interacted with Luna. While it wasn't everyone, it was a few, and those people had surprised Alice with their undying obedience to Luna's will. Turns out, it was because of this skill. Alice knew this skill had been granted to Luna, and because of Dream's grand conflict with a god that involved them, she knew that this skill had likely been handpicked and intentionally bestowed to her. Still, she didn't think it was this amazing. She wasn't sure that Dream even knew about this skill's effects. Luna smiled at Alice. Don't worry. The more powerful someone is, the more resistant they are to the skill's effects. Thankfully, the skill is very discreet. On those four I just talked to, my words contain the skill's power. The healing power I used on everyone contains the power as well. So as you heal and talk to others, they come further under your control. Something like that. Only if I want it, though. And you want to take control of this company? Alice's eyebrow raised, and Luna's smile got a bit wider. Correct. We need a place in the inner universe, a piece of land, or even a planet just for us. If we become big enough and our name's legendary enough, perhaps we'll be able to find Dream. Plus, this could be considered my new vision. I can already see it. An empire spanning the stars, containing perhaps hundreds of billions of lives and controlling catastrophic amounts of wealth. Our glorious constructions on Earth will be nothing compared to the fruits of a galactic civilization. Of course, building such an empire comes with a plethora of conflicts. We need loyal soldiers and powerful allies. I think starting here is perfect for us. What do you think? Luna's eyes shined as she looked at Alice. Alice was her most powerful ally because they were united on all fronts. There was nobody she could trust more other than Dream. Plus, she was a powerful assassin. Luna had plenty of ideas as to how to direct her powers in the right direction. Alice also knew all this, and while she was surprised by the vast ambition Luna had held in her heart, she wasn't at all opposed. She wanted to find Dream, but she also wanted to fight for something. This was the perfect opportunity. She smiled back at Luna. You point, I shoot. That's all I needed to hear. Linger around and don't get caught. Your secrecy is our most valuable asset. If you can, we need to collect more information. Sure, call me when you need me. Saying that, Alice suddenly disappeared, vanishing as if she never existed. Luna laid back and closed her eyes, plans rapidly formulating in her head. Chapter 256, Battlefield. After Dream received materials and orders from the Red Eye clan, he was quick to fulfill them all. In only a month, hundreds of powerful weapons were handed to the clan's most powerful combat force besides the highest class axes. They were all constructed to specification, but their functionality far surpassed what any of the Class 5s who received them could usually get with their wealth. Not only that, but Dream mass produced some standard weapons for the Class 4s using the spare material. This flooded the clan with weapons that, while basic, were much better than the current equipment of the general Class 4 population. Just these weapons increased the combat ability of the clan's military force by nearly 40%. That wasn't all. Come the second month of Dream's stay, an entire armada of ships were created. There were around 10,000, and they were divided into levels based on size. There were the flagships, carriers, and then the smaller corvette ships. The flagships numbered about 100, and each could carry thousands. It was effectively a mobile base, and each was around 1,000 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 300 meters tall. These flagships had to be made for the clan though. If Dream were using these, then they would be equipped with mechanical systems that utilized ether to perform spatial jumps. But this clan only had mana crystals as fuel, so he made them mana-based. Still, they could travel much faster and several times more efficiently than the clan's current ships. While the clan had upwards of 30,000 ships, Dream believed they could scrap them all for his with how amazing they were. They were more spacious and more efficient. His 10,000 easily outperformed the 30,000 in every way besides perhaps aesthetics. He didn't care what they did though. Upon building these ships, Dream called Vela and had her take them away. When she actually saw the massive fleet though, she was stunned silent. The ships were easily worth more than what the clan could purchase even if they brought out everything they had. While Vela had provided enough materials to clean out their accumulated resources that had taken thousands of years to build up, Dream had multiplied their value. More than that, he had also provided some of his own because just the material she provided wasn't enough to cover the sheer mass of all the ships. Handing them this armada was simply handing them a fortune. But Dream didn't care. He just had her send them off back to the clan. He even told her that they could sell them if they wanted. Dream handing it off was giving them full ownership. Vela couldn't say anything to this. The only thing she could think to do was go to the Patriarch. When she did this, the Patriarch became momentarily livid over the fact that all their warehouses were cleaned out. When he saw what the materials had turned into though, he wasn't so angry. The Patriarch wasn't happy to have Dream there. He saw Dream as nothing more than an intrusion, a waste of effort. When he saw the weapons and armada though, his attitude quickly flipped. He realized that Dream just multiplied the total wealth of the clan with valuable assets. With the things he built, it was only a matter of time until they won the war. This was an insurmountable edge they had gained. Then, they could go on to sell any of the trash they no longer needed, simply using Dream's items as substitute. Given a few years, they would become filthy rich. The Patriarch could see this, but although his attitude toward Dream changed, he didn't go to seek the man. He knew that he had left a bad taste in Dream's mouth, so he tactfully just kept out of sight, leaving Vela to handle any of his matters. With that, things progressed smoothly. After building everything, Dream didn't have much to do. However, his sister was hard at work on the battlefield. In fact, in the 2 months that Dream was working, she had already made herself immensely famous with both the fellow Red Eye clan and the enemy Blue Blood clan. Only, this fame earned some troublesome attention. While Dream relaxed and studied at home, Melody was out drawing rivers of blood. After coming under the tutelage of her new teacher, Melody gained strength rapidly. She learned new techniques and philosophies behind wielding the sword. More than that though, she learned what it meant to be an Azura. Azuras were a race of violent and competitive people. On this world, Azura clans fought all the time. The reasons for war varied greatly, from capturing resources deposits to simply wanting to battle. When it came to Azuras, there was very little that didn't have to do with conflict. Conflict was their creed. As Dream had explained to Tersa, conflict was the way of life itself. Everyone was always fighting against something. It drove the growth of life. Azuras took this logic 1,000 steps further. Of course, they didn't do this intentionally. Azuras were simply designed that way. Conflict was ingrained into their very souls, so they took a fighting stance when doing almost anything. Melody had come to learn this very quickly. First, it was the trial in the totem space when she was being evaluated. The thing that determined talent was the height of the sea of blood she spilled from her enemies. Such a trial was the very embodiment of violence. Now, after learning with her teacher for a while, she was directly sent to the battlefield. The clan was always fighting a battle, so it wasn't long before Melody had joined one. In each battle, there was always one or more Class 5s at the head of the fleet. The Class 5s would fight in the sky, while everyone else battled below them. Melody was among the army below, and she only had one job: to kill as many as possible. Thus, she walked on a battlefield. The two sides were very distinct. There were her red allies and then the blue enemies. Upon the battle starting, Melody was first to fly forward. She was immediately noticeable, both sides containing tens of thousands locking their eyes onto the single lone woman that dared to charge ahead by herself. Her enemies raised their weapons, launching attacks at Melody. Thousands of streaks of mana charged through the air, brightening the sky with myriads of colors. Then, they all converged on her. They blocked off all routes of escape with their sheer number. But it was as if Melody didn't care. She charged forward before raising her sword, pointing its tip at the bundle of attacks. The tip glowed red while blood petals formed around her, and with a step, she vanished. There was a single red streak in the air. This red line went straight through the bundle of attacks. Then, Melody reappeared on the other side, all the attacks exploding behind her. She continued her charge, both enemies and allies stunned by her miraculous technique. Before long, Melody dove straight into the opposing army. Hundreds rushed forward to meet her, but with a single slice in the air, a blade of blood was formed that cut through space. This blade cut any enemies it met in half. A lucky few got away with lost limbs while others were directly killed. The space in front of Melody was immediately dyed blue with the splattering blood of the Blue Blood Clansmen. Everyone who rushed forward was either killed or maimed. Seeing this, the entire army was horrified. Melody's single attack was only less powerful than the Class 5s above. Nobody came forward to attack her. But fortunately for Melody, there were so many people that she could attack blindly and still hit someone. Thus, she merely flew forward. The unlucky groups of people in her path were mercilessly cut down. Their blood painted the ground a deep blue like the ocean. After a few thousand were killed by Melody's hand, the two armies finally met. With Melody putting on a show of beautiful bloodshed, those behind her were fired up. They rushed forward with indomitable momentum. Her allies had new weapons recently handed to them for free, something that greatly increased their confidence. Everyone was eager to display their fullest ability, cutting down as many as possible. A blue lake began to form above the fields of grass below. Only some of this lake was marred with red streaks, the two mixing and forming a faint purple. It showed the disparity in the battle. In fact, such a lake of blood would usually form on these battlefields, and it was an indicator of how the battle went. After only several hours, the lake had expanded greatly in size. Melody shot through the thinning battlefield, killing as many as she possibly could. By now, her aura had turned from an elegant swordswoman to a bloody demon straight out of the depths of hell, a result after nearly 80,000 people were personally ended by her sword. Any enemy that felt her approach would feel their mind grow faint and soul become weary simply due to this aura. It severely diminished their combat ability, allowing Melody to end their life with minimal effort. This aura was in fact a special technique taught to her by the teacher she recently came under. This technique was created over many generations of powerful Asuras as a result of their brutal nature. It wasn't just the Red Eye clan, but all clans of Asuras who knew and actively taught this technique. Even Dream had come to know this technique since Melody was excited to show it to him after learning it. It was known as Death's Knell. This technique was one that actually touched upon one's level. Because one would gain experience from killing, a higher level usually meant more kills. This technique would read the accumulated experience of a person to form an aura of death, representing the number of souls they had taken. The more kills, the more oppressive and powerful the aura. This technique was exceptionally fitting for Asuras who lived lives of bloodshed. They could use their kills to form an aura to support them in battle, weakening the spirits of those who felt it. Of course, because every Asura could use this technique, in the midst of battle, any single Asura didn't account for much. But when someone like Melody came along, slaughtering tens of thousands alone and reaping lives with her ruthlessly efficient skills, it became a fantastic tool. Finally, the battle came to an end. Above, there were 6 Class 5s who were fighting, 3 from the Red Eye clan and 3 from the Blue Blood clan. The 3 from the Blue Blood clan were barely standing. It was clear the Red Eye clan was going to win, and one of the people on the Red Eye clan side was Durak, the one who had first found Dream and Melody. Durak had received one of Dream's weapons before the battle, just like every other Class 5. This was to his great pleasure because the enemy he met this time was actually much more powerful than expected. His weapon was able to make up the gap in strength though, allowing him to barely eclipse his enemy. Of course, the battle would probably have been a bit easier if he also weren't dividing his attention and watching the battle below. He knew that Melody was in his fleet this time around, so he wanted to make sure nothing would happen to her. But the result was astounding. Durak didn't know how to feel when he saw Melody wipe out a large portion of the entire enemy army. This wasn't Melody's first battle, so he had heard stories about how amazing she was. But seeing her insane skill for himself was another matter. Geez, both of them are freaks. He sighed as he delivered his last few attacks to his enemy. After they died, he looked at his weapon. It was many times better than the one he had previously. He couldn't imagine that the man who could so easily end the life of a Class 5 as a Class 4 would also be a prodigious craftsman. With that, any remaining forces of the Blue Blood clan retreated. Of course, thousands of their ships were destroyed and captured in the process. Standing in the air, Melody took deep breaths as she watched the enemy fleet fly away. In her vision, she could see thousands of notifications. In this battle alone, her level had gone up a few times. She was now approaching level 360, and with each level she gained, her power rose greatly. Her only limiter was being removed, and she was growing into her vast potential. With more and increasingly powerful enemies, it wouldn't be long until she became a Class 5 herself. We have one. Everyone return to your ships and await further orders. Our battle has not yet ended. In the air, Durak's voice boomed across the battlefield. Everyone returned to their ships. Melody also flew back. Because she had earned a fearsome reputation, she stayed in the flagship along with Durak and the other Class 5s. However, she was confused as to why they weren't done. She went to the war room where Durak was recovering and planning their next steps. Durak, what's going on? Melody questioned, disregarding the difference in power between the two. Of course, Durak didn't mind this. He responded while swallowing a healing medicine to repair his wounds. This area isn't far from a mana crystal mine. We have orders to scout the mine and prepare it for takeover. That's why there are more Class 5s with us? Yes, it'll be about in half an hour before we arrive. Recover until then. Although it's unlikely, there might be some remnant forces there. All right, Melody nodded. Returning to her room, after entering, she laid down on her bed. Not long after, Aegis suddenly appeared next to her. His armored form stood to the side, preparing a drink for Melody. You did well in the battle, Lady Melody. Thanks. I wish they would send out some more powerful people, though. My lord would say to take things safely and steadily. He might say that, but has my brother ever done things safely or steadily? I remember hearing many crazy stories from his time on that other world. My lord's situation was never one that allowed him to do things with much regard to safety. Aegis spoke as he served a cup of an unknown liquid. Melody sat up and drank it. Despite the liquid not being plentiful, it filled her with vitality. Any wounds she received were quickly healed, and her energy began to restore itself. This was a specialty of the clan that she received from her teacher. She looked at Aegis. I forget that you were with my brother for a lot of his time on the other world, only after he stole the heart that is currently inside me. Before that, I was mere code for his suit of armor. Now I have a soul that he bestowed upon me. Hey, what was the craziest thing dreamed it on that other world? Craziest? My lord has done many crazy things, like? Melody's gaze bore into Aegis. He stood there for a second before speaking. Well, he once fought an artificially born Class 5 demon formed from the combined souls of many powerful Class 4s. He also saved the 300 million beings brought to Earth by building an underground haven for them. It was there that they fought a final battle against waves of millions of demons before sealing themselves underground with nuclear bombs. There were also the worldwide battles fought against the demons that emerged from the oceans of the planet prior. Oh, tell me how he got everyone into that haven. I remember Luna telling me about it. Very well. Aegis agreed as he sat nearby on a chair. Melody bounced a bit as she prepared to listen, like a child hearing a bedtime story. My lord had killed all the demons on the world off at one point. However, he didn't realize that they had been breeding in the oceans. So he had been thrown into a crisis situation when they emerged by the billion from the oceans and attacked the land empires. By the billion? Indeed. I believe there were around 2 billion in total that emerged from the ocean over time. Anyway, my lord was quick to deliver an ultimatum to the world's empires, letting them know of the situation and that they would be wiped from the planet unless he enacted his plan. They agreed, and he quickly built an underground haven within only a matter of weeks. And the demons? There's no way they just let that happen. You're right. They launched offensives on every settlement on the planet, converging on the empires. Aegis spoke as he projected an image in the air. The image was of the planet, and it showed the sequence of events after the demon invasion. Melody could see waves of red overtake the blue settlements around the core empires of the world. My lord moved quickly, constructing transport ships and ensuring that the underground haven was habitable. Even as it was still being built, millions were moved into the haven. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. The demons overwhelmed everything, rushing straight to the empires. More than that, my lord wasn't able to repel them with nukes as they had learned from his previous attacks and maintained a spread advance. He could only fight them with squadrons of his bots, but those had limited effect at the time. Many were wiped out by the most powerful Class 4 demons that were scattered throughout the armies. So how did he defend the main empires if his weapons didn't work? He didn't. Aegis solemnly spoke. Hearing this, Melody was surprised. She hadn't been told this before. Aegis continued. My lord got as many people out as possible. The haven was quickly filled by the million. Only, there were too many people to move. Cities could house millions each, and there were some that resisted transportation despite knowing the threat. My lord forcefully moved some of these people, but with the advance of the demons, he had to prioritize. Thus, he eventually came to save 300 million before the demons reached the empires. How many were there in total? Melody asked with a sinking feeling. Aegis replied slowly. The global population at the time was around 1 billion after the initial invasion, so my lord was only able to save a minority. And the rest? They were killed by the demons? The demons that invaded were capable of converting people into additional demons. If my lord had left the empires full of people then the demons would have gained hundreds of millions more. This was shown to be a fact after the demon forces converged on and surrounded the heavily populated empire cities, yet didn't kill the people inside. He couldn't allow the demons to gain more when he was already being overwhelmed. And since he had already saved those 300 million, Melody went quiet after connecting several dots in her head. After coming to a conclusion, realizing the only avenue Dream could have taken at the time, she felt a bit of dread creep over her. She looked at Aegis with a horrified face. She didn't want to believe what she was thinking. Aegis didn't speak, his silence confirming Melody's conclusion. After a bit of mental digestion, Melody opened her mouth to speak. However, at that moment, alarms suddenly sounded throughout the ship. Melody snapped to attention, as did Aegis. Aegis suddenly retracted into Melody's body before Melody ran out of the bedroom and to the war room. What's going on? She shouted as she saw Durak. Durak turned to her with a solemn look. We've encountered an enemy force. Huh, then why are we panicking? Melody confusedly asked. Some random band of soldiers was nothing to them. It surely wasn't enough to panic over. However, before Durak could respond, several auras washed over the ship. There were 8 of these auras, and all of them were Class 5. Not only that, on the table in the war room, there were images displayed that showed thousands of people that rose around the fleet and surrounded them. These thousands of people obviously weren't weak to be so arrogantly surrounding an entire fleet. With her senses, Melody could detect great strength from every one of these people. They were at the peak of Class 4. If it were just these Class 4s, there wouldn't be anything to fear. But the 8 Class 5s put them into a dire situation. They outnumbered the 3 Class 5s in the flagship. Melody frowned. Things had suddenly turned bad. Chapter 257, Fear. Melody watched the screens that showed the situation outside. Thinking for a second, she remembered that the ships her brother built were exceptionally fast. Knowing that they couldn't fight 8 Class 5s, she turned to Durak. Hey, turn these ships around and run. We can't do that. I'm not sure if you can feel it, but they've locked down the mana in the region with a massive enchantment array. That's why our ships were stopped in the first place. Damn. Melody was silent for a second, as she suddenly released her will. After feeling the stagnant mana, she cursed. It looked like these people came prepared. The other 2 Class 5s on the ship were also frowning. However, before they could think of anything, all the surrounding enemies suddenly started attacking. The thousands of high-level Class 4s all launched attacks at the ships, destroying them and releasing the people within. The Red Eye clan members who were caught outside all went to fight back, but they were overpowered and cut down. To all clansmen, exit your ships and fight. Repel this ambush. Suddenly, Durak activated a transmission enchantment and sent a message out to all the ships. The people within all heard this and jumped out. They had also noticed the ambush, so they emerged with fighting spirit. The tens of thousands of Red Eye clan members all rushed out to meet their only several thousand enemies. However, these several thousand enemies were truly prepared for this. Their power was unmatched, and they came out with a variety of tools that could be used as consumable weapons. The area quickly devolved into chaos, red blood falling from the skies to dye the ground below. At the same time, the 8 Class 5s flew to the flagship. Seeing this, Durak suddenly turned to Melody. You stay inside. We've already sent out distress calls. If that doesn't work, then find a way to escape. Huh, absolutely not. I'm going out there. It doesn't seem like your people can fight those Class 4s, so I'll deal with them myself. Looking at Durak as if he were stupid, Melody took a step and disappeared from the flagship. Durak was dumbfounded before sighing and also exiting the ship alongside his other Class 5s. They went to meet their enemies. After emerging from the ship, the 3 Class 5s entered a standoff with the other 8. Meanwhile, Melody quickly shot out and launched attacks at the Class 4s surrounding the fleet. She was surprised, though. After entering a one-on-one with one of these Class 4s, she was forced to spend considerable time before cutting them down. They were very capable people, using their sheer power to contend with Melody's skill. Not only that, but the mana in the atmosphere was being locked down, making it difficult for her to move the mana around her. She had to rely on her own pools to launch attacks. Thankfully, the enemies gave Melody plenty of experience, making up for the time and difficulty to kill each one. Durak, I knew it would be you. You've cut down too many of our clansmen. This will be your day of reckoning. Suddenly, a voice bellowed, washing over the armies. It was the Blue Blood Class 5s. As enemies, it was natural to recognize the highest combatants of each side. Durak was one of the more powerful Class 5s in the clan. His subordinate attitude to people like Vela and Dream was only due to their sheer power. Otherwise, he was a force not to be taken lightly. He had clearly made his name known to his enemies due to the people he's killed. However, Durak didn't care about this. In the face of these 8 enemies that could easily suppress them, he was more concerned about Melody. She was Dream's sister, and if anything happened to her, who knew what Dream would do? It was unknown if either of the clans could survive his wrath. Even as Durak and his 2 comrades were ruthlessly attacked by their 8 enemies, he was still racking his mind for solutions. Meanwhile, Melody was cutting her way through all the Class 4s. She was truly eye-catching as she killed them one by one. It wasn't long before she had killed 100, and her level began to skyrocket. Unfortunately, this display was a bit too eye-catching. One of the 8 enemy Class 5s looked down, watching her as she drifted among blood petals and launched ruthless attacks at the Class 4s. Seeing this, the Class 5 actually recognized her. That's the Blood Princess. Hey, you guys handle those 3. I'm going to have some fun. Saying that, the Class 5 branched off from the battle. As Durak and his 2 comrades were already weak from the prior battle, they were being beat down enough by the 7 of them. One of them branching off wouldn't affect the outcome. In fact, one of the Class 5s next to Durak was already starting to fall. Seeing that Class 5 moved toward Melody, though, Durak panicked. He couldn't help her. He was too busy barely keeping his own life to help. As Melody was killing a Class 4, she suddenly felt a powerful aura wash over her. She quickly killed her enemy before turning around and seeing a Class 5 descend in front of her. Shit, Melody cursed inwardly. Thinking, she turned her attention to Aegis. Aegis, this isn't good. I have already sent out my own distress calls to my lord, but they haven't received any confirmations. I believe the array surrounding the fleet is somehow affecting my digital signals. That's even worse. Can you fight these guys? I can defend against one, but killing one would be difficult. The most I can do is ensure your survival. I am already mobilizing ether to form a spatial channel out of the surrounding array. Once completed, we can escape and contact my lord. Melody was silent as she pondered. Meanwhile, the The class 5 in front of her lifted his sword. You, Blood Princess, have killed many of our clansmen. My name is Galvo. Be honored that I will be the one to end your carnage. Huh, are you stupid or something? I don't care about your name. How about you drag your sorry ass back over there and fight someone your own level? Or are you so incapable that you can only fight those weaker than you? You've got a sharp tongue. Galvo snarled at Melody's words. It was like she didn't even care that he could kill her. He pointed his sword at her. I'll have to teach that nasty mouth of yours some manners since your parents obviously couldn't do so. My parents? You don't even qualify to lick the dirt from under their toenails, let alone question how they raised me. Insolence. Meet my sword. With gnashed teeth, Galvo sliced down with his sword. Despite sneering at Galvo, Melody was inwardly frowning at the power of the attack. Thankfully, she had something to rely on. As she swung her own sword to meet Galvo's blade, Aegis manifested. His silver cells streamed over her skin and covered her sword blade. The power of his heart streamed through Melody's body, supplementing her power and strength. Melody was shocked as profound and overwhelming energy coursed through her. This was Aegis, Dream's personal butler and armor. His power could not be understated. Bang! An explosion sent shockwaves through the surrounding mana as the two swords met. Anybody nearby was blasted away, and even the ground 1,000 meters below was split open. What? Galvo was shocked as he felt this power. He looked at Melody. Melody's body was now covered in silver armor that was covered in complex red lines. These lines pulsed as if they were connected to a beating heart. Not only that, but Galvo could sense extraordinary enchantments within this armor. Whatever this armor was, it was truly a treasure worthy of even a class 6. Unfortunately, taking it was easier said than done. After that first strike, Melody went on the offensive. Drunk on Aegis's power that flowed through her, she utilized everything she had and attacked Galvo. He was put on the defensive as copious amounts of mana slammed into him. Galvo wasn't so easily oppressed though. Unlike Aegis's power that Melody couldn't fully control, Galvo's power was precise. He was able to avoid most of the energy behind her attacks and deliver his own. And while Aegis had a disgusting defense, Galvo's power wasn't ineffective. Melody felt every one of his attacks shake her soul, weakening her over time. Aegis gave Melody the power to contend with a class 5 far above her level. This fact was already shocking enough. With this, Durak's trio was able to last a bit longer against the 7 enemies. But it wouldn't last forever. Even Durak began to falter under the overwhelming situation, let alone his 2 comrades. Given time, one of them would die, and then this entire army would be wiped out, Melody included. Aegis knew this, so he continuously sent out distress calls. At the same time, he continued mobilizing ether within him to perform a spatial jump. Usually it was Dream who performed this, so Aegis wasn't fully proficient in doing it himself. Luckily, Dream had left the ability to do so within Aegis, so given time, he could put together the enchantment and make the jump. However, using his full power against a class 5 also hindered his ability to perform the jump. He had to balance protecting Melody and assembling the enchantment. Everything came down to if Durak could hold out long enough. Unfortunately, there was another pair of eyes watching this battle. This invisible person watched Melody and Galvo with interest. The person could feel the power of Aegis and knew that armor was an extraordinary treasure. They wanted it, so they appeared. As Melody fought Galvo, she suddenly felt another aura wash over her. This aura far surpassed the class 5s that were attacking. She had only felt this aura from one other person, the patriarch of the Red Eye clan. Class 6, Melody felt her heart drop. The next moment, a figure appeared beside her and Galvo. Seeing this figure, Galvo immediately stopped fighting. Melody also froze, and Galvo bowed. Patriarch, stand down. The patriarch, an old man with a soft voice, waved off Galvo. As Galvo backed away, the patriarch released his will, locking onto Melody and Aegis. He immediately saw through Aegis and Melody, including the heart within Aegis. He could sense the amazingly complex and powerful enchantments. His desire for Aegis went up, and he smiled cruelly. Seeing this smile, Durak, who was watching, felt a chill crawl up his spine. He shouted, "No, don't touch her. You kill her, and your clan will be wiped from this planet." This shout echoed across the entire battlefield. The old man in front of Melody heard this and slightly frowned. For Melody to have such an amazing item, she obviously had someone behind her. However, he was a decisive man. Ignoring the warning, his gaze bore into Melody. "Little girl, give me that armor of yours. Otherwise, I might just have to rip it out of you myself. Maybe I'll let you leave with your life." Melody was silent as the old man put out his wrinkly hand. Realizing that she couldn't escape this situation, her mind moved at 1,000,000 miles an hour. If the ambush by Class 5s was bad, then this was hopeless. She started to fear for her life. But then, she remembered something. She looked at her wrist where a cosmic band was placed. This cosmic band had imprinted itself onto her soul, and it contained a wisp of Dream's soul in it. It was given to her so he could track her if she got lost. She couldn't send messages through it. But since Dream could sense this piece of his soul, then she could alert him a different way. With a tinge of hope, she locked onto the wisp of soul, destroying it outright. Meanwhile, Dream was on Tersa's planet. He overlooked the construction that was being carried out across the entire planet. After almost 2 months, the entire material composition of the planet had been harvested, leaving only Dream's nanites. Now, after the entire place had been converted to a factory, Dream was realizing his goal of turning this place into a machine world. It was a bit thrilling. While building powerful weapons was time-consuming, Dream had more than enough time to do research. He increased his magical knowledge while analyzing Tersa's Terra core. He also improved several weapons of his using solid mana material that comprised Terra cores. While he hadn't increased his power by leaps and bounds, he was definitely more powerful than 2 months ago. He was getting closer to finally commencing his class advancement. At this time, though, Dream suddenly felt something within him break. His cosmic form that floated in empty space froze. "Dream, Melody's soul connection has been destroyed." Dream was silent. He immediately knew what had happened. Obviously, something went horribly wrong if she needed to destroy his soul connection. "Somebody is cornering my sister. Not even Aegis could save her. A Class 6? She's on a battlefield right now. What Class 6 would dare to step out in a battle that doesn't involve them?" Feeling anger rise up within him, Dream turned around, facing the planet Melody was on. "Somebody is going to die today." With an ultimatum, Dream took a step. The chaotic void was opened in front of him, and he disappeared within, teleporting to the battlefield. Melody was still in a standoff with the old man. After destroying the wisp of Dream's soul, only 1 second had passed. After that second, though, Melody was shocked to see a tear appear in the sky. The old man in front of her also noticed and looked over. Above the raging battlefield, a tear in space revealing the chaotic void exposed itself. It caused the mana in the vicinity to go crazy. Not even the array that locked down mana could resist this power. The old man's eyes bulged a bit. As a Class 6, he knew very well what the chaotic void was. Only a Class 6, such as himself, could hope to survive for a limited time inside of it. Yet, someone was using it to transport themselves. It was an amazing display of not only power, but sheer knowledge and profound comprehension into the nature of reality itself. Then, a figure stepped out. This figure seemed like the window to space, containing a universe within. The figure was Dream in his cosmic form, and upon arriving, he looked around. "Stop!" he shouted. At the same time, his will was released. This will instantly shattered the array that locked down the surrounding mana, and as if his word were law, every soldier froze in place. Even the Class 5s felt their movements halt, greatly affected by Dream's absolute power. They could only stop their fighting and turn to the person who could command such power. Only the Class 6 was unaffected. The old man gazed at Dream with narrowed eyes. Dream's will had formed a domain that controlled even space. However, after he looked at Dream's soul, he was shocked. Dream was only a Class 4. Dream also looked at the old man that stood next to his sister. He was relieved that his sister was alive, but with that old man there, her life wasn't in his hands. "You, give me my sister," Dream pointed. The next moment, Melody drifted toward him. However, the old man acted and reached out his hand, grabbing Melody by the neck. He obviously couldn't let his hostage get away. "I don't think so. I want this armor. Give it to me, and I'll let your precious sister go." "My armor?" Dream lowered his arm. His voice was frosty as he slightly tilted his head. How would I know that you'll be true to your word? Actually, I don't need to know. Let's do it this way. I'll let you have the armor. But if you don't hand over my sister, I'll have no choice but to wipe out your clan. You may be able to fight me, but you can't contain me. There will be nothing stopping me from killing every last one of your people. Dream's voice bore into the old man, who couldn't help but remain silent. If Dream could travel through the chaotic void, then he truly couldn't be contained. The old man couldn't protect his entire clan from such a person. It wouldn't be difficult for Dream to keep true to his promise.
Fine.
The old man agreed. Hearing this, Dream turned his gaze to Aegis.
Aegis.
Aegis was silent as he quickly slid off of Melody. With his heart, he reformed in front of the old man, standing rigidly. Seeing this, the old man nodded before releasing Melody. She quickly shot over to Dream, and the old man didn't stop her. I am sorry. No, that's all right. Since I have you now, I can focus on retrieving Aegis. Dream pat Melody's head. Hearing this, though, Melody was shocked, as was the old man. Suddenly, Aegis shot back. Seeing the armor trying to escape, the old man shot his hand out, power exploding from his body. At that time, though, Dream suddenly teleported next to Aegis. He punched out his own fist, and space rippled under his cosmic power. Boom! The two powers collided. Between them, the ground split open, cutting several miles down and several miles wide. My lord, the two powers canceled each other out. With that, Aegis rushed back into Dream's body, the two combining once more. The old man was livid. You conniving thief, do you have no shame? No honor? Honor? Please. Dream sneered at the old man. The moment you threatened my sister and coveted what was mine, you forfeited your life.
I need not honor the dead.
The dead? Huh. I cannot be killed by a measly class 4. I wouldn't be too sure about that. His voice lowering, Dreams will bore into the old man. Feeling this power, the old man was indeed shocked by the pressure. However, he only smiled. Is this it? A mere class 4, someone who isn't even an Azura, dares to threaten me? I'll have you understand true power. Feel the mountain of souls that a class 6 Azura stands on. Saying that, the old man suddenly exploded with his own power. The space and sky darkened despite being daytime. An aura of death spread throughout the battlefield in the form of a gray fog. It sent chills down everyone's spines. It was as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was hung around their necks. This aura, this domain of power pushed back Dream's own power. The death-filled air washed over him. He didn't panic, though. Death's knell? I studied this technique earlier. It's rather interesting how it can utilize the experience you took from others by killing them to form an aura. How many people have you killed in your many years of life? Dream asked, and the old man smiled wickedly. Me? Easily several million. I've carved my path through rivers of blood to stand at the highest ranks of Azuras. I've fought on countless battlefields over thousands and thousands of years to get here. Compared to a child like yourself, I am death incarnate. Death incarnate? With several million lives on your shoulders? It doesn't seem like you understand what death is then. Dream spoke dully. At the same time, his aura started to change. I also know how to release Death's knell. While I've never been one to put the heinous acts of my past on display, to you who believes you know what death is, I suppose I should do so for educational purposes. I'll also be learning something. I've never actually fully utilized this technique as you do. What the hell are you talking about? The old man frowned, suddenly taking a step back. From within Dream, he could feel a horrible darkness emerge. The sky darkened further, turning almost pitch black. Ghosts and ethereal skeletons emerged from the ground, as if rising from the dead. Screams echoed in everyone's ears, carrying with it despair and fear. Class 4s felt their souls try and escape their bodies, while Class 5s wished for nothing more than to leave this emerging land of death. Even Melody couldn't help but shiver. She had already been shaken by the aura of the old man that was built on millions of souls. But Dream? Very few people know the number of lives that had been ended by his hand. It wasn't something he talked about, and she only just came to know. Now, the darkness of his past was crawling out of the abyss under his calling. This was Death's knell, something that all Azuras knew how to perform. Only now, they were being exposed to its darkest manifestation. Chapter 258, Chase. Dream raised his arms, his cosmic gaze locking onto the old man. The hellish aura around him spread throughout the battlefield. You call yourself death incarnate? No, this is real death. Gaze upon this horror. Death does not discriminate between good and evil, innocence or corruption, friend or foe. I don't know of the souls you have destroyed or your moral character, but I also don't care. You have threatened what's close to me. So whether now or in the future, I will bring real death upon you. And there is nothing you can do to stop me. Why you? The old man stuttered as Dream took a step toward him. From the depths of his soul, he was dreading the aura that Dream released. Truly, this dark manifestation could be considered death itself. Even the ground below, originally covered with grass and vitality, had withered and died simply because of this aura. The only reason the armies of Class 4s hadn't died as well was that Dream didn't will it. But this wasn't why the old man was frightened. No, he was terrified of the sheer amount of deaths that rested within Dream. This wasn't millions or hundreds of millions, but billions. The old man had enough experience to judge such a thing. Killing billions of people, to only imagine the number was hard enough. But to actually perform the feat of killing billions was entirely different. Through his thousands of years of life, the old man had only killed several million. Each one was done personally, bringing him up to his level. But Dream, a mere Class 4, had actually killed billions. This required him to end the lives of those far below his level. What reason was there to do such a thing? Any normal person would immediately assume he was some kind of evil being. But he didn't seem like such a person. At first glance, one would just think he was a nice scholarly man. Even in his cosmic form, he was the embodiment of wonder and discovery. There was no hint of evil on his being. To all who watched this scene, though, those thoughts were thrown out the window. The aura of death coming off of Dream branded itself onto all souls who were within several miles of him. They could feel the terror and despair of the innocent souls he killed right before their death. There was no resentment, no anger. There was only fear and hopelessness that came from facing a force that they could do nothing against, not even in their dreams. Some of the weaker-willed soldiers within this aura began to break down and tremble, their minds falling into the pits of the abyss. But there was also a demonic aura, formed from the demons Dream had laid waste to. The aura they created was one of hell itself, full of wrath, ruthlessness, and chaos. These two auras combined created Dream's version of Death's Knell. The surroundings seemed to turn into hell itself. The majority of this power, though, was focused on the old man. He withstood the full brunt of the technique. Despite that, though, and despite being shocked and horrified by the number of deaths within the aura, his power didn't diminish. The old man wasn't a Class 6 for show. With the release of his full aura, he was able to steady his mind. He faced Dream, who had already combined with Aegis. Only, his face was now solemn with a tinge of lingering fear. As he stood there, Dream raised his hand, and it was a pistol, made of basic metal. It didn't seem threatening in the least. Only, the old man could sense a small bundle of absurdly dense energy within the pistol. It carried immense physical power. Bang! With an explosion, Dream fired the weapon. Out of it came a stream of energy in the form of ultradense plasma. This plasma carried with it the energy of a nuclear explosion. Any material in front of this bolt of plasma would be annihilated in its entirety. And because it was so fast, the old man didn't have the time to react. The only thing defending him from this bolt of energy was the mana he had mustered before Dream's attack. The two collided. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion sent out shockwaves directed at the old man. However, these shockwaves weren't physical in nature, but magical. Through Dream's arcane transmutation, all of the energy behind that small nuclear bolt was converted to magical energy that would affect mana. And because it was so concentrated, the result was a hole that blew directly through the old man's chest, bursting out behind him and releasing all that energy into the sky. The old man wasn't even thrown backward. For a split second, he just stood there, shocked as he looked down at the hole in his chest. This was a hole that punched directly through his spiritual body. The damage was immense. Ag. Finally, the pain set in, and the old man roared. Meanwhile, Dream looked at his gun with a raised eyebrow. That worked better than expected. Here, have another one. Saying that, Dream raised the pistol again. Seeing this, the old man felt his entire body shiver. He mustered all the mana he could, taking out a sword and chopping at the trajectory of Dream's aim. This was one of his most powerful strikes, and it was being used to defend. Bang! Another shot rang out, and a beam was fired straight at the old man's sword. The two collided, but surprisingly, the bolt was cut. Dream was impressed as the bolt split in two and sailed past the old man's body. Only, there was no way to totally avoid the energy of the bolt. In exchange for the block, the old man watched as the blade of his sword was obliterated, the remnant energy throwing the weapon out of his hands. What? Wow, you actually blocked that. Class 6 energy is no joke. Silence, you monster. One day, I will have your head for this. The old man yelled at Dream. The next moment, his body blasted off into the distance. Seeing this, Dream smiled. Running? I already told you that you can't escape me. With a derisive comment, Dream suddenly disappeared. After that, he reappeared in front of the old man. The old man was shocked before snarling and taking out another weapon. Die! He chopped down with another sword at Dream, who was now right in front of him. In response, Dream brought up his pistol again, firing another round. Bang! An energy bolt and sword collided. The result was the same as last time, with the energy bolt being split in half and the sword being disintegrated. This time, though, the old man followed up with a punch. Behind his fist was his full power, the power of a Class 6. It was immense despite being heavily injured by Dream's first attack. With a blank face, Dream countered with his own punch. Boom! The two powers collided. Behind Dream's was the profundities of the laws of magic, while the old man carried sheer power. Surprisingly, Dream was on the losing end. Despite having precision on his side, Dream found the old man's power obliterate his attack. In terms of absolute strength, Dream obviously lacked. The old man's fist crashed into Dream's. With another explosion, Dream's fist was blown apart. He frowned before teleporting away, escaping the attack. Ouch! Dream mumbled as he looked at his fist. It was reduced to a cosmic mess. With a thought, the hand was quickly repaired, but the damage had still been done. Dream had consumed a large chunk of his energy in the attack, and now with repairing his body. The next second, the old man continued running away. Dream merely hovered in the air, thinking, despite heavily injuring you, it'll still be difficult to kill you now that you've seen my attacks. My personal power isn't enough to overwhelm you. It's the neutron star. If I had the other 45% of my power, this wouldn't be much of a problem. Hey, at least you can actually compete with a Class 6 as a mere Class 4. I guess we've found the limit of your power. Very true. Oh well, he still can't keep me from killing him. Let's see if I can do so before my advancement. Saying that, Dream looked off to where the old man had escaped. By now, he had already disappeared over the horizon. But Dream had satellites watching the entire planet, as well as his knowledge into the very concept of magic itself. It wasn't an issue to track his every movement. With that, Dream tore a hole into the chaotic void, entering it. After that, he appeared right in front of the old man again. This time, the old man was even more shocked. He had hidden his aura to his best ability, so nobody below the Class 6 realm should be able to sense him. But Dream had still found him. Damn it, just die already. With a desperate scream, the old man took out yet another sword and slashed at Dream. This time, though, Dream didn't respond with his pistol. He raised his finger. With a slash, Dream's finger tore across space, forming an extremely thin but extremely powerful horizontal exposure of the chaotic void. The old man's sword met with this void fissure. Shing! With a slice, the sword was severed in half. The part of the sword that made contact with the void fissure was directly sucked into the void. The void. No, you cannot possibly be a Class 4. You must be a demigod. Is this your incarnation? Why must you fight someone like me? The old man was panicked as he tried to justify why Dream could use such an attack. The only conclusion he came to was that Dream wasn't actually a Class 4, but someone much more powerful who used an incarnation. This seemed logical, but regardless of what the old man thought, Dream didn't let up. With his blank cosmic face, Dream raised his pistol again. Seeing this, the old man raised a barrier of thick mana. The pistol fired, shooting a bolt of energy into the shield. Shatter! The shield directly collapsed. The remnant energy crashed into the old man, launching him into the distance. But instead of fighting this, the old man rode the momentum to fly off. Seeing this, Dream was curious. Sophia, where's he going? According to the satellites, there's another large city a few tens of thousands of miles away. I would say that it's his clan, and there are class SIXs he can fall back on there. I see. So I need to kill him before then. Question is, can I? Dream pondered as he opened up another void portal. It took much more energy to travel like this, but it was fast and Dream didn't like having to waste time shuttling through space. The pistol Dream had been using was armed with fusion marbles. Over the past couple of months that he had been working, he had enchanted these marbles heavily, allowing their full power to be converted to flux that could propel mana. The result was consumable mana nukes, and he had made a bit over a dozen. Not only that, but with his energy manipulation skills, he could ensure that all the energy was directed a certain way. Instead of the old man needing to face a fraction of the energy released by an omnidirectional explosion, he had to face the full power of a nuke. And yet, he was still able to resist the power with his own. This had shocked Dream quite a bit. Normally, this old man would be an all-powerful existence should he get to use his power properly. It was only against Dream that he was thrown off, needing to use brute force to resist. Though, this also went to show how powerful Dream had become. He could produce weapons that could heavily injure and even kill Class SIXs. He hadn't even gone through his Class 5 advancement yet. Normally, this would be inconceivable. And after Dream had flown away with the Class 6, Durak and Melody, both of whom were still back at the ships, were baffled. Especially Durak. He had recognized that patriarch of the Blue Blood clan. That was a true Class 6, and Dream had forced him to run away. This went against everything Durak had come to know through his many years of life. It was the same for Melody. She had trouble fighting a Class 5 with even Aegis's assistance, but Dream had come and driven away a Class 6. While he was a higher level than her, she still couldn't fathom his ridiculous strength. Meanwhile, Dream continued his chase after the old man, the two traversing hundreds of miles every instant. Crossing tens of thousands of miles, he continued to shoot his pistol loaded with fusion marbles. Only, Dream had a limited amount of rounds. After firing off 14 of the nuclear bolts, he ran out, and the old man was still alive. This caused Dream to frown. He wasn't completely helpless, though. Thinking, Dream came up with an idea. From behind the old man, Dream pointed his finger and thrust out. Suddenly, the old man felt a chill crawl up his spine. He flipped around, expecting another nuclear attack. However, what came at him was a small black dot. After thrusting his finger out, a black line extended from Dream's fingertip. This black line was an exposure of the chaotic void, and it traveled forward toward the old man. The old man only saw a black dot approach him, but he immediately understood what it was. Unfortunately, with Dream's understanding of space, the old man couldn't dodge the exposure. This line shot straight into his body, and anything within the vicinity of the exposure was sucked into the void. It poked another hole in the old man's body. "Ah, damn you!" The old man screamed as he retreated from the line, a new hole in his shoulder. After that, he threw out a cluster of energy with his fist. To this, Dream manipulated the space around him, bending all the energy away. That cluster of energy looked as if it actively avoided Dream. Seeing that, the old man could only start running again. He even took out a ship. It was a small personal ship, and the old man loaded it with powerful mana crystals to power it, achieving extreme speeds. However, after Dream teleported through the void and appeared next to the ship, he merely sent a small wisp of his power into it. After that, the entire thing detonated, all the enchantments and mana crystals exploding. In an instant, he had overwritten the enchantments to do his bidding. The old man was blasted away by the mana explosion. He was truly in a sorry state now, poked full of holes, dripping blue blood everywhere, and unable to escape from Dream. The only thing prolonging his life was Dream's inability to pin him down in one place and kill him properly. He didn't yet have the sheer power to directly contend with the old man. After the explosion, the old man continued to run as fast as possible. In his last acts of desperation, he took out several tools from his inventory to either heal himself or help him run. Dream was surprised by how effective these tools were as the old man was able to create distance and keep his life intact. Of course, the old man also couldn't prevent Dream from poking him with the chaotic void. He was constantly injured further and further, his life about to slip away. For a while, Dream thought he would be able to end this old man's life. But unfortunately, he truly did have something to fall back on. At some point, the two reached the outskirts of the Blue Blood clan. It was here that the old man shouted, "All Class 5s of the Blue Blood clan, this is your patriarch. I order you to defend from this intruder." His voice bellowed throughout the lands, shaking entire buildings. After a moment, a few people came flying out. They were Class 5s. "It's the patriarch. You there. Stop." It didn't take long to assess the situation. After the Class 5s saw Dream, they rushed forward to meet him. Dream frowned. "Get out of my way." He waved his hand, extracting power from Aegis. Suddenly, the closest Class 5 was subjected to spatial shockwaves that emanated from Dream's hands. His body was shaken before he directly exploded, torn apart from the turbulence. The shockwaves didn't stop there. They continued to the ground and under the power of space. The land in the surrounding dozen miles shook violently. Massive fissures miles long opened up, exposing deep ravines and obliterating buildings that occupied the land above. Seeing this, the other Class 5s were stunned. They stopped in their tracks, and Dream and the old man flew over their heads, disappearing into the distance. Only, they continued to head deeper and deeper into the clan's territory. Dream looked at the cities below as he threw out more attacks at the old man. By now, he was also getting tired since everything had relied on his own power after he ran out of fusion marbles. He made a note to prepare more weapons for the future. A few more Class 5s came out to block Dream as he infiltrated deeper. The unlucky ones that got close were hit with spatial attacks, being instantly obliterated. Unlike the first Class 5 Dream had killed, he wasn't trying to precisely extract souls for research. Thus, he could be cruder with his attacks, using much less energy. This let him kill more, but it still took energy out of him. Finally, the chase came to an end. Dream's mood became a bit regretful as he approached the center of the territory. He felt two auras in the distance, as did the old man. "Fellow patriarchs, save me," the old man bellowed, shaking the buildings below with his voice. At that moment, the two powerful auras in the city appeared a few miles away. Dream stopped, but not without sending out a last attack. A line of chaotic void shot forth and pierced the old man's neck, creating another hole that spilled blood. "Stay your hand." Seeing that, the two other Class 6s stepped forward, both launching attacks at Dream. Dream sighed before the chaotic void enveloped him, teleporting him away. After he reappeared a mile away, the two attacks simply flew off into space. Those patriarchs looked at Dream with shock. Who are you?" one of the patriarchs asked. He was a man who stood almost 10 feet tall with massive muscles building from his body. Contrary to the scholarly feel of the Blue Blood clan, he exuded the aura of a barbarian. In the air, Dream turned to this barbarian. His cosmic form had no facial features, but the barbarian could still feel his gaze as well as his stifling aura. Not only that, but Death's knell was still active. He began to sweat as he felt that aura straight from the depths of hell, comprised of billions of souls both evil and innocent. He couldn't fathom what kind of figure Dream was. "I am here to claim the life of that old man. He threatened that which is close to me." "He what?" The barbarian frowned before looking at the old man. The old man had already retreated to safety behind the other two patriarchs, and he shook like a scared puppy. His feeble aura caused the barbarian to feel a tinge of disgust. But the old man was still a Class 6 of the clan, one of the pillars of its existence. He couldn't be killed as that would weaken the clan by an unimaginable degree, possibly even spell their doom. Yet, there was still Dream who had attempted to claim his life and still intended to do so. This put him in a bad position. He could sense Dream's power, and that last attack had left a deep impression. Dream was absolutely not someone easy to deal with, and he alone could obviously threaten the entire clan. He thought very carefully about his next words. Chapter 259, Ultimatum. The barbarian glared at the old man before looking back at Dream. Dream just stood there. His aura also retracted. He felt no need to continue to display his power to these people. The image of that old man spoke for itself. His mortal shell was formed over his cosmic form, turning Dream back from a galactic existence to an ordinary man. And using his spatial power, he was able to obscure his soul, preventing the Class 6 from seeing it clearly. The citizens of the clan below had all also emerged from their buildings, looking up at the sky. They had been alerted by the patriarch's bellow, and hundreds of thousands had seen Dream's cosmic form. Now, they saw him enter a standoff with the patriarchs of the clan. This was a monumental event. I apologize for what our fellow patriarch has done to what was close to you.
But you must understand that he cannot die for the sake of our clan.
The barbarian spoke cautiously. Dream nodded at his statement. Yes, his death would indeed be very detrimental to your clan. But that is none of my concern. I don't care about who he is or about the fate of your clan. He made a mistake, and I wish to kill him for it. Now, I'll tell you exactly how this will end, depending on your choice. Dream's gaze bore into the barbarian. He clearly wasn't happy, and there weren't many things that angered him. Allow me to kill that old man, and that will be the end of this conflict. Or, withhold him from me, and I'll just come back later. At that time, I won't be prepared to end just his life, but both of yours. And believe me when I say that I will be very capable of doing so. Dream uttered his ultimatum. The barbarian frowned deeply, and his mind began to run. At the same time, the old man spoke directly to the barbarian through a mana transmission. Patriarch, don't let him escape. That person is a monster. He only has a class 4 soul. If you let him prepare weapons, he could very well end us all. You need to kill him here. A class 4 soul?
Impossible.
Oh, but it's not. Suddenly Dream spoke. The barbarian was shocked. Dream had heard them. Dream smiled. I told you earlier, old man. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Keep me from escaping? You can't even touch me unless I deem it so. Patriarchs of the Blue Blood Clan, make your decision. Give me his life, or forfeit your future selves. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, the barbarian cursed. He drew a massive sword, and the other patriarch beside him drew a spear. Seeing this, Dream tilted his head. Can I take that as your decision? Or are you going to kill that old bag for me? Silence. You will leave this place at once. With a roar, the barbarian launched his body at Dream, swinging his huge sword. In an instant, Dream's mortal body retracted, exposing his cosmic form once more. After that, he raised a finger, pointing it at the oncoming sword. Patriarch, don't. The old man shouted from behind, seeing this, but the barbarian didn't listen. He chopped down on Dream's single finger. I'll split you apart. Not before I ruin your weapon, Dream voice echoed. The next second, the sword met his finger. Surprisingly, Dream's hand wasn't immediately destroyed. Instead, the barbarian's eyes widened. His best weapon, his most powerful and essential companion on his road of slaughter, suddenly decomposed. He was horrified as it turned to mere dust. Then, a fissure to the void opened, sucking in the remnants of the weapon. Not even the sword handle was left. Dream was pleased to see this, but he was hit with a wave of pain afterward. It took the majority of his remaining power in order to launch that attack. It used the power of space to destroy the sword on an atomic level, obliterating it thoroughly before banishing it to the void where it would never return. And oh! With exploding rage, the barbarian let out a guttural roar. He threw out his fist. However, Dream was quick to bend space, diverting the fist. Feeling this spatial power, the barbarian was livid. You think I can't surpass your power of space? Let me show you absolute power. With a roar, the barbarian pulled his arm back. Then, on his forehead, a slit suddenly opened, revealing a third eye. Dream saw this eye and felt its power that pierced into his soul. Don't think that old man is the best of us. Die. With his full power released, the barbarian threw out another fist. This time, Dream's power of space was shattered, and the fist came hurtling toward him. As a last resort, Dream's finger streaked across the air, a void fissure opening. However, the barbarian didn't stop. Upon crashing into the fissure, his fist broke it directly, only receiving a deep slice in exchange. Dream was surprised as he quickly threw out his palm, meeting the fist. Boom! The fist and palm collided. Dream used his power of energy control to directly change the direction of the momentum. However, even though the fist was thrown away by this, the absurd magical power behind it still crashed into him. Dream was blasted away, shooting at the ground. Bang! His body hit the floor. Instead of piercing through, though, his momentum was diffused throughout the land, shattering the ground for miles and bringing down buildings under the shockwaves. Dream was racked by pain, but his mind was already beyond pain. Instead, he was shocked as blood streamed from his body. After standing, he looked at his palm, seeing a stream of gray blood flow down it and drip off his fingers. My soul? I've never seen such a phenomenon, Dream observed and felt the power of the blood. It was actually the power of his soul leaking from his body. It was a manifestation of Dream's soul being injured. Like how Dream's wedding ring was always exposed due to it being branded onto his soul. Anything that happened to his soul would manifest outwardly. With his soul being injured and its power escaping his body, gray blood was shown. This blood must be very valuable since my soul power is within it. I'll collect this though. Maybe it can be used in something. Saying that, Dream waved his hand. The leaking blood disappeared into his inventory. After that, the wound on his hand began slowly closing up. Meanwhile, the barbarian was still seething with anger. He looked at his hand that was now almost split in half, spilling its own blue blood. He then looked back at Dream, his third eye bloodshot with anger. I'll kill you. The barbarian shot out, throwing another fist at Dream. Before he could reach him, though, Dream was sucked into the chaotic void, teleporting into the air a distance away. After reappearing, he looked at the barbarian whose fist hit nothing but air. Sorry, but I only allowed you to hit me because I was curious about the result of our collision. It was a valuable experience, and while I would like to collect more data, I can't withstand any more attacks like that. So I'll be leaving. No, I will have your head. You cannot come and go as you please. You think you can stop me? Dream frowned as he gazed at the barbarian. The barbarian stopped, gritting his teeth. He really couldn't stop Dream. As long as Dream could reach into the void, there was nothing he could do. Dream shook his head. Before he turned to leave, though, he spoke once more. You've made your decision. I'll be back later. However, it won't be just me who comes. I am currently working for the Red Eye clan, helping them win the war between you two. Before, this was just a war for some resources, but now, I'm going to help them conquer your clan. The next time you see me, I'll have an army behind me, and by the end of this war, you 3-class SIXS will be dead. And don't be so foolish to try and migrate. There is nowhere on this planet that you can hide. Just stick around and fight to your last breath. At the very least, your population will be assimilated into the clan. That much I can promise. Damn you, you fucking monster. Fight me, and I'll end your bastard life. Whatever. At the barbarian's curses, Dream just sighed. He was then sucked into the chaotic void, teleporting away. Ah! Seeing this, the barbarian roared. With Dream actually gone, he felt a lingering fear. He feared for the future, and he was also hateful, not just toward Dream, but toward the old man who called down this calamity. You old piece of no good shit. When this is over, if you haven't died yet, I'm going to kill you myself. Pull all our armies back. Fortify our city. We are fighting this battle to the death. The barbarian's orders shook the entire city. The Class 5s nearby rushed to carry out his orders. They had all heard Dream's words, and even the people of the city knew that this was a calamitous event. Meanwhile, back at the original battlefield, another battle had ensued. This continuation only lasted for several minutes, though. The chase between Dream and the old man didn't last long despite the distance they crossed, nor did the conversation between Dream and the barbarian. Thus, Dream was quick to return, appearing above the skies. And when he saw the battle that had continued, he let out a light breath. His hand waved. Slice. Across the board, every Class 4 and Class 5 Azura from the Blue Blood clan was instantly decapitated, their souls being destroyed. This caused Dream to feel another sharp pain in his soul, but he disregarded it as notifications appeared in his vision. After looking at his sister that just killed an enemy, she also looked at him. Everyone returned to the clan. Melody, come with me. Dream gave an order before appearing next to his sister. He then teleported with Melody, leaving Durak to round up his soldiers. Dream and Melody appeared above the clan, specifically above the building where the patriarch resided. After looking down at the building, Dreams were washed over the entire thing. Seeing every person within, naturally, every person inside was able to detect this observation as well. Patriarch, Vela, come out here. Dreams suddenly spoke a command. Inside the building, The patriarch frowned for a second before disappearing. Vela also rushed out, looking at Dream with confusion. When she actually saw Dream, though, she was surprised. His aura was much weaker than normal. At the same time, though, his aura was free for them to see, and the glimpse of power that Vela saw was enough to shock her. She had never actually witnessed Dream's full power before, but his weak aura right now was enough to stifle her. Dream was back in his mortal shell. He looked at the patriarch, who stared back at him with an angry stare. "Don't look at me like that, old man. I just happened to beat some sense into one of the patriarchs of your rival clan just now. By the way, your war has now changed. What the hell are you talking about?" The patriarch scoffed as he thought about Dream's words. Dream just sighed. "Did you not understand me? I had a discussion with the patriarchs of the Blue Blood clan after almost killing one of them. The barbarian of the three decided to be stubborn, and I promised him that I would come back and kill them. I also promised that their clan would be conquered. So how about it? Do you want to assimilate the Blue Blood clan?" Dream asked, his tone casual. The patriarch was shocked. He obviously knew of the three patriarchs of the Blue Blood clan, and he knew that one of them was a barbaric figure that wielded a massive sword. For Dream to speak of this only meant that he had actually spoken with them. But this raised many more questions. For a while, the patriarch was silent. Dream just turned to Vela. "You'll have a report from Durak once he comes back. He will testify to what happened. As for me, I'm going to spend some time recovering. I want you to prepare to invade the Blue Blood clan. By the end of this war, you're going to have a massive boost in power and an entire clan come under your wing. I'll make sure of it. Oh, and call in any other patriarchs or class SIXS that are loyal to your clan. You're going to need at least one more in order to kill those patriarchs reliably. Anyway, we'll be leaving." Saying that, Dream didn't speak further. He and Melody were wrapped up by a spatial fold before zipping away back to their residence. Vela and the patriarch were left standing there, a bit surprised by this sudden change of events. "Call in that Durak and hear from him exactly what the hell happened. You understood." Vela hastily nodded at the patriarch's order. After he disappeared, Vela quickly called Durak, telling him to hurry along. Not long after that, Durak returned to the clan with his fleet. Right when he did, he was called in to recount recent events to the patriarch and Vela. There, he told of everything that happened. He told of the ambush, Melody's armor, the old man that suddenly appeared out of a desire for the armor, and his threatening of Melody's life. He then told of how Dream had appeared from nowhere and saved Melody's life, taking back his armor and entering a standoff with the old man. After that, Durak became a bit shaky. He told the two about Dream's release of Death's Knell, how that aura was built on more lives than Durak could fathom. Then, he spoke about Dream's pistol and that nuclear attack he released. Vela and the patriarch were both shocked to hear that Dream's single attack had blown a hole in that old man's chest. They were even more shocked to hear that the old man had run away with his tail between his legs, Dream giving chase while releasing even more of those absurd attacks one after the other. While Durak didn't know of anything else, what he saw was enough to convince the two of Dream's power. After remembering what Dream had spoken about, the patriarch was suddenly faced with a decision. The Blue Blood clan had drawn upon Dream's wrath by bringing out their class SIXS in a war that shouldn't have escalated that far, and now Dream wanted to help the Red Eye clan conquer them. Given Dream's past help and his new display of power rivaling a Class 6, the patriarch was seriously considering the offer. It was indeed true that assimilating an entire clan would boost their power heavily. They would easily double their resources at the bare minimum. But this wasn't something that could be hastily done. This would require all the power that the Red Eye clan could muster. There had to be extensive planning and preparations for a final war, and that would take time. The patriarch turned to Vela, speaking sternly. "I'm calling back Patriarch Star. Gather our armies and activate our spies in the Blue Blood clan. I need all the information we can get." "Understood." Vela nodded before shooting off. The importance of these happenings could not be understated. This was a possible turning point for the entire clan. After leaving to his residence, Dream was quick to go to his factory, Melody along with him. It was here that Dream's body slumped down. A cluster of nanites from the floor suddenly raised up, forming a chair underneath him that caught his body. Sheesh, that took a lot out of me. Dream let out a long breath as he rested. His battle hadn't even been that long, yet he had spent so much energy and gotten injured. It had been over a decade since Dream had done such a thing. I guess it's a nice change of pace. A bit more conflict makes life a bit more interesting. He spoke as he straightened his body out on the chair. Melody watched, a bit unsure of what to say. Hey, thanks for that. By the way, it was nothing. I'm just glad that old man didn't go too far too fast. And thanks for protecting her, Aegis. Of course, my lord. Aegis suddenly formed in front of Dream at that moment, bowing like a butler. Melody glanced at him before turning back to her brother. By the way, I hate to ask, but your death's knell. You want to know how many people I've killed? So Aegis told you about what I did on the other world. I apologize for overstepping, my lord. It's nothing. She's not a child. Dream waved to Aegis, who bowed once more in apology. Then, he turned to Melody. During my time on the other world, I killed approximately 3.3 billion. This number is comprised of both demons and people. The demons amount for 2.4 billion, and the other 900 million are the lives of the humans, beastkin, elves, and dwarves I killed in order to keep them from getting turned into demons themselves. I was only able to save 300 million, a mere fraction of the global population at the time. I razed every empire to the ground with nukes, empires that had thousands of years of history. By the end, the planet wasn't much better than a wasteland. Melody was quiet as she heard this number. Even disregarding the demons, Dream had killed almost a billion people. A billion innocent lives had been ordered to death by him. A sane person likely couldn't handle doing such a thing. Simply letting the demons kill, eat, and convert people into more demons. They couldn't handle such guilt, and they would stand to the side. But Dream hadn't. He had done what needed to be done, disregarding his guilt or feelings about the matter in order to save as many lives as possible. If Melody had been in the same position, she knew she couldn't do what he did. Even thinking about ending a billion innocent lives comprised of men, women, and even children was impossible. And yet, here Dream was, going about his life as if nothing was wrong. Melody wanted to think that something was wrong with him, but then again, he was far above what she could understand. Besides, Dream wasn't a bad person. In fact, he was a very pure person when considering his passion. He just happened to be placed in a bad spot at a bad time, forced to make a hard decision. Chapter 260, Celestial Structure. Dream and Melody sat in silence for a while. She looked at him with an odd gaze. It was crazy to think that her brother was responsible for such an extreme act, but it didn't make her fearful. If anything, it made her realize the level her brother was at. She already had a certain level of awe for him, and this increased it further. Plus, as Dream said, she wasn't a child. She could face harsh realities. You don't seem fazed after talking about all that. Do you regret it? Melody broke the silence, causing her brother to shake his head. Of course I don't regret it. There's nothing to regret. While I could have done things a bit better, I still made the right choices. As for killing nearly a billion innocent people, I've made my peace with that. I've owned up to what I did and moved on. It was an unfortunate circumstance, and I did my best. At least the survivors are safe on Earth, prospering like never before, right? So, you've decided to conquer the Blue Blood clan? After nodding, Melody changed the subject. Dream sighed. Yeah, they pissed me off. By hurting me, well, you are my little sister. It may be distressing, but you'll have to deal with my protection until you can handle things yourself. I'm sorry I'm such a good brother. Bah, I never needed your help. In fact, it was your armor that got me into trouble. No offense, Aegis. None taken, my lady. Aegis waved politely as Melody smiled at him. Dream just rolled his eyes. Whatever. Anyway, I need to recover for a while. I also need to build some more equipment. Sure. By the way, when do you plan on doing your advancement? I'm pretty sure you should already be a Class 6, let alone a Class 5. I have my own plans. My advancements aren't as simple as yours. I don't just get stuff handed to me and I have to make preparations. And what kind of preparations could you possibly need? Melody crossed her arms with a bit of skepticism. Dream could build unimaginably powerful devices and understood far more than what she could ever hope to conceive in her entire life. What could he possibly need that he didn't already have? He tapped his cheek as he pondered for a second. I've already done a bit of studying on Class 5 souls. The general workings behind it are pretty simple. Now I'm looking to attain the soul of a Class 6. If I can build something with it or study it before my advancement, then I have a feeling it'll help greatly. A Class 6 soul? How the hell? Melody was dumbstruck. This was just a Class 5 advancement, and Dream wanted to utilize Class 6 souls for some work beforehand. If he hadn't already shocked her with insane things before, she would think he was crazy. As for how he would do it, didn't he just send a Class 6 running not that long ago? With a bit of preparation, she didn't doubt that he could kill one. But stealing their intact soul on top of that seemed a bit much. She wasn't sure what he had that could enable him to do such a thing. Then again, she didn't understand his skills anyway. She sighed. Whatever. You do what you need to. Just recover before you do anything insane, please. I can't do insane things without recovering, so I shall. As for you, don't bother trying to find a battlefield. The Blue Blood Clan is pulling back its armies to defend its main cities. The next battle that will be fought will be a siege. Go and study under your teacher, because you may not have much longer to do so. After this war, you're going to be fighting to get inside the Blooddrop clan. Prepare yourself. I'm all right. Melody nodded, a bit of fighting spirit welling up inside of her. Dream just closed his eyes as she turned and walked off elsewhere, his awareness retracting into his mind space and focusing on his soul. With his gradually recovering power, he conducted repairs. Across the next few days, two major events happened. The first concerned the two warring clans. After getting reports from spies inside the Blue Blood clan, the Patriarch and several other leaders of the Red Eye clan were able to confirm the details of what had transpired in regards to Dream and his fight with the Blue Blood Patriarchs. The information brought back had shocked the highest echelons of the Red Eye clan to silence. They didn't think Dream was so powerful so as to be able to nearly kill a Class 6. To think such a character had randomly joined their clan and assisted them. What was more shocking, though, was the information from Vela about he was only a Class 4 and planning to conduct his Class 5 advancement soon. However, other than Vela and Durak, nobody believed that Dream was actually a Class 4. Like the old man that Dream had nearly killed, they came to the conclusion that he was the incarnation of some higher being, a demigod or something of the like. When considering his relationship with Melody, this was all the more plausible. Perhaps it was a demigod who wanted his sister to gain more real-world experience, traveling across the cosmos and building skill. The incarnation was there as a guardian. Regardless of the truth, the Red Eye clan immediately re-evaluated Dream. He alone could bring ruin to both clans, let alone the Blue Blood clan. Thus, when Patriarch Thousand Sword recalled what Dream had offered him, he no longer hesitated. At the same time, the second patriarch of the clan, Patriarch Star, returned under his call. Not only that, but some other Class SIXS of the clan were mobilized. The patriarchs were merely the leaders of the clan, not the exclusive Class X. In total, there were 8 of them, and all of them were called out. Orders were given to gather armies and prepare war weapons. Everything that Dream had built the clan over the months was utilized, and the stockpiles of resources that had accumulated for hundreds and thousands of years was brought out. It was a full-scale campaign. Not just Patriarch Thousand Sword, but even Patriarch Star and the other Class SIXS weren't willing to give up this chance. Besides, in the end, they were an Azura clan. Azuras didn't shy away from fights or wars. Like this, both clans prepared for total war, their everything on the line. It was the biggest event in either clan's long history of thousands of years. Meanwhile, the man who started all this was out in space, not sparing a single ounce of attention to what was happening on that rock. Not long after Dream had first arrived at the Azura world, he had gone out to space and discovered Tursa along with several other planets. There were 4 barren planets in the solar system, and Dream had dropped his nanite clusters on them, kickstarting a world-ending plague and consuming the material on all the planets. That was a couple months ago. By now, the planets had been consumed, leaving nothing but nanites and the terra cores within. Now, Dream wanted to merge the planets with Tursa. Of the 4 consumed planets, there were 2 that were larger than Tursa's planet. The first was about 60,000 miles in diameter, and the other was 70,000 miles in diameter. These made them around the size of Saturn. The other 2 were both about the size of Tursa's planet at 50,000 miles in diameter. These were all massive planets, much larger than the planets in Earth's star system where only Jupiter could compete. And after calculating it out with data received from his nanites, Dream found out that the 4 planets he consumed were equivalent to 800 Earths worth of mass. And he was going to add all of this to Tursa's planet. In the end, she would be much larger than the current largest planet, which was the Azura planet. With this in mind, Dream teleported to one of the nearest planets. After a few days, he had fully recovered, and now he was keeping true to his promises. Tersa was beside him, and she looked at the barren planet they appeared by. Master, how will you move this across such a vast distance? The power required for such a thing is incalculable. Well, I thought about shifting its orbit and having it intercept with your planet. But not only would that take a long time, it would cause an uncontrollable explosion, likely annihilating you both and throwing material everywhere. So instead I plan to move it myself. It'll take some effort and time, but I'll get it done. Yourself? Are you even capable of moving such a large body of mass? Tersa looked at Dream doubtfully. She knew that he was extraordinarily skilled, powerful, and smart. But this required sheer, absolute power. It was moving an entire planet. Dream smiled. Yes, I can actually move this. I usually handle small things, so a lot of power is required for not a lot of results. But big things? Well, this will be my first time handling a planet, but I have confidence that I can put on a little show. Just watch. Patting Tersa's head, Dream drifted toward the planet in front of him. The thing filled his view. It was the largest of the 4 planets, one that was 70,000 miles in diameter. Dream wasn't intimidated by the sheer scale, though. After all, he had a neutron star in his inventory. Suddenly, Dream's cosmic form was released. At that moment, all the raging mana that existed within space stopped. The area about 3 miles around Dream became quiet. Dream raised his hand, reaching out toward the planet. When he did so, all the mana around him exploded out, expanding rapidly as it shot toward the massive rock. Dream's influence controlled and programmed the mana as he created a hand that grew to untold proportions. This hand of mana went from only a few miles wide to 100 miles wide. Then, as this hand collided with all the limitless amounts of mana in space around it, it multiplied in size until it became 10,000 miles wide. When this hand crashed into the planet, it was nearly 30,000 miles wide. Boom! When the hand of mana hit the planet, the entire celestial body shook. The next moment, the mana seeped into the planet before shoving it forward. Tersa was shocked as she saw the entire planet deviate from its orbit, being pushed by the massive body of mana summoned by Dream. He had actually grabbed the planet. It was a display that not even Dream knew he could perform. That wasn't all, though. After pushing a bit, Dream mobilized more of his energy pool. Then, he shoved forth once more. Tersa had a blank face as the planet was thrown forward, shooting through space as if it were a baseball. Dream smiled at this as he took a breath. That had cost him around 60% of his energy. Tersa looked at him after watching the planet sail into the distance. You just threw a planet. I did. Couldn't you do something like that to kill everyone on the Azura planet? Probably not. A powerful Class 6 could also do this should they know how to use their energy properly. Plus, that planet supposedly has a Class 7 or a demigod on it. I doubt they would have trouble batting the planet away. They could probably annihilate the planet pretty easily, in fact, right? But who would be capable of mobilizing mana on such a large scale? Tersa spoke with doubt. Sure, a Class 6 might have the sheer power to perform what Dream did, but he used more than just sheer power. To control mana across such vast distances and use it systematically outside of one's range of will required one to either program it with directions in advance or extend one's awareness across the mana, controlling it all directly. Dream opted for the former approach, programming the mana with what could only be described as an AI. This AI controlled the entire hand of mana, and Dream only needed to supply it with energy. This was more advantageous than the latter approach since giving directions to mana also took energy. With Dream's magical AI, he didn't have to focus on controlling everything himself, just letting the intelligence replicate across the mana and control everything like a network of nanites. However, it wasn't easy to do what he did. To program mana required one to have a deep understanding of magic. How many people were like Dream and had already touched the concept of magic itself? If put in the same position, a Class 6 might just blow a hole through the planet instead of actually moving it. Anyway, that's one planet down. Let's go to the others and throw them too. When the planets arrive, I'll try and catch them for you. Try. After that, you can merge them over time. By then the war between those two clans should start kicking off. I'll have to take time to build my weapons when that comes. Then I need to kill those patriarchs and harvest their souls. Once I do that, I can get on with my advancement. I have a feeling. This one will be big. Dream rubbed his chin. Deep inside his gut, he knew that this advancement would be huge. His intuition also told him that those Class 6 souls would be essential. This was due to the fact that when one became a Class 6, they gained awareness of concepts and became able to comprehend and touch them. Well, Dream had already touched 2 concepts, but he couldn't draw upon their power. He hoped to use Class 6 souls as a way to reconcile that, however that might be done. But he had to kill a Class 6 first, and not just kill, but overpower and steal their intact soul. Such a thing wouldn't be easy, but if Dream utilized his full power to do so, he believed he could overwhelm them and succeed. It would just take a bit of preparation. That was for later, though. For now, Dream wanted to focus on getting the planets merged. Over the next 2 weeks, Dream did exactly as he said he would do, and threw every planet. Since he wasn't injured while expending energy, he could recover enough to throw each planet every day. But with the planets at the distance they were, it would take years for them to collide with Tersa's planet. This was something Dream didn't initially think about as he was too impressed with himself being able to throw planets. Sophia also didn't say anything because she wanted him to have his moment of awesomeness. Either way, Dream had to resort to using a bit of spatial magic to move these celestial bodies. With a dab of ether and a flick of his finger that tore open the chaotic void, Dream was able to shoot each planet right next to Tersa's planet. Of course, Dream had to consume his stockpiles of ether several times over, but given another 10 days, he was able to get the last planet over. Now, there were 4 massive planets right next to Tersa's. Each one had its own material body and terra core. Now, all Tersa had to do was absorb them. The material was easy. The nanites of each planet could simply stream from one to the other, piling on top of each other. But the terra cores were the hard part. Tersa had to absorb and assimilate their power. It was unknown if she even could, but Dream didn't have many doubts. With Tersa next to him, Dream gazed at the 5 planets floating around right next to each other. It was a miraculous sight, with Tersa's planet in the center and the 4 other planets above below, to the left and right. They formed a diamond together, as per Dream's design. Honestly, it's a shame that we can't keep things like this. Imagine if we could create a network between these planets, endless prosperity across each one. I could turn them into a single celestial structure bonded together by my nanites. It would be the largest single construct I've ever created. Dream spoke with a bit of wonder, imagining the scene in his head. A megastructure comprised of 5 planets. How crazy was that? Meanwhile, Tersa could sense his wonder. She hesitantly spoke after a second. Master, do you want to keep it like this? For your sake? No. You're more important than some cosmic wonders. Now that I think about it, let me show Melody this before we start. Saying that, Dream suddenly disappeared, teleporting to the Azura world. After snatching Melody, he instantly reappeared back next to Tersa. Hey, what the hell are you doing? I was about to head out to a battle. Melody yelled as she realized what happened. However, when she caught sight of the 5 planets before her, she was stunned silent. Did you move 5 planets right next to each other?
Yes.
I'm not even going to ask how, Melody mumbled as she stared at the planetary formation. It was unlike any other sight she had ever even imagined. Not even the space elevator's Dream constructed could match the scale of this celestial sight. She had believed he couldn't do anything more to shock her. Turns out that was a false assumption. So do you want to go back to that battle? Or do you want to watch me merge these planets together? Merge planets? Screw the damn battle. I'm watching this. You should invite the patriarchs of the clan to see this too. I'll have to pass. I don't need word of this spreading, at least until I'm prepared to defend this. Now, just sit back and relax. With those words, Dream created a chair for Melody to sit in. As she got comfortable, Dream and Tersa began the planetary merger, and thus commenced the birth of one of the most powerful celestial bodies in all the universe.